Wait, did I just say Razor Man? I think I may have said that on accident.
No.
Razor Moon, of course.
Razor Moon.
Anyways, he has the best tattoos, and Bear and you guys are rocking the tattoo game. I'm still over here, pale as a bird.
Yeah,
with those virgin arms,
brother.
I know. One
we
day
gotta
maybe.
work on that.
And some other names, of course. Kevin, ESL Meisterschaft, Guarantor. Normally, good finish also to be expected by him. And Pato, South American Hope, Night Elf player as well. I haven't checked in with the brackets in a little while. If somebody could tell us, would be pretty cool.
There was an upset already, by the way, somewhat of an upset. Toxi beat Sides in
Yo,
the first group.
that's sick, actually.
Yeah, I was wondering how Side was going to do.
Toxi is actually a
been playing
32nd seed, and Side was the first seed of the. But they, they do like.
Really?
But they do like seedings. Like the first 8 are one pool.
Oh, okay. So. Yeah.
But like Toxi was like in the fourth pool, and Side was in the first pool. So that's a big upset, if you ask me.
Yeah. I feel like we need to talk about, by the way, the one everybody's talking about, Moon.
Were
you there?
Sorry.
Were you there yesterday when Moon arrived? It was like the king arrived. Everybody in the venue was screaming, Moon is here! Moon is here! Make room! I was like, what's going on?
Yeah, Giannis actually instructed us to escort him to the hotel, him and Focus and Lolai, because he was like, I cannot afford these guys to get lost somewhere in the city. Please escort them to the hotel. Give me your every direction. And then we brought them to the hotel, and everything was fine. And I think these guys could have made it on their own, but Giannis wanted to make extra sure that we don't ever lose sight of these guys.
They are our highest value assets here. If we get lost in the streets, down in the manhole,
they'll find somebody
Neo
else.
don't care. We got replaced.
Yeah, exactly.
But Moon is a special treat, certainly.
That's right.
Wasn't here last year. We had some Koreans last year already, but now Moon, biggest legend of the game. Wonderful to have him with us here.
It was Lolai So in Sock, right?
Last year, yes.
It wasn't even Focus. Yeah, you're right.
Focus wasn't
it was
here.
so and so and so. True. Yeah, I got that confused in my mind. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, we all were like very sad. Like Max, Hyde, and I that drove together here. We were like all very sad that we wouldn't meet Sock again because he was such a fun fellow to hang around with.
He's such a good player. I think that's a Sock fanboy this year. Carson was the original Sock hipster fanboy. He's always been the big Sock fanboy, and I couldn't quite get it. I was on the Chimico train myself, but he's been playing so well. It was really impressive. Didn't make it here though. He got, I think, eliminated by Moon.
I think so. Yeah.
I think it was.
And Soin, I think, because Soin took 4th and Focus took 3rd. So even if there was one more spot, Sock wouldn't even have made it. So it goes to speak how competitive the Korean qualifier is. It's crazy.
We get some instruction from the production. I'm not sure.
I think we're about to go to a break.
Okay, that's that. Okay. And there we go.
Welcome back, everybody, here to Base Deck Dortmund, RARALAND time. We still have a little bit of time to kill before the bracket is ready, so I thought it's time to give the spotlight to a couple of other people, because we get a lot of praise here, just saying the community, we are only here because of you, but actually, there is a project in Warcraft 3 without, we couldn't work without them, and that's the beautiful people of War 3 Champions.
Thank you very much.
This is Sefid and Kovacs, guys.
Hello. Hello.
War 3 Champions, man. You are carrying the scene literally on your backs, because without you, we couldn't play. Sefid, can you briefly introduce War 3 Champions to the people who are only playing on Battle.net?
Well, sure. But first of all, I have to say, giving us all the credit, us two here, when it's a team of, what, 40 or 50 contributors. But W3 Champions itself is effectively a third-party mod for the game. It's an add-on to the game that introduces matchmaking, ladders, ranking, all the features that weren't great when it was first released with Reforged. For those who are playing on Battle.net, the experience on W3 Champions would be you probably getting a better ping because we have our own custom servers. You're definitely getting a better matchmaking system, probably a better ranking system as well. And of course, we keep up to date with maps and various other quality of life features that we've added into the maps as well.
So how did it all start?
Well, it was originally started by a well-known developer in the community called Pad. You may remember his work on War 3 Arena, or W3 Arena, and the booster feature that a lot of streamers use. He also kicked off W3 Champions. After, I think, about 4 or 5 months or so, he passed it over to another team, a team which I then joined quite quickly after that. And it basically grew for the next 3 years into what we have today. There's been so many contributors, I couldn't name them all, but we'll probably give some thanks to some of them today.
Oh, 100%. So, in the beginning, War 3 Champions was just a matchmaking service, because on Battle.net you never know if you end up on the European server or if you end up on the American server or even in Asia. So you kind of fixed that problem, but in the meantime, it became a lot more. So what would you say were the biggest milestones of War 3 Champions so far?
Yeah, sure. I think the initial milestones in order were to be adding all the game modes. So when we added 2v2, 4v4, FFA. Then I would say the really big milestone was when Flow was built by Fluxu. That was a real benchmark, really, for the game.
Stefan, what the hell is Flow?
Flow is the affectionate name given to the custom server software that we run, which lets us run our own custom servers around the world. So it's also a word we use to describe that network of servers as well. And it's more than just those servers as well. Toxie has written a fantastic, effectively it's a VPN, really. It will look through all the servers and look at all the options to see which is the best option for you to connect to another player on the same server. So it's a fantastic network of custom servers for Warcraft 3, which means we can usually offer a fantastic ping.
And not only that, like, what I hear a lot, and I think it's a big misconception that we could maybe clear up, it's called War 3 Champions, it's only for the really good players.
Oh, no, not at all. It's the intention is to make the matchmaking work for everyone. So if you're looking at watching these top streamers, you have to understand that there's like two ends to that spectrum. There's the very, very high level players and then the very, very low level players.
Like
if it's working for the high level players, then it must be working on the opposite end for the low level players as well. So if you're a weaker player and you've never tried W3 Champions, do give it a little bit of be patient with it for maybe 5 or 6 games, but it will get you to a skill level that you are hopefully right for.
And then another misconception that we can probably come up with is, well, on Battle.net, it takes me 10 seconds to find a game, but on War 3 Champions, it takes longer.
Yeah, I mean, that is true. You will find a game quickly on Battle.net, but the quality of that game will probably be lower. There is no moderation, for example. Or in Battle.net, there is nothing to stop you from getting into 4v4 games where people instantly leave, or 1v1 games where people do things like build lots of war mills or whatever. We try and combat that sort of thing on our ladder. And also, it's just it's important to give the queue a moment to find good matches. If you don't give the time to accumulate a few people in the queue and then find out, what the activity level is like, then you're not going to find great games, and you're just going to find whoever the first person is to click the button otherwise.
All right. So that was a lot about the feature palette and the history of War 3 Champions, which of course we're super grateful for. What's the current state of the project?
Well, I was a project manager for a while, but I would say more recently Kovacs has been really the one pushing for a lot of the new features, especially the new launcher, which he's made in tandem with Fluxu. So it's been great to see all the new things that has been coming out of that. So if you want to talk about that.
Yeah, I've been part of Warcraft 3 Champions for, I think, a year and a half now. And I think I worked on the new launcher for, I don't know, maybe 9 months or so. And Fluxu built the entire thing from the ground up, and then I've simply been porting features over from the old launcher to the new one. And the old launcher is quite feature-rich, so it takes quite a lot of time.
Yeah, the old launcher is such a good project. Like, why would you need a new one?
Yeah, so the primary reason for that is because the old launcher suffers from something we call join bugs, which is when Warcraft 3 gets into a bad state for some Warcraft 3 reason. And when you join a game, you would drop from that game immediately and get a loss. And that can happen in any game mode. It can happen in 1-on-1, 2-on-2, 4-on-4. It happens quite frequently in 1-on-1, but then you can imagine how frequently it happens in 4-on-4, where you have 4 times as many players. You have 8 players queuing. So it was quite a big problem. So that's the major reason. There are other reasons too.
Yeah, one of the major reasons was the old launcher was built with a tech that was not very friendly to the developers. It was a bit difficult to contribute to that, and I include myself in that. It was a tech that I'm not familiar with. And since we've built the new launcher, it's been vastly easier. I mean, you've seen the pace of development on it. It came from very bare bones to something we can actually use at the LAN today. And that is partly because it's built on newer tech that we can access a little bit easier.
So for non-tech people, basically you were on the chains of Warcraft 3 and now you're breaking free from the chains with the new launcher?
You could say that, yeah.
All right.
That, yeah.
So what's the state of the launcher? Of course, it is in beta still, right? Or is it out of beta already?
I would say it's out of beta, but it's not feature complete. And it has some problems, but at the same time, it does fix the problem with the join bugs. And we felt it was in a state where it was good enough. If we would release it when it was perfect, it would never get released. So, but yeah, it's in a pretty good state, but there are things that we're working on continually.
What are you working on? Getting interesting now.
Well, right now we're working on kind of a rare bug. I don't think many people know about it, but it's kind of a weird bug. So we're trying to track that down, which I know Todd has experienced a few times, and it's really quite a confusing bug. Where you
Todd is also quite confusing, so it kind of fits. Yeah.
No, you match twice. So when you're in the game, it's kind of confusing. But what happens is when you're playing a game, you can play for like 10 minutes, and then in the middle of the game, you find another game, and you get thrown out of that game. You disconnect, and yeah.
Well, I do say more Warcraft is always more good, but like not in that way.
Two games at the same time, though.
Yeah, okay, that's odd. When I look at the old launcher, guys, it says automated tournaments coming soon. It says that for 3 freaking years.
Right.
So, when?
Well, this is becoming a meme now. Every time I talk to you on stream, it's when's the automated tournaments coming? But the features are finished now, effectively, for automated tournaments. We just haven't really ran any, have we? That's mostly it.
The last thing I did for that was some bug fixes relating to, because there was another guy who made the whole automated tournaments happen, and he's not with the project anymore. And we didn't really test it very thoroughly. So one of the problems it has is that, so you sign up to the tournament, and then it creates a bracket, and then possibly you get matched with someone where you don't have any matching servers. One person has a connection to this server over here in North America, and some Asian players has a connection to the Asian servers, and you don't have any overlap. So what happens then? There's lots of corner cases like that we kind of have to work out. So I should keep working on that, but at the same time, I don't want to run a tournament and like 100 people sign up, and it's just something just fails, like in the first round, that makes so that the rest of the tournament can't finish. So yeah, we'll see.
You say you have to keep working on it. Is that because you like working alone, or are there other reasons? Would you like some help, maybe?
So yeah, of course, we appreciate help. There are other people working on the project as well. Probably not as much as me, because I don't really have anything else to do. I think it's a time issue. But yeah, we appreciate any help. And it's always good to get more people involved in the project. Sure.
Who should people possibly reach out to?
Yeah, well, either of us, myself or Kovacs, you find us on Discord, on the WT Champions Discord. That's the best place. And if you're interested, if you know a bit of development skills, then we'll invite you to the org and you can have a look and see what's on the to-do list.
Yeah, what is on the to-do list? I'm curious, like, in a perfect world, you got all the manpower in the world, what would you love as a feature to add to War 3 Champions?
Well, there is a feature that I recently picked up again, which was a pet favorite of mine, which is a wildcard ladder. Did I explain this to you before?
To me you did, but the people have to know.
So the wildcard ladder, the idea is, at the moment when you play a ladder, you play on the 1v1 ladder, but you're going to get a 1v1 game. You're going to have your MMR for 1v1, there'll be the map pool for that. The intention of the wildcard ladder is to be able to change that periodically over the course of a season. So we could switch in, say, 3v3 for a couple of weeks, and then you can play 3v3 on that ladder. We could switch it out, and you could be playing, I don't know, Survival Chaos for, but that is
That's
actually a ladder
right
already.
now. Yep.
Yeah. Or you could be playing a custom game, or we could have, like, say, 3v3v3v3 FFAs, or I don't know, 1v2v3, and just see what happens.
Yeah, sounds good. So no skins, no war chests, any monetization?
Not really. All we do for monetization is ask for donations. We have a Patreon, which we'd appreciate anyone contributing to. We do offer icons for any contributors to that, so that's good. But yeah, there's multiple ways you can contribute to WT Champions. If you have a look on the website, there's lots of different options. We'd appreciate that. It keeps the servers on, the servers that we're playing on today.
It's a lot of servers.
Yeah, we have, well, I can't lose count. It's chopping and changing all the time. It's somewhere in the region of 25 servers around the world.
I think it's 27, actually.
It might well be, yeah. And our most expensive servers to run are the Chinese servers, unfortunately. I don't suppose there's probably as many Chinese watchers watching as there is in the West, but if there is any, please spread the word. We would appreciate any donation from China as well, because we do have to pay for those servers in Chinese currency as well.
Yeah.
So yeah, thank you.
Is there any other misconception that you want to address, where you want to clear the air, where you think, oh my God, why don't these people get it finally?
Well, I was talking earlier to talk to you about some of the matchmaking problems we've had in the past, where people have said, oh, it just doesn't work, it doesn't work. And probably what you covered earlier about how long you have to wait and where the servers line up, these sort of things, just kind of have to say, like, please trust us. We have done a lot of testing. So yeah. Anything from you to add, Kovacs?
No, that was a good point, and something that often gets brought up that people don't really understand. Oh, there are 8 people in queue. Why can't we get a 4v4 game going?
Yeah. Yeah,
very
I mean,
good, very
often it's because they don't match in the servers. Yeah.
All right. So now you're on the big stage and everything is clear. Do you guys have any shout-outs?
Oh yeah, especially I'd like to shout out Fluxu, who invented Flow. He is still the MVP of the project, and unfortunately hasn't, because he lives in Toronto, he can't come here very easily. Yeah, and Toxie, who is here today, who designed the matchmaking. Riptide, who's working on he did all of the art and the assets, and there's so many other contributors. Anyone else you'd like to shout out?
Just the moderators as well,
yes.
Moderating the platform, and the other developers. Yeah.
All right. That's the wonderful team of War 3 Champions, everybody. Everybody should play on War 3 Champions. Everybody should support War 3 Champions, whether that's with coding or financially or just, you know, some nice words. It goes a long way. On the Discord, these people definitely read it. And now you hopefully go back to gaming yourself on your own ladder.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. I was, just before we came on here, I was playing a 4v4.
Yeah, I kind of ripped you away from your own ladder. I'm super sorry, so now I stole enough of your time. Thank you guys very much. We throw you guys in a little break, and then it's finally time for more games.
Analyzers, get ready.
We're back. We're not. We have a trailer, apparently. And there we are.
We are back.
We are back after all. Citizens of RARALAND, we had the first series, which was Scars versus Trunks, where Scars prevailed 2-0. And now we're going to have some more Scars for the fans. For the fans. And who does he play, Todd?
I don't remember. Who was it?
It's Side.
It is Side.
Oh, Scars against Side. Yeah,
countryman.
actually, in the immortal words of Steve Harvey, I have to apologize because apparently Side did not lose to Toxie. He won all of his matches, and now they're in multiple groups where everybody that went 3-0 have a chance to qualify for the tournament, and they're going to be in 4 groups.
Yes, sir.
Right? GSL format, meaning that it's a double bracket and 2 players advance in each group.
Yes,
That's
sir.
right.
The first match we had was basically the tail end of a bloody afternoon. We had hundreds of games, we had hundreds of players, but we came down from the about 100 or so to the top 16. Now we're in the second part of the open bracket. It's a different phase, and now we're going to be in the double elim, like Todd just said. GSL groups, good old 4 groups of 4 players. 2 will advance from each, 2 will be eliminated in each, and we're going to finish that all today, at which point we're going to be left with the last 8.
That's right. And then the groups are, so we have Lemes and Pato and Scars and Side in this very group, in the first one. The second group, we have Blast, 9Z, Kevin, Hippo, and Darkness. And the third group, we have Leon, Longwalk, Edo, and either Godfather or Pax. I think that's not decided yet.
Yeah, at the point they were still playing.
And then we have, in the fourth group, we have Tedster, Razor Moon, Starbuck, and Phalo.
Yeah, absolutely. We have a few big name favorites here. Starbuck in Group D, Leon in Group C, the 2 humans that have been looking really good lately. And Group B, I think that one's not that clear. Might be Kevin, perhaps, among those players. But Group A, that seems to be the closest group, which is why we have chosen it here. Scars and Side and Pato, also different regions, battling it out. Lemes, certainly the underdog here. He has always been known to be a decent Night Elf player on the ladder. But can he make it into the top 8? Can he prevail here? We'll see about that later.
It's kind of with these ladder heroes. Like I remember when I first saw like Labyrinth in like tournaments, I was like, man, this guy's sick. And I was like, oh yeah, he's very active on the ladder. So maybe we see something similar here from Lemes. I don't know.
I wonder how you guys see this. This is a psychological question, I suppose. There are sometimes ladder heroes, like you say, we didn't see Labyrinth for a long time. Maybe it's because I'm a suspicious person, I don't know. But when I saw those players, I'm always like, yeah, but how good are they really?
Yeah.
How good are they really?
Yeah.
This is ladder, this is RMR.
Yeah.
But if you place them in a tournament, are they going to be good? I don't know. Until I saw Labyrinth in the big tourneys, I didn't trust it. I was like, maybe he's getting by on gimmicks. He was playing Lich Fast Expos a lot. I was like, does that really work against the best? And then he did prove that he can indeed play with the best out there. But yeah, how do you guys feel that? See that?
I think it's normal to think that, but historically, like the players that are very high on the ladder usually tend to be the ones that are going to be the favorite for tournaments. I've been to so many tournaments where like the player that's doing really well on ladder and that's rank 1 wins the tournament.
That would be happy.
Yeah. I mean,
That'd be happy 3 times. I think.
that almost doesn't count. Like I mean, like even outside of that, like even like in StarCraft, he was like that. In StarCraft, usually the guy that was rank 1 that went to the tournament would end up winning so much of the time.
Interesting.
But of course, you have exceptions occasionally. Like let's say one of those players like he's doing really well on ladder, but it's his first offline tournament.
Yeah.
Then he's more likely to choke and like play bad and stuff. But we don't really have that here. I guess we haven't really seen Dice offline, right? Before, have we?
I wouldn't remember.
So there's going to be a huge question on how well Dice can play here offline, because luckily for us, is here for
Yeah, I love the dynamic as well of how different players can flourish in the scenario or crumble a bit depending on how their nerves are. And I know the nervous wreck that I am in games, I'm sure I would fall apart playing on a stage. But some people really seem to enjoy, and also the format with the preparation time really seems to favor them. Foggy here comes to mind first and foremost.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Back in WGL days, when he had a full week to prepare, his builds were crisp, he was right on point, and he's going to have a good amount of time to prepare here as well. It's not going to be like a full week, but it's going to be enough for him to come up with specific preparation. There's other players on the different side of the spectrum. Focus, for example, known to be that workhorse, that grinder, you know, cup after cup, game after game, ladder all the time, Zotac cups, Jera cups, whatever it was, Focus was playing everything, and he was winning a lot. Happy is interestingly in the middle.
Yeah.
He's playing everything, and he's winning the small cups, and he's playing all the big cups, and he's winning them as well. So I think with
Yeah,
that, I
he's
don't know if
right
you can
down
place
the
him.
middle.
He doesn't discriminate. Money is money.
Yeah, that's right.
It all looks the same to him in his bank accounts.
One player that comes to mind for like not being very active on the ladder and not playing many like small tournaments, small cups and whatnot, but then showing up on the big stage was like Jaws.
Yeah.
Especially in his very last hooray in was it 2014 or 2015 when he finished second at WCA 15. So that's like, this is a player that like he was active for like years and years and years, but not like super active, right? And then he shows up so big time, like when it matters the most.
Yeah. And the funny thing back then was, the WCA, big tournament in China, and back then the European scene was much weaker after, you know, the rise of StarCraft and a lot of players leaving, and the Asian scene was kind of looking down at the Europeans in some regard, and also in a joyful manner, in a humoristic manner oftentimes. But anyways, what many of the Europeans were classified as, because they had tiers of players coming to the tournament, and yours was in the lowest tier, which was called the tourist tier. And when, of course, he made to the final and he was one map away from getting first place, he made that a bit his trademark as well. The
You're into Smash as well, in the Smash community. Is there something like that where there's like, you know, random... I don't know if ladder heroes is a thing, because I don't know how much online play comes into play, but like, is there guys that are hyped sometimes and then they go at a tournament and they do really well as a surprise or do really bad as a surprise?
Since we play Super Smash Bros. Melee, and we usually mostly play our tournaments offline, but there has been an online mode for like 2.5 years. Shoutouts to Fizzy from Project Slippy, and we call these guys net play heroes. And these net play heroes, like...
That's so offensive.
I don't know. We could also say net play fiends sometimes, you know? And some of these net play warriors, like they show up for the first tournament and they are so bad, they just get squished like bugs. And you're like, man, these guys are so good when you meet them online. And all of a sudden, like they show up to the tournament, they suck. Like, what happened?
They're nervous usually,
exactly,
right?
and they need a couple of tournaments, a couple of months to adjust to the environment. And then there's also the other way around, because we got... online play so late in our lifespan as a game. One of the best players on Earth, Hungrybox, he was #1 in the world before pandemic hit, and then we had online play, and he was so bad online. We're like, Hungrybox really fall off, right? And then offline tournaments start showing back up, and then we're like, oh, he's back on top again. He's like really, really good again. Anyway, for Sight versus Scars, our first map stands. It's going to be Autumn Leaves. So what do you guys think about that?
Yeah, interesting. They're doing the vetoes right now, so I think we're getting live updates there. Autumn Leaves, a map that I feel like especially a lot of humans seem to like quite a bit. I've cast a lot of SOC games recently. I talked earlier how I have become a big SOC fanboy, especially against Night Elf. But now, of course, it's going to be human versus orc. It was all about headhunters in the past, and in the last few weeks, it's been a lot about fast expansion play. Do you think we can expect that from Sight as well? Is he a fast expanding kind of player?
I'm not actually sure how necessarily he likes to play, but even beyond that, I feel like Side, you know, is like main meta guy, whether he expands or not. Like both are very viable. It's more on Scars that I'm wondering whether he's going to go for his love of the Blade Master mirror image, which is very unconventional against human. It's all about the Farseer Headhunter. If you do want to play Blade Master, usually it would be Grunts and Shadow Hunter. So mirror image or not, I guess we're going to find out soon. All
right, that's going to be interesting. And yeah, we are going to throw you guys over to the casters. We still got our lovely Q-Bird with one of the VIPs. So see you after the game.
Welcome back, guys. Thank you so much, Remo, Todd, and young Ulrich for filling in that segment for us. I'm here with one of my best friends in the scene, it has to be said, Link. As you could tell by the t-shirt, is magnificently so.
This is the best $20 spent.
Also, we managed to provide me here with this lovely little GNL card right here, Gym Newbie League represent. And we'll be casting Scars versus Side here, which for me personally is very exciting. I know both players really well.
Absolutely, yeah, and both, or at least Side has been part of GNL as well. So, and we've been captains together, so I'm really looking forward to that. And of course, Scars as one of the partly German, Spanish, I should say. Very excited to see these two, and it's going to be an exciting matchup. I think the meta has shifted quite a lot, so it's going to be very interesting how they're going to play and approach the game, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. Orc Human is one of those matchups that used to be quite stale for a long time. I remember years ago it always used to be sort of sky pushes, and now we see a lot of riflemen nowadays. So Side, especially here, he'll be dictating more what the play will be, and the players are ready now, so we're going to jump into the game, guys. Let's see what the players bring out.
All right, so we are on Autumn Leaves, and on the top right we see the Frenchman inside, playing Human, going for the Archmage first. Bottom left we have Scars, and it is the Farseer, and it seems like the one grunt into Headhunter build. So no mirror image.
Beautiful introduction there for us, Link. It should be you that's up on the stage perfectly.
I doubt it.
But Scars here, going with this tried and true Farseer Headhunter approach with the double burrow. I'm pretty interested to see that actually, because when I play against Scars a lot, he tends to go for the grunt opener, which he has done here, but he sticks with grunts quite a bit into double Spirit Lodge. That's what he's been trying a lot recently. But I like the return to Headhunters here. They help you so much in the early game to creep and put pressure on the Human. And Side on the other side here, he is getting the tower in the main base, which I also like. I wonder if he'll upgrade it to Arcane before Tech, though. I think maybe it's just the Scout Tower that's prepared. In any case, the tech is beginning now for Side right away. Humans these days tend to elect for that 2-farm tech to get the rifles and the Mountain King as soon as possible. And Scars here, he's actually getting another peon. It's quite unusual.
Interesting. Also nice recast to deny the XP of the one low wolf. And we see the first encounter, but Side apparently isn't quite comfortable just taking this fight already.
Yeah, the trouble for Human is that you tend to get the first camp easily enough, but then after that you need to run away from the Orc. The Orc has a lot of early game presence, and it usually just builds and builds and builds as they rally more and more Headhunters or Grunts, whatever units they decide. And Side, you know, he's not going to get the Blacksmith online that early. He's not going to get more units until a time later. I can see the Blacksmith coming up now as well. But he's banking on getting the Mountain King and the Rifle Caster army up as quickly as possible. And Scars, he's taking the time to creep up in the face of Side, which I really like. And now we have Chain Lightning online as well. And Side taking a little bit too much damage here in the Archmage, actually.
But he's trying to make it work and trying to distract Scars and trying to make him, not creep up to level 3 just that quickly. But this could be dicey. You see the Archmage dropping very low. And as you said, Chain Lightning is online, so a few more hits and a Chain Lightning. And
the Archmage goes down. I can't believe this had happened so early into the game. And I think Side, you know, he kind of got him boxed himself into a corner there, and now you wouldn't want to TP with like a 10 HP Archmage. What are you going to do? You can't creep anything. He used the Elemental before dying, so he wouldn't be able to creep upon teleporting home, and now the Farseer here could just freely creep to 3, and I feel like the follow-up is going to be so tough for Side to deal with. Scars could go for kind of any hero and any strategy and be able to just relentlessly put pressure on the Human with the level 2 wolves.
Yeah, Scars has the complete control over the map now. He can more or less do whatever he wants. And we see the Archmage coming back now. Shop not ready yet. Also, Aura not online. So this is a very sticky situation for the Human player here. We see he's trying to creep up to level 2 somehow, taking the small green camp, but I would say it's more of a desperation move, and I feel like Side probably expected something else from Scars, and I guess that kind of backfired for him, don't you think?
I'm not really sure what Side was trying to anticipate, honestly, with the Scars. It feels like he really should have focused on getting at least level 2 before trying to venture onto the map, as Human is very weak without the ability to regenerate mana, generate more water elementals, and also it kind of allows more time to pass in-game so that the Archmage can get boots and then start applying some pressure to the Headhunters that are creeping potential. You see Scars, you know, a little bit greedy here. If the game had gone differently, there was perhaps a window to put some damage down onto those units and maybe even get it 1 or 2 kills. And, you know, unfortunately, it's just totally gone the other way, and Scars He's able to tech up to tier 3 immediately. We've got Troll Regeneration coming online. No second here yet. It's going to be the Pit Lord. What are your favorite heroes, Link?
It is, indeed. And he's going for Hall of Terror first, so taking the Mercenary camp will be somewhat easier because he's taking less damage. Also feel like Scars maybe forgot the Voodoo Lounge because he was heading back with the Farseer, but there was none, and he just started building it then. But this Mercenary camp will be an easy level 2, more or less instantly for the Pit Lord, and then he could potentially cleave away.
Cleave away, baby. Especially with that level 2 cleave, it's just so strong, especially with good items. Unfortunately for Scars, he did only get 2 rings protection, but at least that means the Pit Lord will have the staying power to just constantly attack with reckless abandon and not really have to worry about his health. But not having the damage does feel a little bit lackluster going forward. Besides, with 2-1 heroes here, this is going to be tough to take any sort of skirmish. I think making the best of the situation, but Book of the Dead being popped right now, there's always potential for surround with that spell. Oh, the Mountain King narrowly squeezes out that surround. Oh, the Farseer actually getting a little bit low here, but there is TP and Cloak of Shadows. Oh, the Farseer's just going to walk away from the situation, and the Howl of Terror mitigating the damage.
Awesome play by Scars.
It was really nice managing to just get out of that situation. I love that the summons are going on the MK as well to keep his health low at all times. Farseer micro beautifully to the side, and Howl of Terror is just so insanely strong on level 1. The amount of damage mitigation, I think, is 30% on level 1. It's just huge. Oh, nice levels up though for side right now.
You see the level up on the Mountain King now, so now there is a big danger for the Farseer. Scars really needs to take care of that.
Oh, the vault!
Oh, nice dodge with the TP. And actually, he went for the Headhunter, so he just forced the TP.
That was an interesting little mind game there, because there was potential for Scars to get the kill on the unit while simultaneously forcing the TP, because they were so close to each other, the Farseer and the unit. You don't know where the bolt was going to fly, and you would never in that situation not pull the TP. It would be too greedy.
Yeah, definitely. Especially after such an early game where he had such a huge advantage already. But now that gives Side the time to take the lab, and we will see what the item will be. I think this could be potentially very good for the Mountain King. But Scars is making his way across the map again because he wants to continue Brawl. And rightfully so, I would say.
Yeah, absolutely. Even though the Scars was forced into the TP, he has the ability to recover nicely using the items from the Voodoo Lounge the Orc has available.
Definitely.
And the Pit Lord here, he's full HP. The Farseer is pretty much recovered as well, nicely can stay far back. Lightning Orb also has the potential to get hero kills, unit kills, and secure those. But the Headhunters right now, finally morphing into Berserker form, will do a little bit more damage. It's popped immediately. Oh, Chain Lightning in the last lightning shot from the Farseer. Not enough to take out the Mountain King. The Creep is moving around a lot. Boots of Quelth at last. An interesting item, actually. Quite good, I would say, for the Pit Lord, going towards him. Level 2 Chain Lightning coming online as well for Scars right now is going to be really tough for Side to handle. And unfortunately, even though he forced the TP, Side wasn't able to get any control of the middle whatsoever.
And we see Spirit Walkers as an addition. A little bit interested. Is it for Spirit Link only?
Well, apparently, Link, it's for Tauren.
Do you think he's going to go Tauren? Oh, it is.
We have Tauren coming up here.
See, so you're the professional after all. And but also we see the Pit Lord as a frontline. He has the Boots of Keltalas, 2 rings +4, and the Slipper. So he got a lot of armor. And it's going to be a tough demon to kill.
Yeah, it's going to be absolutely huge right now. Level 2 Chain Lightning coming onto the Mountain King. The Mountain King just goes down, Link. And it's looking very dicey for Side right now. It feels like he doesn't have any momentum in this game whatsoever after that early game. Anyone would be in this position typically. It's so hard to recover from a hero loss in the early game, especially against a hero like Farseer who can just creep so fast if there is no one to intercept or harass the creeping from the Orc. And the Pit Lord is there just for outrageous scaling. If we see a level 5 Pit Lord with good items, it's just game over for human.
Absolutely. And Scars got the advantage in the early game. It seems like he's playing it very smart and very, very consistently, and not giving away the advantage whatsoever. He's just on point, and he seems to always be on point in these kind of tournaments.
Yeah, I warmed up with Scars a little bit beforehand, and I managed to get the first game, and then I didn't win another game for 4 games. He's just one of those guys that when he comes back into playing and manages to get a few games into grind, he's a great player, and obviously against players like Side, he can do very, very well indeed. Red Camp being taken right now by Scars, actually. This could be a crucial item, potentially. The Shadowhunter brought along some nice items as well, actually. We got the Clarities, For the Farseer, also the big mana dropped as well, so there's tons of mana available for that hero as well. Level 2 Chain Lightning not to be underestimated in these engagements against Rifle Caster.
Yeah, absolutely. And we see Side is probably trying to set up an expansion up there. I guess this is maybe his only way back into this game, because he was already so behind from more or less start to finish. No, well, we're not at the finish yet, so we don't call him out yet. Or count him out, I should say. And
yes.
But I guess Scars already has a sense for that, and he knows what is the chance of Side getting back, and it's probably an expansion. So he's heading in that direction already anyway, because the right side of the right side of the map is already crapped. Pretty much everything went to Scars, and he's now going for the red spot. And who's always gonna be? Can the Mountain King get the XP? It would be so helpful if he could be able to get into level 3, but
I feel
just not quite yet.
I feel Side is in a desperate situation here. He really needed the red camp item. The golem's turning around. Side managed to secure the last hit actually and get the battle bongos, as I like to call them, for the rifles, which does add a decent amount of damage, but definitely not the best item overall. Speed Scroll being popped as well here for Scars. He really wants to try and get more kills with the Chain Lightning, but kind of gets blocked a little bit. The Farseer was a bit stuck at the back.
Yeah, and Side had to be home to his main base, and that leaves his expansion pretty much unprotected, and Scars sees it and just tears it down, or rather cancels it.
We can see just how many items Scars has right now. You know how much more he's crept. The XP differential is just absolutely humongous. We saw earlier over 1,000 XP, and I imagine that's only going to continue to grow as the game goes on.
Absolutely. We see the Farseer close to level 5 with 4.7, and Pitlord level 4, Shadowhunter level 2 already. And if he could get the Shadowhunter to level 3 for a level 2 healing wave, that would be potentially the nail in the coffin for any fight.
Side starting the second Sanctum, which I think is a good move. It feels like we need a lot of Sorceress, potentially Breakers as well. And we see that Side also retrained to Blizzard, which is really, really strong against Orc in general, but also Berserkers, especially when they cast Berserk. Berserk causes you to take 40% more damage from all sources. So the damage stacks up extremely fast, and with that level 2 clap, Side has got to hope that the mass AoE damage is enough to chew through the backline of Scars. But the trouble is, Scars doesn't just have damage in the backline, he has damage in the front line as well with this Tauren. With the Pulverize upgrade already researched, we see also the Kodo Drum research coming in as well, which is 20% increased damage as well. And of course the Pit Lord, even without damage items, this level 2 cleave is going to be absolutely massive. And the Shadowhunter has like plus 10 agility as well. The damage is pretty huge. From his side as well, so it feels like no matter what angle you attack, Scars is going to have the damage to basically just chew through the kind of squishy army that the side has.
Yeah, definitely. He passed on the boots and the slippers from the Pitlord already. He's tanky anyway, and now we get some extra damage on the Shadowhunter as well. We see Master Training coming up for the Walkers, so we might see some revived Torrents, if we even see that once in the first place.
And here we go, this may be a decisive fight here between the two players' side without a teleport, and of course no speed scrolls like an Orc could have. This is going to be tough to disengage out of, especially with the Lightning Orb as well. But, the Purge actually did go into the Mountain King. The Mountain King a little bit stuck at the front. There's only a heal scroll to save him. But I think that's not even needed, as we can see that the Tauren are pretty much enough to just chew through the Breaker line. The Berserker's relatively undamaged. That one heal scroll for Scars being popped was enough to keep his army sustained. And now the Pit Lord as well, also with the big healing. And it's just too much for Side to overcome. And Scars takes game 1.
GG is called, yeah. Well played by both of them.
Isn't it so cool to have a beautiful audience behind us while we cast League?
It is. I'm nervous, but not as much with that support in the backline.
Yeah, it's really, really cool to hear everybody appreciate the game behind us. And Scars, he is on a roll right now. 3 maps in a row. Trunks, I feel like he defeated rather easily. This game, for Side, if he managed to just have a normal early game, let's say, where he didn't lose his hero and was able to get levels, or at least prevent the Orc from easily getting to 3, we could have been looking at a totally different game. But Scars felt comfortable after the kill, managed to just go straight tier 3, get kind of a really fun army that's not typically always seen, but it was so strong in that case because Side was playing from behind pretty much the entire time.
Absolutely. Scars had the advantage since the AM died and never gave it out of hand anymore. He played it consistently strong. He knew his position. He knew when to take the engagement. He knew when to TP out, because that could have been a way back into the game for Side. But Scars just played it very strong, front to back, start to finish, and also the Blizzard didn't have that much of an impact because Scars was just ready with the Hex, and it was more or less like one wave, if any, and then it was the Hex. So he was very on point, very active, very focused, very well played by Scars.
Beautiful. That level 2 heal wave there, I feel as well, was just crucial in keeping the back line alive. And then you've got the bulky Tauren and the Pit Lords in front, just able to soak up all the DPS from the rifles. They were just pretty much A-moved. It's so hard to reach the back line in those situations. And I feel like as side backed more and more into the corner, it felt like the Berserkers were just untouched, really. Yeah. And the Hex on the Archmage all the time, preventing it from casting Blizzard. Yeah. MK was too squishy to keep clapping and clapping, which would have been absolutely, basically needed in order for side to overcome the pretty much immeasurable experience difference in this game. It was just so many, you can just see how many items, like you look through the list and it's like one hero stacked with items, second hero stacked with items, even the third hero had quite a few items as well, damage items for the Shadowhunter as well.
Yeah, he was even able to just sell the battle bongos. Because, I mean, he's an orc player, so he got a Kodo and he got the better one. But
he doesn't even need it.
I think most of the players would have just kept it. But he was so far ahead that he was very comfortable just selling that.
Well, now it's time to see if Side can bring it back, guys. Game 2 is on, and we'll see you in there. Hammerfall it is between the two players. Here we've got Side and Scars, once again. Scars in the bottom right here, Side at the top left. For human, but we're going to see a Mountain King, and that might make things a little bit tricky in order to creep the first camp here, which is typically the expansion with the Golem on Hammerfall. And now I've just been joined by my fourth co-caster, Big Murphy. How are you doing, man?
It's a pleasure to be here, thanks.
Well, it's my pleasure to have you and all the rest of you that have come on before. So, Big Murphy, you're an undead player, obviously.
Yes, so I know everything about this matchup, obviously.
Yes, clearly. But you might know Scars perhaps better than the matchup, so what could you say from Scars' play so far that you appreciate the most in these three maps we saw?
So what I really like is how he plays and his weird style of mixing things up. You don't see a Pit Lord second usually. It is a little bit unusual. Tier 3 Torrents, he goes non-meta, and I really do like that. I can appreciate that greatly.
Yeah, it was really cool to see. We saw just how much the Pit Lord was carrying in that previous game. It was really sick. But a Mountain King first, this time from Side, is a really interesting choice. Perhaps hoping to continue using that hero once the new patch arrives with a little bit of a stronger bash.
I could imagine that, but maybe also a panic reaction, seeing how the early went last game.
Yeah.
Hard to tell.
Mountain King does help give you that, gives you that little bit of control, in the early game. But it's usually typically paired with an expansion. So this time I feel like Side will have to go for the Tier 1 expansion. We do see the fourth farm coming out as well, which is pretty much 99% indicative that Side will go for that expo.
But it's super late though, I do have to say. So I'm wondering, he's going level 2 before expansion. Unusual, I would say.
A little bit unusual, and actually the Farseer is going to get on top of the Mountain King before the camp has even started, which is a little bit of a tricky situation for the human player. Maybe Side is hoping to force the TP.
Oh, is it this round, is it?
It's going to be close, that's a tricky one to do. Scar's beautifully using the Headhunter to keep the counter block up.
But there's a second Stormbolt.
I think there's even a third one after that. Wait, the Mountain King didn't quite get in range.
Away. And the expansion hasn't even started. I mean, this is not ideal.
Well, that's definitely one way to put it, Big Murphy. It's going to be tricky now for Side for sure, in order to for him to creep that expansion camp. And actually, the MK is sort of disappearing off screen right now. I wonder if he's going to buy Telestaff, maybe Boots. There we go.
It is Boots, yeah. But I mean, as an undead, at least I know humans, and humans do love their expansions no matter what time.
Well, that time is apparently nighttime, which caused the Mountain King, unfortunately, to lose sight of that Farseer earlier. If Side managed to get that second bolt and close us around, it would be so much easier to get the expansion prepped. And now Scars can just creep level 2 and come back and creep Jack with Chain Lightning, and that could be deadly.
Yeah, that is true, although he did give some space. So I think the creep will be kind of gone. So we'll see. We'll see. I'm not sure.
The timing will be close, actually. We see most of the lower level creeps are gone already, thanks to the militia, which Side pulled a lot of. I think that's 8 militia in total.
But the chain lightning is going to hurt.
Chain lightning coming in potentially. Scars focusing the units right now. The bolt has to be used for the unit, which I think is perfectly fine. The experience is very, very important for that Mountain King, trying to get him to level 3 as quick as possible.
That is true. And you see how beautiful Scars keeps the distance. He doesn't go near, he doesn't get bolted.
Yep.
It's really nice.
I'm really curious to see what the follow-up for Scars is going to be. Because if I were to play personally, I would think maybe double Beastery could be effective against Mountain King. Especially with the expansion is only just coming now. We're almost 5 minutes into the game. And at this point, in a typical game, you would like to have the expansion basically almost finished and the tech maybe being 30 seconds to 60 seconds out from starting. And that's going to be a bit of a tall order for Side here. You see the gold required to power build is pretty immense and he's not going to have the resources to tech anytime soon.
Yeah, that will be really tough. And I mean, if he does go mass air, there will be no anti-air for a long time.
Yeah, could you imagine a couple wyverns rocking up to your main base? You try to tower up your expansion, get it prepared, and then they just go to your main base and prevent a tower from ever coming up. It's pretty difficult to deal with.
Yeah, sadly enough, I can.
Even as an undead, you know, I can imagine those experiences for sure.
Yeah. But let's pretend that I understand everything that's going on. So.
So Scars here going to achieve level 3 before the Mountain King actually, which is not ideal obviously, but is quite low mana. Okay, both players doing 3 almost exactly at the same time, so there we go. Yeah. Level 2 Bolt unlocked, absolutely crucial. Level 2 Wolves, absolutely crucial.
But the greater healing pot, which will save him if he doesn't get the surround, he just can chase it down with boots, Bolt and win.
Yeah, I like that Side managed to preserve his mana, so with the boots and the level 2 Bolt, he will be able to pretty much chase down anything.
Oh, he will get a couple of kills here.
Really, really nice timing here. The hurt units from Scars here being intercepted.
Oh
my god, what a beautiful move right now. Side managing to block all of the units.
Oh god, 2 grunts, 1 headhunter down. Ooh, that stings, man.
That was 8 supply lost in the blink of an eye, and Scars here, his momentum has just been totally taken away. The wind is away from the sails.
Yeah.
And now,
do we know what Scars? I see 1 Wind Rider, but I don't see a second B-Series.
No, so far it's actually the Grunt upgrade, the Berserker Strength.
Yeah.
1 attack upgrade for the Grunts is coming online as well, and then 1 Wyvern. So maybe the Wyvern is just there to help creep.
It's a funky combination, I'm not sure.
Yeah, it feels like with just 1 Beastery, you're not going to get too much done. So perhaps the Wyvern will help creep, an expansion, and then Scars can set down an Expo, potentially get some casters online. But that feels like a long way off, and it might give Side the space he needs. But then again, the level 2 Wolves, they are so potent indeed, taking out even more peasants in line. Look at all the corpses, Big Murphy.
Oh, wait, the force here. Oh, TP forced immediately. Very nice dodge, though.
The mana basically goes into thin air. You know, the hero didn't take any damage.
Yeah.
Side still purchases a set of salves, but at least having 1 additional charge will help immensely for him to creep.
That's true. Do you think he'll try to counter-expand, or will he try to break?
I would be pretty surprised to see Scars not counter-expand. We've seen in the previous maps, even against Elf, and of course, last map he did ignore the counter-expansion because he went straight tier 3.
Yeah, sure.
But this game, Peon is already present.
Nice
so
call.
We're going to see the counter-expansion come from Scars, which is the logical choice, especially given the build he's so invested into tier 1 and tier 2 with the Berserker Strength, the attack upgrades, which is definitely quite unorthodox.
And the early losses kind of make it difficult to all in now.
Yeah, and especially without double Beastery, it feels like you're not going to get enough Raiders online or enough Wind Riders online in order to really pressure the human, which is a little bit unfortunate because Side's base defenses are actually looking rather lackluster this game.
Yeah, he's really chipping out, but he's going for Footman Harass. Defend foot is in the main.
This is a classic human expansion versus orc attempt maneuver right here. We see the footmen are just so difficult to take care of, but I love that Scars left behind 1 grunt to deal with it, and it might be just enough to mitigate the pressure here that Side is putting on Scars right now.
Oh. Well, but they're almost supply even, which is surprising. I didn't think at this stage it would be that close.
Yes, but to be fair, I mean, Scars doesn't have to invest into anything other than units, and he set down the expansion. All the units are relatively cheap as well. And Side is investing into a lot of upgrades. For example, we have tier 3 coming. Paladin second has just started as well. The blacksmith, more farms, more buildings, masonry. All of this is expensive even on 2 bases. So Scars has the time to catch up a little bit in supply there, but he's going to find himself in a bit of a sticky situation against Griffins if it goes that far.
And I think we do see the Griffins coming. I see the first aviary. I'm assuming 1 or 2 more will join. And then probably armor upgrades and mass griffs.
And we know that mass Griffins are really oppressive to deal with. When they have high-level upgrades, you know, we're talking 3 armor upgrades, maybe 1 or 2 attack upgrades, Holy Light, Staff of Sanctuary, Devotion Aura.
Super difficult to beat.
Especially for Orc. Orc doesn't have a lot of great answers to mass air. You would need either so many poisoned Wind Riders with upgrades, maybe even with Bloodlust or Spirit Link to support them so they don't just die, or they have enough damage to clear out the air, or so many bats before all the armor upgrades and the devotion kicks in for the Griffins. So it's a little bit difficult here. It feels like you're a little bit on a timer as Orc. But saying that, Scars will get his counter expansion up in due time. It's about 30 seconds from being done. But it is triple Aviary for side, so we're going to see a lot of Griffins, maybe even some Dragonhawk Riders as well.
Yeah, I'm wondering. He did see the Wind Rider, so he might immediately go for the counter.
There we are. Two Dragonhawk Riders are coming out right now. And Side has a perfect amount of supply to get 2 more Griffins and stay 50 food, if he feels comfortable to stay 50 food. But I'm not sure I would be right now. With this base building, the buildings are quite far out, but the towers are very far back and not so plentiful. So it's going to be a little bit tricky here for Side to defend a potential attack. Though Scars didn't elect to go for Shockwave. Now, I know that Shockwave won't do anything against air, but neither will Stomp, right? And at least Shockwave gives you an angle to attack the base from, kill peasants, and start to damage the human economy before this unstoppable army becomes online.
That is true, and you see Scars goes into the typical Orc problem, no lumber. He can't go tier 3. So Headhunters will not be an option.
No, we would love to see potentially Berserkers as well, but there's just no way that Scars will have the time, so now he needs to buy some time for himself to get online. And Side, you know, he needs time as well. Both players are kind of trying to get a little bit of time for themselves. Early Bat Rider as well for Scars, actually quite interesting.
Yeah, but only 1 bestiary still, right?
Oh, Scars didn't build any initial base defense, so we have no burrows for the peons to escape into and to buy time, no towers, and imagine Shockwave right now, Big Murphy. We would have seen so much damage on the peasants. A lot have already gone down.
They would all be dead. And I think Shockwave would have maybe ended the game just here and now.
Yeah, I do feel that the Stomp is maybe a little bit of an oversight here. Oh, the Shredder would be a huge pickup for Side, though. But it feels like if his whole expansion is ravaged, then the damage to the Orc main base doesn't really matter so much.
Possible, but hard to tell. I'm not yet sure. I mean, we see the first Griffins coming. I don't think against 2 Griffins with the heroes he can really defend expansion. Or how many Raiders did he have?
I will see in just a moment. Just the single Raider, actually, which is already pretty damaged, to be honest. And there's no more heal salves on the side of Scars either, so he won't be able to heal it back up. So it's under danger of just being immediately
so
killed.
I believe if he now TPs with the 1 Griff, the 2 Wind Riders, they're Hawks, I don't see...
But fast reactions here from Side.
Wow.
Even using the Stormbolt on the Bat Rider, which definitely isn't necessary. The Aerial Shackles ability from Dragonhawks lasts a very, very long time, so it would have done more than enough damage. I love the Footman as well. The 2-pronged harass right now from Side, trying to take care of the main base, but not really able to do much damage. The piercing from Dragonhawks is pretty laughable against Burrows.
Yeah, it does nothing.
But the undefended expo of Scars is easy to attack.
Yeah, but you were right. He gives up his expansion. I wouldn't have guessed, but he thinks it's the smart thing to do.
Yeah, it's going to be tricky for Side here. He does manage to get level 4, immediately scaling up that level 2 Bolt. We do have a potion as well, if needed, potentially.
When the Wind Rider goes down.
Another Aerial Shackle is being put onto the Wind Rider right now. It's a huge amount of experience, and now Devotion Aura is online, which is huge for the human.
Yeah, that super helps. And now I'm wondering, I guess Side is now banking if Mass Griffs will be enough to now break the expansion of Scars. I don't know. Could be.
The margins will be tight here. You know, Side, obviously, now he's no longer on dual base economy, and trying to support 2 aviaries producing Griffins is incredibly expensive. If he stays 50 foot for a while, he will be able to break maybe with an extra 4 Griffins, potentially.
Maybe.
But that's nearly, I don't know, 800 gold or so, roughly,
but I
before
mean,
trying
at this
to break.
point, he's 10 supply ahead, so it might be enough just now.
Well, Side has invested into a ton of upgrades. Stormhammers is very expensive. We have 3-1 upgrades incoming, so 3 armor and 1 attack for the Griffins, which is all very expensive. Necessary, but expensive, so it will be tricky for Side to get up to the mass that he requires. But Scars, he's also had difficulty getting up to above 50 food. And will he have enough anti-air to deal with these Griffins and Dragonhawks? I'm not so sure.
And there's still footies in the peon line. really painful.
Yeah, it seems that Scars is content to actually let the Expo die and just get more and more levels. We see the Farsi here will be pretty close to level 5 fairly soon if he manages to get a big item. Speed Scroll needed to be popped actually because there's too many items on the heroes, which is pretty funny. And yeah, the Expo, I'm not sure if you can even bother to save it as Scars right now. It is important if he tries, but it may be difficult to take a straight up fight. We'll see.
So, I mean, the thing that goes for him is the mana is pretty low on both MK and Pala. So there might be some room there.
Here we go,
but he does take the fight, yeah.
The fight is engaged right now. Windrider goes down immediately, and the backline is starting to disappear pretty quickly for Scars. We see that the Griffins do great damage even against the medium armor of the Troll Headhunters. And the TC Stomp, it doesn't feel so impactful right now. The Grunts just evaporate against Griffins.
Yeah, that's crazy. But we see the Raider really gets his job done. One Griffin dies, but still 3 in the air.
Dude, this Raider is an MVP though. This one Raider will be enough to pick off a few units. And we saw those Wolves with Roar going absolutely crazy. 40 damage
You
crits.
say that, but the Paladin level 3 comes now with the Holy Light 2. Oof. And that saves the Griffs.
Yeah, just to keep the Griffins going right now, but Side, he's definitely running out of steam. We have absolutely no more mana to work with. And that's the trouble. We need Holy Light at all times in order to keep the heroes alive, to keep the Griffins alive. Oh, the Raider does get another Ensnare actually.
And first hit bash.
Yeah, the bash as well. Wait, it's not actually taking care of the Raider that quickly.
It
felt like the Raider was taking ages to die, that Raider. It wasn't really going down so quick.
Oh, but TP being popped.
Scars, though. He's dropped to 30 supply right now. And Side managed to get his expansion back up in the background. Sick timing from Side there.
But there's only one worker, so far no real gain. And it's still 10 supply up for Side. So he might just heal up once he builds the shop.
Yes, unfortunately, I think Side here, obviously having to rebuild the Expo was so expensive.
Yeah.
He kind of had to neglect the shop. And now he has to wait, heal up, and that's the trouble with an Archmage, is that there's not a great deal of mana recovery for human.
Yeah, and he really needs it. He would have level 5 MK very soon. And the Bolt, boy oh boy, that would be a lifesaver.
Yeah, level 3 Bolt is obviously incredibly strong. Not quite at the peak that it used to be, but it is still nevertheless a really powerful ability. And there we are, level 3 Bolt is online. But at the same time, Scars does have the level 3 Wolves online, which are very troublesome to deal with, especially when harassing Peasants.
But I think at this point, he's doing the right decision. He's not going for the Peasant line. He's trying to cancel the healing, and I think that's really smart.
That's an interesting observation, actually, because I would have probably just sent the Wolves straight into the line as quickly as possible. Maybe just leave them invisible and then let the human walk away and then start attacking the workers. But then cancelling, I mean, you can see the Paladin is now still pretty damaged as well. And perhaps that Stomp will come into play in order to take out the Paladin from the fight. Maybe after the Staff of Sanctuary has been used on one of the Griffins, potentially. There's a little bit of an opportunity for Scars to get a hero
And he doesn't have any potions or anything, right? If he gets stomped and Chain Lightning, he's basically dead.
Yeah, especially because the TC is very, very close to level 5 here. Although saying that 5 Griffins and level 3 Bolt, the damage is immense on the TC, which has no survivability items. There we go, Invo being purchased immediately. The Stomp, I feel like, needs to come out on the Paladin, potentially. One Griffin being ensnared right now, being focus fired. The damage is really not that impressive on Scar's end. He is really struggling to even take out a single Griffin with 8 armor right now.
Yeah, and that with 3 Headhunters, mind you.
Yeah, the piercing damage and also the Chain Lightning as well. Not enough DPS to take out the Griffin quickly. We just see the Griffins are so good at picking off individual units. And I'd like the Side has now decided, right, I did my damage, I did a little bit of, I managed to pick off a few units, and now I can just go back and recover. But actually gets caught a little bit again, maybe staying too long for the experience.
Yeah, that was a bit too greedy, I think, yeah.
Side potentially being punished here for that, and now getting enveloped in another fight that he probably shouldn't have taken.
Well,
TC is level 5.
To be fair, he did get a Raider and a Rindwider, so meh. But for Griffin,
it was a decent trade, but the trouble is that the heroes for human are pretty low. Both are very low. There's no mana available on either hero. I feel like maybe a mana potion would be huge for Paladin, and there we go. Mana potion purchased for the Paladin. Maybe to potentially keep the MK alive. The MK's being focused. There we go. Holy Light. Holy Light coming up. The mana pot not even being used. But wait, the MK is still in danger.
Oh, but he gets a heal pot.
Nicely done by Side, but there's still no healing, no mana available for the Orc. So now they can't stun any heroes, and the counter focus goes back onto the TC. Yes, big heal potion coming in clutch, and those wolves are so oppressive. And Scars is doing a great job keeping them on the hero at all times, and that Paladin is just getting chipped to death.
Oh, but Scars really is. Ooh, there are 5 Griffins now, and Scars really has 0 lumber. 1,000 gold, 39 lumber.
I feel like I've been watching the production tab with peons coming up all the time, and there's still 0 lumber for Scars.
Yeah.
You can see that where the peons were chopping, they're actually really, really far away from the tree line, and we see Scars now adjusted, but only after the fight ended. So now he has no lumber to fall back on.
Yeah, this kind of looks a little bit depressing.
We see that the difference in gold mine is about 3,000 roughly.
Yeah.
For Side, as we would expect, of course, he needs the gold advantage.
Definitely, yeah.
To win with his style, but now if Side can just take a few more good trades, or stay away and just creep on 50 food, I feel like he should be able to build up that Griffin army finally. 20
His expansion is back up, by the way, right?
Yes.
I kind of missed that.
Yes, so Side has been running from 2 bases for quite a while now, investing into more upgrades. We've got the second attack, and the MK gets Wand of the Wind, which is an absolutely massive item against the Tauren Chieftain.
Oh, yeah.
It feels like Side will be able to open any engagement with Stormbolt onto potentially the Farseer, Cyclone the TC in the air, and the Farseer might literally just die in like 2 seconds.
Now I'm wondering, now they're both at each other's expansions again. I mean, this one's gonna fall.
Yeah, even the magic damage, which isn't very strong against Fortified, is enough with those Griffins and the heroes chopping away. And at the same time...
I think Side can TP now.
Yeah, I would say that...
Scars has nothing.
Oh, and also Scars has no TP, so he needs to respect this teleport and back off right away. But with the level 2 aura from the side of the Tauren Chieftain, it should be enough to keep his distance, which he did do really well in the early game, and I think he has managed to do that brilliantly so far. But Scars has to keep the pressure on pretty much all times. He's lost the expansion now, so this is pretty much do or die, and I feel like those Troll Headhunters are pretty much toast against the amount of Griffins we have right now, especially with the Stormhammer splash damage. And here we go, first Stormbolt coming onto the side of the Raider. The Raider goes down immediately.
Oh boy, that is so quick.
The focus fire on the second Raider as well, so now it's going to be really hard to control the Griffins that are in the air. There we go, Cyclone the TC.
Oh yeah.
And potentially Hero Focus coming out from Side. I would like to have seen him use it against the Farseer, but not needed. Huge stuff coming to the heroes.
And there's the GG. No chance.
Woo! Nice job from Side. I'm really happy to see him bring it back in this game. Such a tough early game for him in this particular match. It felt like Scars had a chance to close it out, but even though Side managed to go to Scars' main base and harass with the heroes and the Dragonhawks, it looked really weak. Crucially, the 2 footmen were able to keep constantly harassing the peons at the expansion for Scars, and it just kind of ruined Scars' ability to get his economy online. He had no lumber left, due to using repair and stuff. And then at the end of the day, he couldn't mass an army with enough anti-air to take care of the Griffins.
Yeah, that was crazy. It felt like he had at least 24 footmen, always streaming into the peon line. And in the end, I think it was probably something like 10 or so, but really efficient. And you really saw how this hurt Scars, and he couldn't put up the pressure because he just couldn't build in a unit.
Yeah, unfortunately. And also with one Raider as well, it feels like you have so little control. There was so little catch in order to maybe find the MK on the map and get a teleport out of him or something. And Side was able to just hold on, and eventually, even though despite losing the expansion, was able to get his army online in the end. The 50-foot Griffins with super upgrades, 2 attack, 3 armor, Devotion Aura, it's too much for the Orc to overcome.
And I think at this point you really have to question the TC. He didn't go for the Shockwave all-in, and at that point, I mean, the TC was 5, but he didn't really do anything. Like, sure, the aura is nice, but for a level 5 hero, Shadowhunter would have been way more efficient.
Yeah, I could imagine, though, the only trouble is the Shadowhunter may have got blown up instantly by that level 3 bolt, though it has to be said he could have gone down really fast. But I do feel like either the Hex or the Heal Wave would have been more useful overall, or just going with Shockwave on the TC and just playing a little bit more for economy harass and killing the peasants. Because at the end of the day, not enough economy damage was really done in order to keep Side down, and Scars suffered too much equal damage as well.
True that.
Not
but in the end, I do have to say, Side's decision to not defend his expansion, but to keep harassing, and his conviction that he could come back, he could build his own expansion back up again, it really worked out well. I did not think that was possible. That was nice.
When I was looking at the resources, it really felt like Side was struggling to get back online after losing the expansion, but he managed to go for that attack, build up enough gold, about 400, start rebuilding the town hall again, and of course, if you're able to power build it once again, it comes up really quick. And it's like 53 seconds or something, the expo is right back up. And speaking of right back, we're heading right back into the game, guys. Game 3 between Side and Scars right now. Let's get it on. Master, I'm a little bit surprised right now, to be quite honest.
All right.
I would have expected Farseer once again, especially
Yeah.
because it was known as a really good map for that particular hero, the Blade Master. I wonder if Scars is going to go this way.
Yeah, it's a different strategy than in the last games.
And I've just been joined here by my 5th co-caster, Fiery Fox.
Hello there. Yeah. I'm honored to be here. That's so nice. And especially in this game, where it's 1v1, one-on-one Scar's side, gonna determine whether they go into the big stage later on.
Yeah, all eyes will definitely be on the players here that have managed to get out of the open brackets to see how far they can progress and join the 8 players that already qualified. So Side, he's electing to go with the Golem pool, which is pretty greedy, but it goes unpunished because Scars decided to go with the Blade Master Mirror Image opener and Creep.
Yeah.
So in the end, this opener is working out brilliantly for Side, and he could get level 3 pretty easily this time.
It's interesting that he went for this because in his last game he went Farseer. You probably had a suspicion that Scars would do something else.
Perhaps that's it. You know, it's when you play against players in a tournament, it's so different to ladder. You know, on ladder you can play the same way every time, and unless you kept matching the same person, you don't really have to adapt. But in a series, players want to try and find any competitive edge they can, and obviously Scars here deciding to throw out something different. And Side, I think, maybe anticipating that, because a Farseer harass on this map against that Rock Golem opener would have been pretty deadly indeed, it has to be said.
High risk, high rewards.
Well, I didn't really know Side as a player that plays like that, but maybe he does. Speaking of high risk, high reward, the Greater Mana Potion is just huge for the Archmage. If we get a level 3 early online, that would be huge.
And Orc will face some trouble, yeah. I wonder who's going to enter the enemy base first. If it's first going to be the Blade Master or Archmage. Oh, never mind. Speaking of which, Archmage is already going for it.
Yeah, I love that Side actually left the big orange camp for the Militia. This will guarantee him level 3. He'll be able to spawn level 2 water elementals inside the Orc base, and he has so much mana available. But he sniffs out that Scars is doing a really greedy creep camp, and I'm not sure that this is the way for Scars to approach this particular map, because it's going to be really, really tough for him to heal up, to hit level 3, and to survive. So yeah. Side now is in a terrific position for sure.
Couldn't get the big... what's it called again? Is it a creep?
Yeah, the big creep, the Null Overseer.
Null, yeah, that was it.
Yeah, the Null Overseer that drops the item. Unfortunately, you know, Scars wasn't able to pick that up. If it was a Claws +8, that would be huge. Ooh, the Grud here. Nice job by Side, keeping tabs on the low units that good players always send to the fountains.
Yeah.
And being able to trigger the creep aggro onto it. Very nicely done by Side.
The Blade Master running laps here, going places.
Well, he's got pretty powerful legs, hasn't he? Have you seen how muscular the body of the Blade is?
Oh, yeah. No, I hadn't focused too much. You see a lot of their face, you know, but maybe...
If you zoom right in, you see he definitely doesn't skip leg day, bro.
Oh, damn.
That's for sure. There we go, level 2 mirror image being popped. I'm not sure how impactful it's going to be. It's pretty low already, the Blade that is, so the image spawns with the current HP as well. So it's putting on a tiny little bit of chip damage onto the Archmage. And Spikes only just came online as well, crucially, so the Footman here got a lot of damage done and cancelled that Voodoo Lounge pretty easily.
Yeah. But he's building a new one already. I wonder if Side is going to scout. Is he efficient? He sees it now.
Yeah, he kind of has to, Side has to run this direction anyway to the nearest fountain. I like that he also purchased the Boots of Speed. Scars also bought the Boots of Speed.
Oh,
so
yeah.
the Archmage definitely needed to get his own pair. Otherwise the Blade Master would just run you down. And Scars, he's reaching tier 2 with 21 food and almost no resources.
I wonder if the Boots of Speed on the Archmage is going on the horse or on the one he's sitting on the horse.
I think it goes on the horse.
Right.
And it's 2 boots, so maybe the front feet are enough to propel the horse forward, as it were. But yeah, Side, I want to see what second hero he's going to pick. And I'm going to call it's a Tavern hero, and it's going to be a Beastmaster. What do you think?
It could be to spawn a little more units, to have more forces. Also for the Blade Master, he doesn't want to focus the summoned units.
No, absolutely. Especially the bears, for example, from the Beastmaster would be super tanky. Beside, he's going standard. He's got the Mountain King coming out, Sanctum is coming, and Double Sanctum, actually. The second one just got thrown up as well. I was curious to see, is it going to be rifles? Because we've got the early Blacksmith. Beside, I think maybe doubling back on his approach. He wants to just get mass breakers with upgrades, I would think.
Seeing his start, I guess, makes sense.
Scars is really struggling with this economy right now. The defend footmen are so strong. When there's no melee damage to take care of them, you see the burrows, they're just near enough useless.
It's kind of sad to see. Oh, here comes the troll headhunter. Funny company.
Oh, nicely done, actually. Scars, I thought he was just going to maybe run the unit in and maybe lose track of it, but actually he managed to draw the creeps and Side can't heal up. Not going to be too impactful, but it was a nice, cute move. And the Blade, he has to come back home and just clean house. There's absolutely nothing to take care of those the footmen and the peasant line, the peon line right now.
He's finally level 3 now. I wonder what he will skill. A mirror image again? Oh, crit.
Crit level 2 it is, which I think, the Blade does have claws. Not as strong as they used to be, of course. It used to be claws +6 when I was playing. Now it's claws +4. Circlet as well, also decent. But the damage will mount up, especially with critical strike level 2. But the thing is, Scars, look at his supply. Like, I don't know what army he's going to try and make right now or how he's going to get through this game because he has so little economy. And he decides, okay, I'm just going to go tier 3.
Tier 3, yeah.
That's a pretty... I would call it desperate, but I think also at the same time, there's maybe no other option. Because Scars, he doesn't have the wood count to be able to build like Beastery Lodge or Beastery, double Beastery or Beastery Totem. So he thinks maybe tier 3 Lightning Orb and Tri-Hero might be enough.
Yeah, like focus all the power on the hero.
Yeah, exactly, because the Blade, with Lightning Orb as well, could be really strong. And Side is choosing not to creep up his Mountain King, so if Scars can live, then the MK levels, not being level 3, will be huge. Well, Pennant of Energy, though, is a sick item for the MK.
Yeah, he's got some good grabs this game.
And absolutely. All right, Scars coming back in. He does have Hex also, which is really, really strong against the Defend footmen, able to keep them controlled. You see that obviously Defend no longer works when they turn into a little chicken.
But you still need some piercing damage, but the last one just died. Oh, wait, never mind, there's no more.
And there's one Headhunter in the back that's being focused down. Scars hopefully can move that one to the side. The Shadow Hunter here feels a little bit useless right now. The Hex isn't doing too much, and the slow is really nice. Is a really nice touch from Side. He's able to keep the pressure on so much with those 2 early sorcerers, even getting the Adept training already and the Priest Adept. So we're going to have invisibility potentially as well. Tier 3 behind as well. It feels like Side isn't in a super commanding position right now.
Who let all these humans in my base?
Well, I mean, they're all mostly gone now, but they did their job. I mean, Scars is, hero dead, unable to creep. We don't have tier 3 online. Oh, nice to see a mirror image dodge though with the against the bolt there. That was pretty cool. But yeah, go ahead.
He's going for the full hero. Every item on the hero is full mix.
He's going full Dota right now, basically.
I know, right?
And we see actually with just a crit and 1 attack, the Archmage lost pretty much a third of his HP. So yeah, Dota might be the name of the game right now. It might be good for Scars to switch to a MOBA right now.
Grumpy already did, so.
Time for Orc players to switch to MOBAs, apparently.
But Grumpy still plays this as well, so.
True. A little bit of an interesting choice here, actually, from Side. He's getting attack upgrades for melee units and building a workshop, so I'm not really sure what sort of army Side is going for. Maybe Knights and Mortars? But it's a little bit difficult to support, Knight, Mortar, Double Sanctum, all in one base as human, especially after teching tier 3. It's a race that definitely struggles to come online if you tech to tier 3 and you have all these things that you want to get, because human is obviously a race that thrives when they're tier 3 and gets a lot of upgrades and different kinds of units online. Typically not seen against Orc players, of course, but it feels like he has the window against Scars to try to get some sort of army that can't be countered by what the Orc has.
Yeah, especially because he's building full for his hero.
Well, exactly. So, I mean, there's pretty much no support for the Blade Master whatsoever. We don't even have level 2 yet for the Shadow Hunter. There's no healing wave whatsoever. This level 3 Blade here really needs to carry and get some pickoffs with the Orbit Lightning.
And he's out of mana, so he can't really dodge anything with his mirror image. He's in trouble.
Oh, it's 80 mana for the mirror image, but nice job.
Oh,
it just came up in time. Just enough mana to dodge the bolt there. And the Hex prolonging that period of time, which the MK could have killed the Blade, but the Archmage with boots. Wait, he's gonna die. He went to the last fireball. No way.
Oh, that's a GG already. Oh, that was really quick.
Side bringing the series back and winning it 2-1 for the team. And there we have it, folks. Side fighting back in this series, coming back from an 0-1 deficit, taking the series 2-1.
Maybe it was just a warm-up game, the first one.
To be fair, I mean, I know myself, it's really hard to settle into a series. You know, there's, for me personally, a little bit of nerves. You don't necessarily always know how your opponent's going to play in the first map, and maybe you get a feel for it as you go on.
Yeah, it's true.
And it feels like in this particular map on Concealed Hill, Side, you know, he went for the greedy opener, but Scars went to creep.
Yeah.
So it feels like he really had the edge just from the get-go in terms of build orders.
It's almost like a guess. Like, you know, I'm like, I'm going to do this. If this fails, whatever. But if it's correct, he's going to win the game.
I feel like it's also quite common, even for pro players as well, if it's like a deciding game, that they just go all out and try to go for the greediest camp possible. And we'll see what our analysts think as well of that particular series. I had a great time. Take it away, guys.
Yeah, thank you very much, Hubert. That was a great series. The first one today that we on stream saw going to Game 3 also was only the second series that we saw today, so quite quick we saw the full distance game here. We are joined by, you know, Remo already, of course, but we are joined by our beautiful back to Warcraft godfather. It is Yannis.
Hello, guys. It's a pleasure finally casting something and not just running around and talking to people. Like, of course, talking to the people, but talking to you people, Twitch chat. It feels good.
Great. What did you think of the series? Because Scars started out strong. First map, he really, you know, took the advantage of, you know, playing the Farseer and really like keeping up the aggression against Side. And Side really, like, he didn't really play the Expo in the first game, so in the second and third game that was his main adjustment. And Scars just, you know, he didn't plan for an Expo in the second game and third game. Both played, I think, 1 base, right? Yeah. So I don't know. I heard a lot of like talk from all the people being like, you know, this is one of the most busted matchups in the game. Orcs are supposed to lose this very badly. And, you know, Scars had a really good showing there. But at the end, Side prevailed. What do you guys think? Why is that?
Well, I would love to talk about the balance of the humans, but Todd is around, so I'm a little bit scared to catch a roundhouse kick.
I have been told many times that, by the way, no humans qualified from the closed qualifiers.
Yeah.
So it is up to the other humans in the open, like Side, like Leon, and like Starbuck if you want to count him as well. And honestly, I thought Scars would have this. In fact, one of the viewers asked me right before I came over here when the game started, hey Remo, who should I bet on? Who's going to win? And I was like, it's going to be Scars. Definitely.
Dude.
And there's going to be at least one person now less satisfied with me.
You are deleting channel points again.
The night is young.
Yeah, for sure.
A good thing I'm not doing the channel points this time. It's no Remo Scamas this time around.
Very good, very good.
But to get to the game, fellas.
Okay, yeah.
I think it's pretty hard to predict in this matchup, right? Like, most humans seem to have a pretty set-in-stone playstyle. I think that also comes with the territory, comes with the race. Human, it's a pretty interesting race in that it's very diverse in what you can play. First heroes also nowadays, MK, Archmage, different things, but also casters, of course, Griffins, and humans also the race known for being the race that crumbles very easily. If you do everything perfectly, everything comes nicely together and you have a wonderful picture in the end. But if you make 1 or 2 mistakes, the house of cards collapses and you're left with just a bit of rubble that doesn't look like much. So most human players try to perfect a certain play style, and they either play rifle pushers, or they play casters, or they play expansions. But they play one of these things. But with Side, you don't know what he's going to do. He's going to play Griffins 1 base, he's going to expand at some point, he's going to play Archmage, he's going to play Rifle, he's going to play Mountain King, and that's hard to predict for, that's hard to prepare for. And I think Scars tried also to dabble a little bit in different styles. We saw the mirror image build, which I'm always a big fan of, really cool, but perhaps not that effective as he was hoping for. And yeah, I think just perhaps not having the right answer at every point that he needed to have against this playstyle of Side.
Yeah, it looked like he was a little bit, you know, overwhelmed by 3 different strategies, basically, or 3 maps. But I thought you would be particularly happy about this series, seeing Scars playing your favorite unit of the game in the first game, busting out some torrents.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
High % win rate so far. If we stop now, we might be in for a good torrent run. But yeah, that was also quite unique. Farseer into Pit Lord. Who the hell plays that? Shadowhunter, lastly, yeah, I was watching the game with Todd, and it was dragging out a bit, right, map 2? That was over a long time ago, to be honest. And I was looking at the armies. On one side, we have a level 2 MK, who dies all the time, doesn't have invulns, only has a couple of priests and rifles, aka no front line, On the other hand, we have the big boy pit lord with the 2 rings, the 3 torrents, and you know it's only going one direction, that fight. And Todd was asking me quite cheekily, how many units do you think are gonna die? How many units? 1, 2? And I think we landed on 0. And I think it was 0.
It was 0,
It was, so despite that map looking so clear, Side had the gumption to still bring it home.
And so Side prevailed in the first round of the winner bracket of all 4 of these groups. I think for this stream we are just following the Group A here, which is on the other side. Pato prevailed against Leams with 2-0, so it's going to be Side versus Pato, and then loser is going to be Leams versus Scars. To still, you know, be able to qualify through losers bracket, of course, to the final stage of the tournament tomorrow. In the other groups, though, we have some results in. So,
results?
Yes, sir.
Oh, let me see. What race is possibly favored in every single group so far?
It looks like some certain human player named Hipposaurus
Aha.
won 2-0 against Darkness.
There's the human win.
That's Group B. In Group C, a certain Leo, playing human as well,
Leon,
prevailed against Long Walk 2-0.
Isn't Leon also playing human?
He is playing human.
That
yeah.
is 2 human wins now.
Okay. Then Razor Moon won against Tetster. What do you think about that?
There's no human in that matchup, I don't care.
On the other side, there's 2 undead, so this group is completely human-free. Oh, no.
Wait.
Oh, no, it's not. It's Starbuck versus Phalo. And Starbuck, 2-0.
And he probably played human, right? Boom, that's the 3. Is
Could
that
be.
a 100% human win rate?
It looks like it so far.
Aha, is there a certain human overperformance maybe?
My. They're looking good so far, the
Yeah.
Alliance. I must admit a bit of ignorance here, believe it or not. Which race is Phalo? Is he Orc?
Orc.
He is Orc, okay.
Well, he's mostly maining survival chaos these days, and there we got a lot of races, so I'm not too sure. But if he plays solo, it's Orc.
Okay, yeah. Tough group certainly for him. But yeah, the humans doing good. As much as you like to dance on the graves of the humans,
yes.
So far, graves have not been
Yes.
dug up just yet. But we knew coming into this as well that we had a lot of strong humans in the open bracket, right?
Correct.
Unfortunately, in the closed, they didn't get too far. Starbuck being eliminated, Sock being eliminated. But we knew they were going to be some of the heavy hitters from the open.
Yeah, Leon was also very, very close to qualifying. Of course, he's one of the main favorites. Sock, you mentioned it. And yeah, it was pretty obvious. Like everybody who can read a bracket, these guys, especially Leon, right? He really wants to make it after coming so short last time.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
He's the favorite in the bracket. He has to do it. If he fails this time again, dude, oh boy, he's going to go straight back to Hamburg tonight. I'm going to tell you that.
Well,
So
there's a bar right around the corner. In fact, it's inside here, and that can be of some solace sometimes. I have
A hot coffee goes a long way.
That's right. Remo even got a cup of tea yesterday night.
from you, by the way.
Oh, no, that was today. Yesterday night, they cooked you up. Yeah.
But that was very, very nice of you.
I guess you needed a tea to like cure your voice after yelling at the pub quiz yesterday.
Yeah, last night, day 0, we did a pub quiz here at the bar. There was no microphone, so I had to yell as loud as I could, and I could feel my voice drifting away really quickly, and I noticed, I have to slow this down a bit. But it was worth it.
Do you want to annoy our sound guys a lot and start yelling now?
They could still punish me in so many ways.
Yes.
No, I'm not.
Oh man,
It's a long weekend ahead of you.
Maybe in the days to come.
You will certainly annoy people in the days to come.
Oh yeah, there's no doubt about that.
So who's the heavy favorite to make it through? You said Leon is your first seed, so to speak, for this for the second stage of the tournament, or?
Well, Leon and his group definitely gonna make it. Starbuck is the #1 favorite, I guess. Maybe the final of the the online qualifier was his only off day, really, in recent weeks and months against X-Lord. And come on, man, storytelling-wise, we need Starbuck versus X-Lord to happen here at Rara. Everybody wants that game.
Yeah, that was we were talking about this earlier today as well.
Yeah.
It's like that. I really want to see that because Starbuck was so heavily on point these last couple of months, except for the last qualifier. Yeah.
They don't like each other. X-Lord was in his head to a degree. So is there going to be a revenge, or will X-Lord show again that he's the better player than Starbuck? We have to have this match.
Okay. So in the group A that we are following, we have Pato versus Side now.
Yeah.
Pato coming all the way from Brazil. I have no idea how his performance is. Like, how does he fare against all the players from Europe and also the 3 Koreans in case he makes it through here. I imagine he plays a lot on the World 3 Champions ladder, right? How are his results there? I mean, ladder, it's with a grain of salt, but how good is he?
Well, his MMR is like 2400, which is one of the highest that we have in the Open Bracket.
Yeah, that's really good.
It's really good. And he is the current reigning and defending Dust League champion over in the Americas. So Pato is here to make an impact.
Dang, all right.
He's really been doing some great work over in the American scene, and this is why tournaments like these are also so exciting when the regions come together. On LAN, we got the Europeans, obviously, strongly represented. We got some Koreans, and now we also got some Americans. Hitman is yet to be seen. I heard 4 hours ago somebody was supposed to pick him up.
Yep.
Don't know. Maybe he's coming. We'll see. Tomorrow.
He's got time until tomorrow to arrive here.
But you were just asking, like, who are we thinking is going to have a good chance coming out of the group? I think Pato. Good shot here. If he can do well in this matchup against Human, in which side, hasn't mained for a long time, used to be an Anet player, obviously, and facing the Night Owls at the moment for Human, facing the Demon Hunter, facing the relentless aggression over and over, Moonwell's heal, staff back, immolation, rejuve. That's a hard matchup, dude. That is a matchup you have to be spot on. And I could see a Pato definitely making his way through and getting a first place finish. That would be quite the statement already for the Americas region.
Oh yeah, for sure. In Group B, we have Blast 9Z. Blasts?
I think just Blast is enough.
Blast, all right. He's up against Kevin at the moment, and the series has been going on for forever, so I don't know who's going to make it through there. But winner of those have to face Hippo.
Yeah, it's kind of the same story, right? It's definitely going to be Night Owl versus Human, as Kevin and Blast are both playing Night Owls. We call Kevin the German Moon. He is, of course, near and dear to my heart.
Also the Grubby Slayer, of course.
Of course. Yeah. And against Hippo, Hippo is a little hit or miss to me. Leading into this tournament was pretty amazing. And now he's dipping a little bit, so comes down to who performs best today.
All right.
Yeah, Hippo perhaps worth lingering on for just a second. Coming out of nowhere, I mean, I knew he was coming, but I didn't really expect him to go super far. 2-0 against Darkness, a good result already. And if he does here really well, if he can summon his best, he might even be able to get a first place finish.
Yeah.
The Humans.
He's a trooper, man.
Yeah. And this is so cool to see. Like, we really have so much talent nowadays in the European scene, thanks to War 3 champions, as the great Infi has also recognized. What a dark horse story that would be. Yeah. Hippo making a top 8.
That'd be great.
Not out of the question.
And imagine if, for once, the Swedes would turn up at RARALAND. Call out to the Swedes. You let me down twice. Shame on you.
You know who didn't let us down? The Brazilians. We got Pato versus Side right now. It's going to be happening right now. And we go to Shallow Graves for the first match.
All right. What do you think?
Yeah, Shallow Grave, a map that we don't see necessarily so much in this matchup, has lots of options, which is always good for variety. Good for expanding almost all the time, and also an early Merc camp, even things like a Beastmaster first could be a possibility here. And there, I must say, I haven't seen this many Pato games lately. Mainly, of course, we cast European and Asian tournaments. And there we see quite a bit of Beastmaster play and so on. But what does Pato play? What does Brazil play? That's going to be the question.
I called him out a little bit for being not too creative. And since then, man, he's just spinning the wheel. What hero am I going to play? So I don't dare to predict. Maybe a Pitlord is going to be involved. We'll see as I hear the game starting.
Yeah, and Todd will take it away. See you after the game.
Thank you very much, guys. Finally, it's time to cast for me. I'm so hyped. I am Todd, and I'm joined here by one of the attendants at RARA number 2. Some random guy with a mullet. Who are you?
Yeah, they just pulled me off the street there. What's going on, Todd? Hey, it's Bidu. Happy to be here. What's up, back to Warcraft? It's good to see you guys. We got a good match coming up here. Side versus Pato.
Is it Europe against NA?
It kind of is. I mean, Pato obviously Brazilian, but
is Brazilian North America?
they're always in the same thing. But
yeah.
like the caster said earlier, the guys in the back, they said Pato is the reigning defending Dust League champion, and that's a big deal. But now we get to see what that is on LAN. We also get to see what Pato is on LAN. Now, this is a guy that's playing most of the time at 230 ping all the time. Now he's on LAN. I'm excited for it.
So
inside, all around great guy, great beard as well.
Is he gonna be like Son Goku taking off the suit, like the heavy suit?
When you take the weights off, yeah, I'm excited for that. Yeah.
All right, I hear the game's ready. Let's jump right into it. And we're gonna be playing on Shallow Grave for map number 1. We've got Side, the Frenchman, playing Human in the blue, and his opponent Pato in the bottom right, with the Enchanter 4 creeping set up at the Expo. Demon Hunter, they were talking a little bit on the couch about if it might be like a Beastmaster. Definitely on Shallow Grave, you have more chance to have somewhat of pocket strategies. Maybe like potential mass tier 1 could be coming up if he thinks like expansion could be scary. But Pato, he loves incinerating peasants, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's going to go for that Demon Hunter too. I think it's the right play. I really do want to see if Side wants to go for like Rifle Caster or something like that, a tier 2 push. We'll see, because Side is really good with Human, but it is, you know, I always think of him as like an undead player, so it's always weird that he's playing Human. But yeah, Pato's not going to be messing around here. Fast level 2 for both players, probably.
Yeah.
Lightning Shield creep, how many times do you mess this up, Todd, if you're being honest with each other?
Never, actually. Not even once.
Humble brag. Almost level 2 here for the Demon Hunter.
Yeah, that Footman harass actually pretty nice because the Archer wasn't even shooting this whole side. He just couldn't wait to go back home to heal that backup. Footman threatening the steal on the creep. Oh, he almost got it, but the Demon secured that here. So nice harass by Sides, who's going to be setting up the Expo here momentarily, and Pato is going to start applying pressure onto those peasants very, very soon.
Yeah, a little
nice landscape.
Yeah, beautiful landscape scene there. Yeah, good, nice little cutesy play with the Footman. Wisp to come in, not going to get too much. Water Elemental actually micros away. Nice play here from Side. He's aware. He's looking. Not tapped out.
The perfect tome.
Yeah. Wisp Deados are really good, by the way. Can we talk about that? I mean, they are really good. I just got all my skeletons dispelled today, playing in the open bracket. Lots of fun there.
Did you win a single map?
Did I win a single map, Todd? I went 1-2 against a 1600 MMR. Shout out to Pishner, good guy, great guy. And I won a series. So I'm dialed in.
But you're out, right?
I'm 100% eliminated, yeah, that's correct. But
as long as you had fun.
Yeah, and they got the blue slushy machine rolling with the little bit of tequila there.
Keep talking about that. What the hell?
I'll be honest, it's the greatest invention ever. If you guys make it out to RARALAND, I'm telling you, you got to come. It's great. The beers are cold and the games are great. Let's get back into this game, though, Tom. We're getting off topic.
No, I want to hear more about the slushy machine.
It's delicious. It's right to my right, actually.
Oh, they already started? I thought they were going to start later.
It's nice and cold. Yeah, I told them at 10 o'clock to get it going, and it's good. Very icy, very juicy, very delicious. But yeah, Expo's going to try to come up. Demon Hunter's going to be threatening. He's got mana for Immolation too if he wants to stick around, but he's not going to dive into too much.
I'm a bit surprised. I think maybe he can tell the peasants will move up and then be away from the Demon Hunter, because like there's that nice little Sim City at the back where they can get away somewhat, but you're still supposed to kind of commit. I think maybe he's afraid he's going to lose all hit points, have to TP out. Of course, he'll heal up, but then if Side hits the Expo and gets the cancel, it's very bad for Pato. So he's trying to stay somewhat healthy. He staffed back home just now, and he might be setting up for the defense if he can realize that Side is headed to the Expo.
Yeah, I think as long as this Archmage is level 2, though, Pato can always just be nice and aggressive with this level 2 Demon. He's being aggressive, keeping Side, away, but this is all just Side buying time for that expansion, right? Which is just about to finish. It's done right now. And he took no damage. He took 0 damage. It's pretty good for Human, no?
Yeah, I mean, Pato set up his own Expo. Like, ideally, if you're the Human, you're super greedy. You want to get your own Expo, and you want to cancel the opponent and prevent them from taking theirs. That didn't happen here. Because Side already did the camp on the left side of his man, he can't do that with just units, so he's kind of being prevented from getting level 3 now. Maybe some Wisps can achieve that, but it's going to be for Pato to somehow learn how to play in that moment with no ping. Yeah. He's used off microing those Wisps with 250. See, he lost one here. That's because he's on low MS.
Yeah, it's kind of a weird... you think you would lose them on higher MS, but the good thing about Night Elf, Todd, is you can tech and expand at the same time. It's a feature of the race. It's very good, and that's what he's going to do. But yeah, he definitely wants to keep Side away and chip away. But how do you get level 3 Demon? Do you creep a camp? Do you harass? What's the play?
I mean, the Human's going to be harassing, so that's the opportunity for the Night Elf to kill some of those units here. If he's on points, we see Footman trying to get the cancel of the Hunter Sword, which was actually a little bit delayed here.
He's building 2. He's just given up on it. I don't know where the other one is, but he's just given up. It's going to be a cancel, which I think it's going to be a cancel either way. Can he get it? Is it an overcommitment on building that second one? Oh my God! Oh, get him!
Yeah, it looks like he's going to survive. Then what does he have the second one for then? Maybe he's anticipating the Archmage will go there and get the cancel. Demon gets a Footman. Okay, detonates. Okay, so he cancels, but he had the backup one the whole time. So now that's halfway through done. Amazing decision making here by Pato. I'm sure Fork, who's here, by the way, is absolutely losing his mind in that room over there.
Yeah, he's screaming right now. We can hear him. But that was a beauty play. Really heads-up play, too, because we're thinking overcommitment, not so much. Panda second. Interesting.
Wait, is there 2 Lumber Mill on the way? Am I saying this right? In production?
One probably to block. No, I don't. Oh, no. What's going on in that main base? Panda's here, though. There's only an Arcane. Panda can probably get some breaths
The
off.
wall is that he needs to force the farm without peasants. He realized a little late. Demon getting in will be a disaster, and it will get in. Hold the door. No! He rewalls with the farm.
Oh my god, he keeps rewalling!
And so much mana was drained already. He needs to drain on the Demon. Side holds the door.
Side, you are nuts. Surround that Panda, too. That would be, oh my god, what a play. That was a sick play. Like you said, if that Demon got in, that was bad news, Bears. What a scene.
That would have been a proper barbecue instantly here. So keeping him out, very important. Side about to finish his keep tech. Is it going to be a Naga? Is it going to be a Blood Mage? Usually the main two heroes you might want to go for. I think against Demon Panda, Blood Mage can be really good. And here we can see again the door being held. It honestly looked like that farm was about to die any second, but he somehow held it with all the peasants.
Oh my god,
Dude,
look at this.
Oh my god, that's like a mini pixel and then
oh,
the
give it to
rewall.
me again. Oh my god, it's so dirty. It's dirty every time.
And Archmage got 3 in the midst of all this. You ask how? Well, that's how he almost baited it out of him.
Yep, really
The
clean.
master bait.
This was so clean. That's so true. Now, here the thing is, though, Side, yeah, great defense, but don't lose that Archmage because right now the Panda's level 1 and you pushed him back. Archers are low. Good position right now. You don't want to lose that Archmage, though. Really low. He's got to go back. Nice play from Pato to swing that Archmage.
Side's going Panda, Mountain King. It's a little bit weird because there's already a Demon Hunter, he's already 3, so of course he has Immolation, but retraining is very easy. It's cheaper than it used to be nowadays, 200 gold instead of 300, so I'm not a big fan of that personally, but I've seen it work at times. And for Side now to win is really about creeping that second hero when it's out and getting to 70 to 80 supply and then doing a very strong push.
He's being so aggressive with these footies. He's trying to steal the XP for the Panda. I think he does get it. Definitely got it. Beautiful play from Side. I mean, this is like cheeky plays that are super greedy on paper. I mean, he's running around with 6 footies, but really nicely done. Yeah, I think the Mountain King's he's out right now. He's gonna be going to Rifle Caster, it seems. But yeah, you need to start creeping. Both players. I mean, 1.3 Panda at this stage, he was really banking on getting in there on that first push. So both these players now have to reset as we get into the mid game.
I don't think I saw a workshop, so Side might just be relying on pure rifle, caster, and breakers to then go into the timings. And it's really about like who's the human player and when they feel the timing is right. Some human players will never attack before they have 80, but then we've seen Starbuck at times attack with like as little as 60 if he feels like the timing is right. Demon doing some work across the map. He does have a staff to get out of there. Even if he gets surrounded, he'll be fine. And he's kind of slowing down the creeping of Side here right now just by being there.
Yeah, this is really annoying, but Side's still getting the max value of that heal. I thought maybe the Demon would just right-click a few of those units, but yeah, he's not going to commit too much. This is a big camp that Side's going to take the shop for now. Panda's taking the mid, though. I think it's good for Pato.
Well, it's kind of a tough camp, so it's not going to creep it that fast, and it's going to take a bunch of damage, so he needs to get the bears out very soon here to kind of heal perfectly. And True Shot was found. Oh my god, the absolute best item probably here in this scenario, because so much of your army is going to be ranged and all of it is going to benefit additional damages.
I got a question for you, Todd. You're a very smart guy when it comes to balance, first of all, and just army compositions in general. Does he have too many footies? 67 supply, but he's got a lot of footies. Is that too many?
The thing is, like if he waits for Night Elf to get a big army with a lot of bears, then yes. But if he fights sometime soon, like right now, they're still very decent because there's only piercing units, quite literally. So he's going to hit a timing right now while they're still useful, and this timing looks extremely scary. 67 supply to 51.
Yeah.
And double scroll plus True Shot. Good luck, Pato. You're gonna need it. He's gonna need some amazing detonates and an insane defense here to keep NA on the map.
Yeah, Forks is gonna have to scream very, very loud for him to save this tree. Never mind defend this fight. Nice pull here. Bolt, I mean a surround, quick surround will do it. Nice little staff play. Oh.
He might stack the Expo, I don't know, like, because Panda is out of position. And Panda is not 3, he's 2.9, so he has to creep his... Panda is low! Oh my god,
way.
Careful.
This is a nightmare for Pato. I mean, he sacked the tree like he had a choice, but now you're stuck 50 supply against a 70 supply, pretty much max Side, who's ready to drink your milkshake. He's coming across.
The bears were so delayed. I wonder if maybe he should have skipped Dryas entirely and gone immediately into bears. Like, that might have been a mistake. But strong timing by Side here, realizing that he could just get a lot of army and go for it. And I mean, at this point, he might as well not even stop, just go.
To think that Side had these footies the whole time and they were just, you know, controlling the whole map. He was aggressive from the start to finish. And now he's going to close this out. I wonder if he's going to pull any more boys. No, he's sending the peasants back. But I think his army's plenty right now.
Pato is an insane hold. He's super dryad heavy, which again are terrible against footmen. So he tries to go for the backline here. And the casters, but the rifles are going to reposition on top of the dryads, and they're taking them out very, very quickly.
Pato's, he's investing so much in killing the casters, but what are you going to do with the footies and the rifles? The rifles are just pinging you, and rifles against dryads, they smelt them.
Yeah, Sides still has one more ball to work with here in a second. There's never been any mana burn in this game, and he gets map number 1 here. After Pato is unable to defend the expansion and then the main.
It's not a good start for NA.
For the Dust champ.
The defending Dust champ, yeah, not a great start.
Dust League in shambles.
The Dust League's in shambles. Yeah, I thought Side played super good. I mean, risky plays with the footies, super aggressive. He kind of had map control the whole time. I mean, great game. What are you supposed to say?
And
how do you beat that?
Yeah,
how do you top that analysis?
You need to play better.
Yeah.
Actually, the analysis was so good that unfortunately you have to go, and we're going to get another caster. But thank you for joining for the one map.
I loved it.
The other VIPs aren't here, so either you keep going or I jump in.
You want me to keep going? I'll keep going.
He didn't say that. He asked you, do you want to keep going?
Yeah, I'll keep going. Yeah,
okay, look into the camera. And tell them that you want to keep going.
I'm gonna keep going. Keep going.
All right, you'll keep going. That's what you do best.
You're stuck with me now, big boy.
Aye. I mean, unless I want you to be gone, then it could happen.
we've had some interesting. You know, I really, if Carson's not going to be here, you know, shout out to Carson. I am rocking the Banks Brothers tee. Always rocking the merch for my boy. But I think if I was going to cast with one person, it would. I can't think of anyone better than you, Todd. Yeah, I think we have great chemistry.
What about Neo?
Yeah, Neo's great too. Yeah.
So anyone really?
I think we just match heights really well here.
Yeah.
That must be a nightmare on camera.
Actually, I think you realized the only way you wanted, like you could get that mouse pad that you wanted the first Rara, which you never got because Carlson failed you, was if you showed up yourself. So
why do you keep bringing up this mouse pad? I can't sleep at night thinking about this mouse pad. Signed by every player.
You're going to get it here, right?
I think so. I think
you didn't get it yet?
I had to buy one.
Okay, but if you...
Why do you keep bringing up my L's? You're dropping all my L's.
If you wait until the last day, then it's not happening because you're going to forget and stuff. So.
That's true.
All right, let's go into map number 2 here. Enough jibber jabber.
What is map number 2?
We're about to find out. Let's go.
Ooh.
Northern Island.
I love this map. This is my favorite map. Do you like this map?
Why is it your favorite map?
I just love it. I don't know what it is. I think it's a great map.
But do you even play this game?
Yeah, yeah, sometimes. I don't know what it is. I think Northern Isles, for me, it's just my favorite map. I think all the matchups are fun to watch. I think there's a lot of variety. There's expansion. There's one base. You can kind of do everything. I think it's the most well-rounded map. And that's coming from my 1350 MMR, who cares, knowledge.
Okay. Is this how you talk on your stream, or are you like more filtered here?
Oh, this is yeah. I don't know. I'm having a good time. Those tequila slushies got me in my vibes right now.
Oh my God, I haven't heard anyone talk about the slushies as much. I think if you didn't bring up the slushies every 5 minutes, nobody else would be talking.
Well, I'll tell you what. If you do a good job, Todd, I might treat you to a nice blueberry slushie. What do you think about that?
I told you I don't drink. If you bring me a virgin one,
I'll give you just a normal one. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Deal. Thank you. All right, sides. Fast expansion. Definitely going to be in the plants here. The altar is on the left side of his main, so that's the way he's going to be creeping. Is it the green first? Is it the straight expo on this map? For the longest time against Elf, straight expo has been the way, but the weaknesses is like it's harder to get a hero level 3 when you do that, and also you're kind of more exposed against mass tier 1 all-in because of that.
So taking the green first at the top, it's greedy, it slows down, like your tech is, or your expansion is going to be attacked.
Yeah, basically, like if he does that now, then Pato could grab the item here and then run over to the expo and be there on time to really disturb the creeping of the expo. So usually that's why you go for the straight expo, because Elf is busy right now doing this, but Pato is actually not even running across right now. He's just kind of scouting with the Wisp, and he sees that it's a straight expo creep, which doesn't always necessarily mean it's going to be taken immediately, but I do think that it's styled side to expo.
Right on. So we're going to see the actual timing here. Demon Hunter is coming across, and this is a straight expo timing. So we'll see how the demon goes. This could be the camp could be completely
no,
gone.
the ring. The ring, Bidu, the ring! +5.
You just had to be casting this one, Your luck. Actually, they're getting rid of the one, aren't they? The +3's gone off the table.
They need to get rid of all of them. I've been saying it for years.
One day. You just keep making those Reddit posts. They will read them.
Well, I don't make any. What are you talking about?
You should. I think your knowledge is top notch.
Look where it got account create. It got banned.
Shots fired. Speaking of shots fired, going for an early arcane, and now here comes the expansion. Demon Hunter walking around. Pato, I think Pato definitely needs to change things up on this map. I think he gave Side way too much space, and Side was actually just being more aggressive than him. And I think when you have a Demon Hunter that right clicks, you gotta right click.
Dude, that's robbery. He's stealing his green camp. That's unacceptable. That's unethical. Even though it's going to be like the smallest item possible. What a thief.
What do you get? Wand of Illusion?
No, from this camp, yes, but like I meant the one that he's stealing, Pato. He got the ring.
Oh,
particular
right.
ring of superiority. The item that's, fun fact, Remo was born with.
The Ring of Superiority?
Yeah.
That guy is, I'll be honest, he is jacked out of his mind right now. I don't know. Something in those koala snacks, man. He's
bulking on
he is
those
bulking,
koalas,
yeah,
man.
he's bulking on koala. For sure.
All right, a lot of mana will be lost very quickly here since the Arcane Tower was already up. He's blocked by a critter. What is this?
Oh my god. That's why Hitman kills every single one. I don't know if you guys are, shout out to Hitman. Hopefully he's still not at the train station. But yeah, you got to kill those.
But did he never message you again?
Yeah, he did. He said he's coming soon.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Dude, actually, wasn't Hitman supposed to arrive in the afternoon?
I think so, yeah.
Dude, I think like this might actually have saved him, right? Because I think he doesn't manage jet lag very well. But imagine he was stuck in transit the entire day. Like, yes, this is hell. But if he stayed up the whole time, he's actually going to be well rested for tomorrow.
I hope so.
And he might play better than last RARALAND, where I think it was not his best performance, right?
Well, you know what the difference is now? There's no BDU wow factor. Now I'm here. I'm going to keep him in check, and we're going to win some championships this weekend. and that's it. But
the coach is here.
The coach is here, so
more like the water boy. You know what I'm saying?
I am. Well, listen, Bobby Boucher. The Demon Hunter is way more aggressive this game, and I do like that. Side coming across the map in the middle. Is he gonna try to dive? Across the map, do you just go aggressive, maybe cancel some lures?
Yeah, ideally, that's the dream. You want to get on top of the lures when they start. Oh my god, he's stealing another camp with just the demon. And creeping at home with just the archers. And I think he's going to have to head back in a second. We see Staff of Teleportation on cooldown for 20 more seconds here.
Oh no.
For Pato. And this looks really bad right now because Side is right on top of those archers. He has Dust as well. And Archmage is 2.5. So with a couple kills, he will get level 3 here.
You know what it seems? It seems like every time Pato makes a big move, Side comes up with the next level IQ play. Like, I know your Demon Hunters across the map. I don't know the cooldown, but I'm going to take my chance and go across. And you're not even building lures, never mind canceling them. But this is just great delay from Side right now.
I think once the Demon got level 3, the dream would have been to go for Peasants immediately. But now by doing this attack, Side forced the Demon to come back. And even though he might not kill a lot here, he's keeping him busy. Ooh, the Detonate here would be huge for 2 more Water Elementals. 1 more Archer dies in. Side is in complete control of this game. Behind this, he already started the shop, which is about to finish, so he's going to be able to heal very easily as well. Even blocking 1 more of the Archers.
Oh.
The critter.
Beautiful block. Hey, there's a second critter across the map. Both of them are just doing more work than I've ever seen before.
Oh, careful. You should just run with the Archmage. Like, don't even try to surround. Like, that's how you lose an Archmage and the game here, potentially. But yeah, double lore on the way. Side, it's kind of greedy for him to stay here. A lot of players, they would just go home and heal, but if he can get even 1 single cancel on 1 of the lures here, this will be super worth it.
Yeah, and Pato's building them on the other side of the world right now. Yeah, finds them at the top. He could do damage. 2 footies running away though. Naga to reinforce. Archmage is still so low. The cloak.
Oh my god. Okay, yeah, he's not gonna gamble with it. Those TP out. So not a single cancel on those lures, but I mean he lowered the archer counts, and he's gonna be getting everything he needs in a second. And we saw how strong that army was from Side. Like, he knew exactly what you need to get. Usually like 2 priests, 2 sorceress, maybe a couple breakers, a bunch of rifles. I think he's gonna want to be looking to do the exact same here.
Yeah, Pato needs the macro. I mean, his tech's not bad. Tier 3 coming up for Pato. At the timing that the keep is finishing, so it's pretty equal. And obviously we're gonna see that Rafikaza.
That's Northern Isle, right?
That looks like a nice little Northern Isles.
Where's the green camp?
That's the AI art for Northern Isles. That looks like up North Canada, to be honest. Getting a nice Yukon Territories vibe there. Shout out to Yukon. But yeah, I think, what were we talking about? I think we were talking about how Side is just going to have that 70 death ball very soon. I mean, the expansion is finally getting harassed.
This is good aggression.
This is good.
Pato found like the one timing. Somehow the little space above the town hall wasn't sealed off. Half out in a second as he runs away with the Naga and the Archer. So Pato finding one ways here that he could somehow slow down Side a whole bunch. any peasant kills here is going to be nice because look at Side's number. Losing peasant is actually really bad because it's going to hinder his lumber economy massively.
Oh, I didn't even notice the wood. He's going double sanctum, no wood. Yeah, like Shredder. I mean, what do you can't bounce back from this. It's going to take time.
Yeah, he hasn't cracked the lab yet either, so you'd have to go there, bite, run it home. And I mean, he already started the sanctum, so that's most of his lumber that he needed immediately. But yeah, Mountain King's now out. And we saw last time what happened, what Side prioritized. Going to the shop, grabbing double scroll, getting ready for the big push eventually. And Pato looking to be aggressive. I think he must have thought that maybe we were going to go creep. From Pato, Demon Hunter does have a town portal. And he's going to have to use it in a sec. Might try to force one more bolt. Bolt midair, he TPs. No. Oh, wow, he gets out without using the TP. That's actually really sick.
That's really disgusting, actually, yeah. There's no reason why that... Yeah, that's just a typical play for us.
For NA gods.
You know, sacrificing an archer, though, to save that, totally worth. Totally worth.
So, wait, last Dust League, who did Hitman lose to?
Hitman actually lost to Pato in the groups. Hitman didn't even come top 8. I mean, he's so washed.
What score?
2-1. But Hitman was playing Elf. It was Elf main, to be fair.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Pato's never beaten Hitman, technically. Very technically.
Yeah.
But, yeah. Still great. I mean, Pato's Elfmere is really good.
Yeah.
That's why there's so many elves in his group right now.
Dude, what is this demon do? What? He made him TP? Oh my god.
Wait, why did he TP?
I think, like, because you would have been fighting the creeps plus the army, so even though it was like a couple tries, you knew that also the Naga was behind. And this time the Naga was carrying the staff. So even though Demon had a little bit of hit points, it's an illusion. He's going to double staff and then come back with full HP, full mana. So I actually like it. No overextension by Side. This is the worst time to fight because he has 50 supply against close to 50, and he has 1,300 golds. So if you just wait until you have like 60 to 70, you're going to do a lot better. And ideally even on your side of the map with Militia.
I don't know if, like, Side can wait, though. Oh, he's got the priest in the back. This is the perfect time for Pato to fight. This is probably his only time to fight in this game.
Yeah. Immolation doing work here. Militia coming in. He's going to put the demon on top of where that Militia arrives. Needs to be careful, because that demon, if it's targeted by enough units like now, it could die very quickly. Naga putting in work. Actually, now that he's level 2, we can even use Fort Lightning. Staff must be ready. No, it's not, actually. He already staffed something. So Staff is down a while.
Oh, losing that bear sucks. That's level 2 Mountain King. Okay. Side's holding. Side's holding and pushing this back.
Yeah, maybe an overextension to go this deep by Pato, but maybe he feels like he has to make something happen because of how behind he is in the game. And sometimes, like, you'll see this type of game and it feels like Elf is losing because he has no expo, but as long as he keeps the human army count low, and then eventually he gets like Demon 5, Naga 3, Naga 4, he's always going to have a chance.
The value's so good, and by the time when Pato goes back, that's an orb coming back the other way, so it's going to be an even stronger Demon Hunter, and Demon Hunter's really close to level 5. I think, yeah, not a bad fight from Pato there. And Side obviously is just going to keep kiting, keep going back and forth as he rallies these units, but he's not trading well, Todd. I mean, Rifle going down, a Sword going down as well. You're not trading great. Is this a breaker?
If he can keep on killing units and he staffs his own and saves a lot, then he's going to be okay. But yeah, I think Pato forgot. Maybe he didn't have the economy, but he should be getting a Moonwell right now to go over 50 here in a bit. It might be a good time to just pull back, be like, okay, I did damage, my hero levels are amazing. Maybe I go do the orange on the left side, then the reds, and I get Demon Hunter level 5 and even retrain to bolts, mana burn. And then if he somehow gets to 60, 70 supply himself, even if human has 80, it's not that big a supply difference. Like the hero levels could kind of make up for the disadvantage in supply.
Well, I think that's the wow factor. It's going to be that Demon Hunter, especially if he can keep leveling up. That's level 5. It should be. There it is. Bam.
Wow, that's...
I mean, you're in a...
MK 2.4, Demon 5. Like, that's a bit of a dream.
Get out of my house, you know what I mean? Don't even need Mana Burn. Level 3 Immolation. Just in your face. Dryads again. Side can't get anything going. He's trying to creep. He's trying to get that Mountain King to level 3. He's very close. But unfortunately, his level 3 is going to have to come in a great fight. Pretty good start, though. But these bears, once these bears got on top, Todd, there's no stopping them. It's like Remo. Once he gets those paws on you, you know what I mean?
What?
Game over.
Oh my god. Yeah, I mean, there is a lot of breakers now. There is a good supply difference here in Side's favor, and everything's getting slow. This might have been an overextension here for Pato to go and look for these fights. As long as Side's micro well, he might be okay here, even though the demon's still full HP.
Yeah, trading evenly, but the economy is still always going to be on Side's favor, and we're seeing that right now. Even though Side's like getting chased back, this is just like a tactical defense. tactical retreat, because he's going to be kiting these bears eventually, especially when the slow starts kicking in. Dryads are starting to wheel down. There's only 2.
He's calling the Popo. Militia coming in. Fort Lightning immediately hits them. They immediately go back to Pleasant Form to mine. I guess they're like, well, we did our job. We tanked 1 spell for y'all.
Oh, the Demon Hunter's just right-clicking too. Good amount of HP. Like, he's going to be in this fight for a bit, but Side just got too much stuff. There's a big staff. That bear being out of the picture, yeah, he needs to get the hell out of here, and he's going to.
So this Demon Hunter is cracked, man.
He is.
Level 5.4 now.
That's without orb.
Yeah.
That's gross.
It's kind of nuts, actually. Yeah. I really think Pato should creep now, honestly. Like 50 against 56, this is the dream, because Side has an expo, but he's mining 7+7, so he's mining 14 against Pato's 10. So it's not that big a difference. Pato can just wait until he takes his own expo, and again, all he has to do from there is make it to his own 60 and then eventually 70 supply, and then the hero levels will make up for the supply difference. But it looks like he's moving across. He wants blood, man. He just wants to fight. Let me bang, bro.
I mean, it's a tough bang, but he's just buying time for that expansion. The tree's up somewhere, bottom of the map, I think, that big blue cluster, but he's got to walk it over. He's got
a critter blocking.
Yeah, that critter's been a nightmare all game. What is that, a sheep? A pig?
Yeah, pig.
That's
a freaking pig, man.
Sometimes boars are pretty big. Pato, right? Like
any other Discovery Channel facts?
You know when you get those internal thoughts and you're just like, you know what? I should talk about boars. But level 3 Mountain King.
Oh my God! The tunnel! It's gonna die.
No way.
It's gonna die, and he gets it.
Dude, Pato, just get out. I think you've just done it. Just get out.
He has 1 single staff to save units. Staff of Preservation, that is. He does have Staff of Teleportation, so if the demon gets bolted, he should use Staff of Teleportation. Okay, there it is. Staff of Preservation used.
Oh, such a huge play from Pato. He's going to be able to get out with...
Oh, he got bashed! Oh, no. He has an invuln. Okay, he uses it early. And Side actually is merciful. He could have chased and then bolted the demon after the invuln ended, because it's not the long invuln here. It was the one from the shop. He's about to have another bolt. Oh, my God.
That's so close. But Pato, you need to get out of here by some time. Get that Mountain King. Can you? Is there a chance? Fork Lightning. He's right-clicking. Demon Hunter, no way. Oh, he gets the Mountain King. Pato get away with murder right now. Archmage too. No,
he has a TP. He has a TP, so he can get out there, and he's gonna force the Town Portal out. Demon 5.5 now. He has a heal scroll as well. Last bear will survive here before being targeted, and the Naga is now 4 as well. And Pato can just set up his own expo. Side kind of stuck on 59 supply, and now out of 60, he doesn't even have additional farms. He has to remake the tunnel.
Oh my God, what's going on the bottom of this map
here? The tree
here?
almost died. The board didn't block the tree enough.
This is a great, I mean, this is great from Pato. He's buying a lot of time. The expansion's going to be back up from Side, but all that economy not being mined has allowed Pato to get that expansion back up for himself, and now we have almost like an even game. I mean, still Side's got heavy supply, but I think Pato's clawed enough time to start getting some units of his own, maybe breaking 60 of his own with this Demon Hunter that's about to be level 6. Viva Brazil? You know what I mean?
Dude, Side has 0 lumber, though. He must have like 2 or 3 peasants max on lumber in the main. And because he had so many at the expo, they couldn't mine for a long time. This is quite bad.
Yeah, this might be it for Side for a long time. He's not even building peasants.
He's really stuck on 60, which against 50 means very little here. Only a 10 supply lead. And Pato again moving up. He doesn't want to creep.
He's a madman. He doesn't even have an orb, Todd. Like, he's just right-clicking. He's just relying in the power of the demon. Do you know there's a guy in the bracket who is named Heman Dunter? I don't know who you are, but I'd love to meet you. That's a great handle.
Nice stuff. Demon gets on top of the caster. It's actually very caster-heavy here, I guess, which makes sense against bears. The problem is that when you have a big bad demon with Immolation level 3 in your backline, burning everything to death.
He's got a heal. He's got double heal scroll. I hate to see that bear die. Staff's on cooldown still, but the right clicks are unreal. The units are falling. And
Demon's almost 6.
And like
5.7.
And like we said, Todd, this is it for Side for a while until he gets more wood. Like, he's starting to pump 2 breakers right now, but he's got to wait again. It's a waiting game. Archmage. Breaker. Oh,
my
yeah.
God, he couldn't see. I was like, did he have dust? No, he was kind of figuring out where the Archmage was and burning him. Mountain King is being produced, but a long way from being remade. I think that's because he was supply blocked, right? He had to remake the tunnel to then get enough free supply. So 42 seconds away from the Mountain King coming back in the game. Archmage hiding for dear life.
Yeah. The wood being a problem, the expo being killed being a problem. Archmage is in the back, and he's stuck.
Oh my God. Oh. Wait, he had a TP. So he's got a TP all the way at the back, but the Naga is fishing for the shot, the money shot. He gets the invis, and he escapes.
He's trying to run away from this army, but the main is wide open for the demons to step inside and kill more and more units. 5.9 on the demon. He's about to get 6.
He's just so close. I can't believe Sai's getting away with murder with the invis micro, but wow, that Naga was just zoned in for him. This is a tough spot. Mountain King comes out. At the wrong time. Level 6. GG instantly. Pato's in this series.
And the Dust League champ lives on to fight for another map in this qualifying match. Great performance by Pato, really great game. I was wrong. I really thought like he needs to go creep like 1 or 2 camps and like build up to 60 supplies. Like no, 50 supplies is all I need. I'm just gonna fight and I'm gonna show you guys what I can do on the low ping.
We said to play aggressive and I think like he was totally aggressive, just kept going to his expansion. Heal up, kept going to his expansion. Like you said, I think that was a great play, relying on that Demon Hunter, trading very well. He had no economy. He was on 2 base to 1 base against, right? For the majority of the game, Side was up a lot of food, but Side couldn't get those trades. Like, it's hard when you're trying to kite to buy time, as Side was, and you're losing a Rifleman, a Sork, it's hard to bounce back. Like, your economy doesn't mean much when you're losing so much all the time. So
this is the worst time to fight. Like I said, 50, 60, because like you usually have way more gold to make more units. You have double income from the expo. And Pato exploited that beautifully. Can he do it again, though? He's going to need to.
Yeah, it's a big third map. I mean, if Pato goes through, then he's won twice, right? Like, it's huge. Like, he's going through. Like, this is a big deal. This is a big game 3 for both these guys.
But to be fair, he flew here from Brazil. Like, you should want to go to the main tournament at least.
We should probably put him through automatically, you know what I mean? Can we just bump to stage 3? The guy's been through a lot, all right?
Yeah. That must have been the longest travel, almost.
Yeah, I don't really know how long it is, but I imagine it's pretty far, right?
Yeah. Hitman also has a long travel.
Yeah, because he's West Coast, West Coast.
The hardest is when you go east, right? I think.
East to west or west to east?
Yeah, like when you go west to east, I feel like the jet lag hits the most.
That's what I heard. I heard Europe to NA hits
you've never flown before?
Well, I didn't go from... I'm going to find out when I go home. I've never been to Europe.
No, it wasn't so bad when you got here?
No, I feel good.
Okay.
Blue slushies.
Well, it's time for you to go, though.
All right.
Another caster. I'm glad you feel good, though. Thank you. Thank you for joining.
Yep. Shout out to Back to Warcraft. What's going on, guys? I had a great time.
It's slushy time.
It's slushy time.
Thank you. Wow. Getting a standing ovation, this guy. We're never going to hear the end of it. All right, we're going to get a new caster. Oh my God, a fellow Inktop individual. What's going on?
I finished the group stage, not so good, but it was a lot of fun.
Okay, what's your nickname?
Bear.
Bear? Oh, I know you. Nice.
Yeah.
Nice ink, man.
Yeah, you too.
Rocking the style. My man.
Of course, I have to.
So, do you have a favorite? Did you catch the games?
I think I hope Side made it because I think it was really, really tight matches, and I think he was so close on winning it and then throwing it in the end. I think he just lost because of his own mistakes, and if he doesn't do them anymore in
that's one way to think. Some people might say he lost because human's bad and the game is imbalanced.
Human is the best race. We all know. That's why we play human, I think.
Okay. You definitely think differently than me.
Yeah,
that's a good thing.
I'm on Leon's side, you know. Human's just OP.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I did think he was sarcastic with that, but no, I'm not sure. All right, let's go into map number 3 here to find out who's going to be going to the main tournament from these players. Oh, wow, we're already into it.
Yeah.
Production, don't waste no time. We're on Tidehunters, and pretty much in the same fashion as the previous map, we had a bit of Ancient of War creeping here by Pato. Side did the small green here before expanding, which on this map is very common. You do it with few militia, and then you have enough to do the expo immediately. What do you think of this map in this matchup?
I think it's really fair map because I think both have a lot of opportunities on this map because it's a really easy expansion creep. So everybody can get an expansion here really fast. So I think he can creep the expansion faster than getting harassed by the Demon Hunter.
Oh, the wisp. Can he force to detonate? Yes, he will. Very well done. Hoping for a good item here as well, very important in the early game. Demon found mana pendants. That's always a little bit scary. He's gonna have that much more mana to work with. Buys a circlet as well on top of it, and Archmage found a ring again. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, the ring of power.
The ring of garbage, man. It's so bad.
Yeah,
All right, Demon shows up and starts fighting Footman. A lot of the time you will see him go straight for the peasants, but I guess he's like He doesn't discriminate, you know, whoever wants a piece of him, he'll be happy to distribute some pain. And I'm curious whether Side will try and sell his ring and buy something else. Like, it's amazing now if you go to the marketplace and buy some claws.
Yeah. But Circlet early on is really strong for the harass, and it's interesting if he's going for another harass or if he's now creeping up the Demon Hunter. But I think he's going back, trying to delay the expansion or to get some footies.
Yeah, what we saw last... Oh, great steal. What we saw last game from Pato, he doesn't like creeping a whole lot. He likes fighting. He wants to get out there, he wants to brawl. If he wanted to kill creeps and complete missions, he'd play World of Warcraft, not Warcraft 3. So.
Yeah.
Demon getting chased away. He, like, because he has the staff, he has like the ultimate mobility. Basically, it reloads so fast as well.
Trying to get into the main, but that's closed up.
You see that he checked him. He went to the main. He's like, all right, is he still off? He's like, all right, you passed the test. I can't get in. So he goes to the expo now instead.
And tries to get some peasants.
And for Side right now, there's a big question mark. Like, is there a tree going up on the other side of the map? Like, he kind of has to worry about that. It's like, he would love to get a cancel if that were to happen. You don't want to stuff too late here. Okay, he's going to be getting out of there eventually. But yeah, double ring for Sides. And he catches some archers here. A little bit sloppy by Pato, not realizing that this was there. You don't want to feed any units. We see Archmage 2.7 now.
Yeah, that's looking really good for Side to getting an early level 3 Archmage.
Oh wow, he gave it the chase instantly actually. A little bit surprising because he had boots. Maybe you could tell he was going to get blocked enough. And Side looking to secure level 3 right now. Yeah, he's going to get that.
Yeah, he gets that.
Tome of Intel at least, come on. It's ridiculous, all these rings.
But maybe later on the MK, the rings aren't that bad.
Yeah, the thing is like the game goes one way or the other before that. It's very snowbally, I feel like, this game. That's why like when you expo, it's like the worst game. If you play one base, you have your second hero very quickly, so then getting rings is not as bad. But when you expo and you get rings, it's really the worst, because then you're stuck with an item that does nothing for you.
But I think Side is very aware of what Pato's doing with this footy scout down there.
Yeah, Pato wants to make sure he gets level 3 before he starts fighting again. We saw that last game how important it was. Like, he's very good at placing that demon on top of units and killing everything he needs to kill. And we do see the blacksmith on the way, the tech now starting for Side, and this should be the time he looks to be really aggressive himself here to try and maybe get some cancel on the lords, which wasn't really achieved much before, but here could be happening.
But Demon's already there, scouted everything, and now going on Dark Mage.
Yeah, Naga is always nice to have here. Like a Panda will scale better in the late game, but a Naga will be so good at single targeting units and pushing everything back beautifully. And yeah, the lore's completed, so no cancel at all.
Not even one wisp kill for Side.
Yeah.
But now he tries to get some with the Water Elemental.
Actually, Pato has a lot of lumber in this game.
Yeah.
And defense starting now, I mean, he saw the amount of archers, and he knows there's going to be dryads usually produced there, so it makes sense to always get defend no matter what. It's not a big investment. It's more about the research time being longer, but he doesn't need to be pumping rifles anywhere right now. Lumber upgrades, love that, kind of need it.
Maybe he gets a cancel on the AUW.
Yeah, it looks like he was about to snipe that. Black gunpowder already starting, so he's definitely going to go rifle heavy. And it seems like Side almost always skips mortars. He's a lot more about just pure rifle, caster, and breaker.
And the foot is kept on the expansion for defense. That's nice. So the expansion is safe, and he's going for a Whisperers in the time. Just with water elementals and one footy.
Detonate would be worth it here on double water, but we see Side splitting very, very well to prevent that from happening perfectly. And Side's doing a good job keeping Pato back at home while his economy is being left untouched on the other side of the map. Mount King starts, so it's going to be a Mount King again here, and double Sanctum should be on the way. He's kind of low on lumber, actually.
Yeah, that could be a problem again, like at the end of game 2, that he was out of lumber. But he could get a shredder on this map.
Yeah, there was not really a timing to get the lab, I think that's the problem. But I think like queuing +1 for rifle was a mistake, because like it's totally useless now. You just needed the second Sanctum. Okay, Demon actually going very deep here and fighting Footman. I think Side anticipated this was going to happen. And
yeah, but Footman, I think he put them there on purpose to close the door.
Okay, so TP will be forced. And I guess Pato might have to go into creeping this time. I mean, I know I kept repeating that last map, and he never really went for it. But it does feel like he can't go for this one more time, because like he can't really afford to get a town portal right now, supposedly. It's more about to get a bunch of bears, maybe creep a little bit, and then attack again. So I think he might grab the shop here in the center momentarily, or he's moving back, maybe doing the lab.
Yeah, I think Side is maybe going for the red spot or for the marketplace. But I think we'll go for the marketplace.
Yeah, I don't think you can do the red spot until you have like a lot of rifles. Because like against footmen, this golem is like super annoying. Whereas the marketplace, everything's piercing almost except the Magi. So then you just activate defense, or you have water elemental tanking very easily. Gets an invuln, very important as we saw in the previous game. But yeah, everything's kind of injured here. Might also almost be worth to use a healing scroll now for Pato, which is very expensive considering his economy. Scroll of the Beast picked up for Side on the Mountain King. Probably one of the better items here because it's going to work on everything except breakers. And as we saw, it doesn't get many breakers.
Yeah. Important part would be now getting the MK on level 3.
+2 attack on the way as well already.
For this one rifle, man.
Yeah.
I mean, he will be very dangerous in a few moments.
The proper sniper.
Yeah, the MVP, man.
But yeah, I'm pretty sure he plans on making a lot of them. Actually, he goes into breakers right now. Wow, okay. And Pato, this is usually where he thrives. Close to 50 supply against between 50 and 60. That's where last game he did very well in those fights, kept Side down on supply. And I think the mistake here by Side is to be in the middle of the map.
Yeah.
He should have been on his side of the map, maybe pulling the lab or something. This is a terrible fight for him to take.
Yes.
He's forced to TP the Dryad. Staffs out. Pato on point with the micro. Very beautifully done here.
But I think Side didn't lose a lot in this fight. It was everything slow, but I think he just lost one priest and a rifleman.
Yeah. But yeah, losing a TP is always very annoying.
Yeah.
Like, it might seem like it's not that expensive, but 350, quite a bit. And Pato is still looking for blood. He's like, you TP'd out, I'm gonna find you.
I think he knew that Side couldn't fight him, but fighting in front of a human base is never a good idea.
Yeah, he can just run, and then when Militia expires, he turns around. I mean, to be honest, he kind of needs to rejuve his demon.
Ooh, nice staff.
And yeah, now this is going to be an easy lab. For Side, I mean, he can get creep jacked, but he has so much army that maybe he doesn't care. He can actually fight the army plus the camp at the same time. He's probably hoping for like True Shot or something. And he gets Boots of Cortalas. Actually, not bad on the Mountain King, because then he extra bashes and he has more armor as well.
But could be better.
Yeah, it always could be better, unless you find the best item. And was he right? You can actually fight the Night Elf army decently, but those those three piercing creeps at the back doing a decent amount of damage.
I think fighting uphill against Militia in your bag is not this good positioning for Pato in this fight.
Yeah. Just like Anakin, right?
Yeah.
And Mountain King now very close to 3. Archmage is already 4. And Pato might be in trouble here, even though we saw him make magic happen with his close to 50 supply. This time it's 75 supply of human with great upgrades here, with the +2 attack on the rifles.
Yeah, I think a big problem on this matchup is as long as it takes, the elf gets stronger because of the levels of the Demon Hunter. He just gets stronger until level 6, and then you're kind of lost.
Yeah. Last game, Pato, like he had a supply deficit, but it wasn't that massive, and he had great hero levels. This game, the hero levels are actually the exact same.
Yes.
And there's a big supply gap, so Side going for the big push here. He's very close to level 3 on the Mountain King. Goes for the Naga at the back. There is a heal scroll that's going to be used. Maybe he buys a Zeppelin to try and micro. Yeah, there it is. And he's the one fighting uphill now.
But it's a very good timing, I think, for Side. Fight looking good.
Mountain King kind of surrounded by a lot of units.
But
Has to use the invuln, but there is so much supply, he can't really just pull back the units that are being damaged. And a lot of his army is going to survive, and Pato taps out. Side moves on to the main tournament. And Pato will have to fight his way through the lower bracket here. And win actually just one more match, because this was the winner's match.
Yes, and I think I was right with human SOP.
Oh my God.
Just think positive.
Yeah, I'm not very good at that. Yeah, this was fun. Thank you for joining, and yeah, hope you had fun. Do you expect many more humans will make it?
I think Leon is a very good contender, and
Starbuck,
of course, but he's not really a human player. I think
but he plays human in most matchups.
In most setups, yes, but I think those three are a good choice for us humans.
Can we forgive Starbuck for not playing human mirror and playing orc against human, or not?
Sometimes. If he win with human, then yeah.
Okay. He did a very good job of that recently and represented us well. All right, thank you so much again, Bear, and we're going to head to the couch and hear from the guys over there.
Yo, and we're back on the couch. I'm joined, of course, by the one, the only, Hubert. We just saw the second 3-game series in a row and Side prevailing twice in a row as well. This man really, you know, likes his tension, it seems like. But now he is one of the 3 human players that made it through already. So Side made it through winners to tomorrow, to the top 16 phase of the bracket. Also Leon prevailed with 2 2-0s, first against Longwalk and then against Edo. And then, of course, also Starbuck beating Phalo and Razormoon, also 2-0. So, yeah, 3 humans made it through already. Hippo is waiting for the winner of Blast, and Kevin, which I've been told just played a 47-minute map. So that's a hell of a Night Elf mirror there.
I'm trying to picture exactly what a 47-minute Night Elf mirror looks like, to be honest. Like, what did it involve? There must have been some chims or something, a lot of base destruction, perhaps, a lot of running around with zeppelins, you know, trying to kill each other's buildings. But no, we just witnessed a fantastic series there. I mean, for me, obviously, Pato is my teammate and one of my friends. Side, I've met him, had the pleasure of meeting him last time as well, and it's really good to see these guys put on such a show. And for Side, in the end, I mean, to prevail there was an incredible nail-biter of a series, it has to be said. You know, Side starting off strong in game 1, managed to get that sort of timing against the Night Elf counter expansion, which worked out really, really well. And then Pato just decided from that point to deviate entirely from trying to equalize his economy, right? So from that point onwards, he just played for the trading game. Stay 50 food, get strong heroes, abuse Orb of Venom as much as possible to try and keep picking off units, keep getting levels. And then, of course, we had that insane moment where Side got blocked on his base, TP'd out, and I was already like, he's dead, 100%. There's no getting out of that situation. And then the Invis came in clutch just to save the Archmage from getting forked lightning by the Naga there.
It was like a frame 1 invis, like he TP'd and like right away.
Instant.
Yeah, that was crazy.
You just know that after Side hit the TP, he was already ready with the Sorceress to cast invisibility, and he saved his hero. It was an unbelievably clutch moment. You know, didn't help him win the game. In the end, as soon as that Demon Hunter hit level 6, he was like, absolutely no chance, you know, we can't possibly win anymore, which I think is true. Yeah, and then last game, you know, I would say was relatively simple overall for Side. He managed to close it out. But yeah, great series today.
I'm kind of reminded of like the good old days when we didn't have patches for years and we would see Bears versus Breakers all the time. Like, you know, backed by AM and MK and also by Demon Hunter and Naga on the other side as well. And that's like, it's so funny. We saw a situation where the Naga of Pato would like fork lightning on the MK. And there was no forks at all because the entire front line was like breakers. So there was no forking of the lightnings, just one straight up lightning bolt towards the face of the MK. But yeah, Side prevailing here, making it through winners. I think somewhat of a Cinderella story, judging by, you know, all the other players in there. I think Pato was a heavy favorite to win this. We talked about this earlier. He's sitting on like 2.5k MMR or something.
Yeah, 2.4. Yeah,
2.4. That's crazy. And Scars, who lost to Side earlier, and Lemes from Poland, who lost to Pato earlier in this group. they are about to face off against each other in losers round 1. So the winner of them has to play Pato for another chance at qualifying for tomorrow, while the loser of them walks home in 33rd place.
But then they get to just chill out and carry on drinking, young Ulrich.
Yeah,
I think it's not the most. That's not the worst outcome in the world.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. It's 25th place. I was
25th.
25th. Yeah. So 4 25th place finishers. Yeah, because there's 16 people making it. Nah, I don't want to do the math right now.
Math is too complex. We'll just leave it for another time.
Right? We're here for Warcraft, right? Not for
we're not here for
math,
arithmetic.
you know. All right. So we are going to see Orc versus Human yet again. Right?
Yeah, and it's going to be quite a different one to what we've been used to so far because Side, you know, he used to be an undead player. He was known a lot for playing off meta. He used to play a lot of Dreadlord first. He even made a feature in the quiz, you know, which European player popularized the Dreadlord, right?
That's right.
So he was known for that for a long time, and I suppose over time he kind of grew a little bit frustrated with undead and felt like he wasn't really able to win against the top players. He did do decently well in the past, but you know he feels like Human perhaps has given him a bit of new life, and he plays Human very by the book. I would say actually surprisingly, every game is relatively standard, but Lemess, he nearly 100% is going to play Paladin rifles, which you know it almost looks funny to say, but he's actually like 2.2k on ladder with that strat, and he just plays it versus everything. So. Sometimes in Human Mirror he doesn't play it, which is pretty bad, but sometimes he will. And then Elf, like, I can't even comprehend where you begin to try and win with a strat like that against Elf. But he makes it work, man, so. And then Scars, of course, he came through a pretty tough series himself.
Yeah.
Is he prepared for power rifles, though? I'm not so sure.
Not too sure either. I talked to him a lot yesterday because I was asking, like, you know, he wasn't doing like too well over the last couple of months and whatnot. Because last year at RARALAND, he made it through the first day, right? And then he even took a set in the like elimination group stage with the top 16 players.
Yes.
And then he basically fell off on the competitive scene. He like lost a lot of series that you wouldn't have expected him to lose and whatever. So I was talking to him about yesterday, about how does he feel? Did he prepare and whatnot? He's like, didn't really prepare. I was like, come on, man. He's like, you know, I feel like I'm a little bit rusty, and you know, I don't have like my mechanics down and whatnot. It's like, you know, and I told him, you got a whole ass tournament day ahead of you tomorrow, and you are supposed to win against most of the players in the first couple of rounds. So you get your mechanics back. Just focus on your game plans. Focus on like, you know, which decisions lead to which outcomes and how you want to, you know, structure your games and whatnot. And he's like, that's a good idea. I think I should, you know, my mechanics aren't as important. It's like, it's not that important in Warcraft on the like mid-level to be like very mechanically profound when your game plans work out, right?
Yeah, on one hand, it's like you can kind of be carried by both, right? So, like, if your game knowledge and timings are superb, then it can sort of make up for the deficit, perhaps in control or micro, right? But if your micro is absolutely exceptional, then it can also carry you as well. And then you need both components in order to really reach the like uppermost echelons of the game, right? It's not as easy as that to just be super, super good at one thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, for the mid level, for sure, like one aspect will be enough probably to just help you carry those games. You know, I would view this time for any player really to just think about, you know, you've got time ahead of you. You're playing against opponents that you should probably beat on paper. You know, you've got time to ladder as much as you want, you know, in between and afterwards. So you should really have time to get prepared again, even if you were feeling kind of rusty. You know, there's lots of time to play and get ready to, you know, get used to the setup. You know, I myself, I was playing yesterday as well, and I'm super inactive at the moment as well. But I was having a blast playing, and you know, it wasn't so tricky in the end to kind of get used to how everything feels again. And some players should have a bit more experience at LANs.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to. We just saw the player cams for the first time
cool.
today. I was
very,
surprised.
very cool.
So we had Scars on the left and Lemess on the right, and yeah, these guys look like they're about to get into it. What maps do we expect here?
That's a pretty tricky question to answer, honestly, because Power Rifles is like if he is going to play that way, Lemess, which he should, is a style that you really need to be able to try and get creeps without taking too much damage. So I'd expect a lot of easier maps, and maps that are, you know, not going to be so snowbally for Orc if they get maybe like a creep steal or something. So I'm thinking like LR would be really good for Paladin Rifles. I've actually watched Lemess play. I've watched his replays before because I wanted to know how to do the Pally Rifle build for like 2 versus 2 or whatever.
And he's really good at like dragging the first camp into his base and keeping it blocked, and then the Farseer has a really hard time trying to get in and get the last hit, and has to rely purely on like the ranged attack, right? And it usually doesn't work out. So, and there's a few small camps as well, so it's kind of easier to build up your levels a bit instead of having to go for broke on something bigger.
I see.
So for me, I would say probably, yeah, Last Refuge. Tidehunters probably isn't too bad either. I feel like a map like Northern Isles would be pretty hard. All the camps are a bit more spaced away from your base, so you can't just retreat and fight with your militia a lot, which you have to do. You have to kind of cower a bit in the early game with the Pally rifles.
Yeah.
But as soon as you hit level 3 and just push with Blood Mage and rifles, it's super strong.
I see, I see. Well, while we still have some time on our hands, I want to take a quick minute to shout out all our great and beautiful sponsors. First and foremost, we got Kuchenmeister, who provided us with like thousands and thousands of their very tasty koala snacks.
Yeah.
It's like childhood memories for me, because I haven't eaten them in like 25 years, and now we're here and they sponsor this amazing event. That's great.
That's a crazy thought, actually. I mean, obviously for me, I'm not from here, so I don't have that attachment. But obviously for Germans, I'm sure. I mean, I saw it said something like it said like a back tradition, like it goes back to like 1886 or something.
Something like that, yeah.
So obviously they've been, I guess, like creating the little koala treats for a long time
For
now.
a long time,
And
yeah.
I went back out back as well and saw just how many crates there
So
are.
many. In the staff room, that's crazy.
The staff room is just absolutely absurd.
Yeah.
But no, definitely try them. Definitely.
Oh, you should.
Like them as well. You know, I'm someone who's a little bit fussy with food. As people, you know, if they get to know me, they'll know just how horrendous I am when it comes to that.
I see.
Early on as well,
1884.
it was so funny with the throwing game we had be doing Stars and Stripes. They put on a show for us as well, so that was really
Yeah, that's
entertaining.
true. They beat us. They beat it. They whooped our asses.
As I said, I mean, NA #1, bro. I mean,
And then also we are again, just like last year, sponsored by Lead Desk. They provide these like amazing desks that are flexible in height and whatnot.
Yeah.
And I think Happy really liked them last time. So we had them on stage in the arena last time when we were back in Hamburg at the Arcadia. And Happy was like, somebody was asking like, so is the setup all right for you? And he's like, I like these tables. So we're like, dang, okay, no, that's a compliment from this guy.
Oh, you know, if he likes something, then that's like a mind-blowing compliment.
Exactly,
you know?
yeah.
They must be the best. There's no other way to say it.
In Happy terms, that is adoration to the max. Yeah. And then we are here in Dortmund. At the location, it's called Base Stack. You also see it on stream. Amazing. We are the first big esports event that has been here. I think they recently opened up. I think the local football club had an event here before, but we are like the first like big esports thing. And we are a very small esports community as Warcraft 3, but we are very glad to be here and to represent the Warcraft community at Base Stack. Amazing like esports type venue. Also very flexible. I talked to somebody earlier because I come from the Smash Bros community, as the stream I guess is sick of hearing by now. And I asked him because I know some people around town and around the general area that play Smash Bros. I was like, we haven't had a tournament in this state in a while, so this location might be great. He's like, somebody that works here was like, yeah, it's also like we could do that, and he knew about Smash. He's like, yeah, we could easily like pack like 128 person like tournament in here.
That's so sick.
I was like, that's sick because it's very flexible. They can they have like basically very much adjustable rooms to whatever needs you need to be met here. So yeah, that's very, very great. And also shout outs to people at Being Esports for the entire organization, not only of the broadcast, but also of the tournament. Alongside with Back to Warcraft, of course. And on that note, of course, I have the old school one.
Oh man, that's sick. I remember when the logo used to be like that.
Yeah, right? The Back to Warcraft, Back to the Future one.
The inspiration was very on the nose, I suppose. Right?
we went home from like, Hyde and I went home from like some Smash tournament, and we went by train.
Yeah.
And then I had this t-shirt on, right? And then somebody on the train station, never saw this guy before, just some rando passerby. He was like, nice shirt. I was like, oh, nice, that's a Warcraft guy. He knows, right?
Way.
And I was like, oh, yeah, you watch Warcraft? He's like, what? He's like, no, it's like Back to the Future, the movie. I was like, oh, yeah, okay, I see. He didn't even read the line. He didn't even read the Warcraft. He's like, nice shirt, I like that movie.
Oh, my God. That's like every time I tell somebody that I play Warcraft 3, they're like, dude, I love World of Warcraft.
Exactly, yeah.
I mean, I'm sure anyone could probably agree with this in the audience and beyond. It's just like every single time you explain it, it's like, yeah, like I know about World of Warcraft and all these characters that are not in our actual game itself.
Yeah.
Just before I got my haircut before coming here, I was telling the barber like where I was going and what I was doing it for, because I had to get myself straightened up, obviously, before coming here. You should have seen me beforehand, man. It was a bit
the
shaggy.
barbarian.
But a total Scottish barbarian, that's for sure. And a guy in the background was like, oh yeah, Warcraft, Arthas. Aye, Arthas and that. And he didn't know what he was talking about, but at least he chimed in with something remotely relevant, so it was kind of cool.
I think Arthas is kind of the main character of Warcraft,
He's
right?
a bit of a poster boy.
Yeah,
He becomes Arthas as, he's on the literal front cover as well.
Exactly, yeah.
And then the Lich King is also like front cover for, Wrath and World of Warcraft and stuff, so.
I think kind of like ever since like Warcraft 3 and then like carrying through World of Warcraft, I think like this storyline of Arthas is like the main thing that's happening on Warcraft, right? Like everything revolves around like this conflict of him becoming like evil and shit.
Yeah.
I think, orcs going through portals was just too boring at some point. They had to invent something else.
Anyway, we've had 2 occasions where it's just like, orcs fighting humans and vice versa, right? And then I think, was it the second game that they introduced like the Outland scope of the whole thing, right? Through the Dark Portal, was it called? I wasn't born, I think, when it was made, so I'm stretching here a little bit to remember what it was like.
I think it was like 96 or something. I think StarCraft was before that, and then came Warcraft 2, if I'm not mistaken. I think StarCraft.
Is Brood War really that old?
I think so, and I
thought it was 99 Brood War, maybe.
99.
I think so, maybe.
Maybe then I'm mistaken. Like I don't know. Don't quote me on that, but
You can't
Warcraft
quote
2
me
definitely
either.
old ass game.
I mean, I was born in 1997, man. So.
Oh, I see. I'm a 91, so
There we go. You had a little bit more time to play these old games.
That's right.
I was lucky that my dad was actually like interested in playing a few of these games and then showed me Warcraft 3. I still have memories of being like 6 years old and playing the campaign.
Oh yeah.
I can remember what it was like back then, and it's still etched in my mind, which I guess it happened because it was etched to it was related to like a negative memory. I like learned a fancy word, let's say, in the campaign, and then I was like, oh, I used this word to the teacher. They were like, what are you talking about? That's not a real word.
Yeah.
It was like concocting, like to make up a potion, right? And my teacher just blatantly is like, that's not a word.
Oh man, all right.
And I'm just like, okay, like, what am I supposed to do?
That's how you know, you became a very intelligent human being through Warcraft. Just like the casters that we are going to see, I think it's going to be Remo now, right?
Yeah, Remo should be on, and we'll have our guest casters continuing on as well. We have a lot to get through.
All right, so have fun with Lemes versus Scars with Remo and the guest casters. See you afterwards.
Good evening, fine folks. Yes, finally we are ready. Apologies for the delay. We're going to have our first stage match now, and there were some connectivity issues, but those have now been resolved. First cast tonight for me, and with me is Medic as a guest caster. You feeling excited?
Oh, really excited. Thanks.
Hell yeah. We are getting slowly ready. We haven't been able to start the game just yet, but we should be getting things rolling here fairly soon. Still ironing out a few tech kinks. But yeah, Lemes versus Scar is going to be the next match coming up. And it seems like everybody sees the writing on the wall. Everyone knows what's coming. Lemes, known for his pally rifle style, which has been... It's a very interesting strategy to me, because it can be very strong in certain ways, but it has clear weaknesses and abusable potential in other ways. But even more than that, some players love the strategy. And it seems more polarizing than almost any other strategy, especially human players. Some just refuse to ever play it, which is most of the pro players. And then there's, on the slightly lower levels, a lot of people who love that strat. And of course, one player comes to mind on really high level, Thorzane, who always was amazing with the strategy. And there were a couple of patches. Paladin gonna get buffed even more in the future. The Blacksmith patch also helped a bit, making it better. But yeah, we've never really seen it be super strong on the highest level, but there's still lots of fans out there loving to play the strategy.
Yeah. I'm really familiar with that strategy. I hate to play it. I'm also orc, so I hate to play with that strategy. But I think it has to counter, so we can counter as orc players. So I hope, I don't want to cheer, but I cheer for Scar, so for sure. So we're going to see it. This is first time I think we cast with video and video players, so I'm pretty stoked and really glad to be here. So.
Yeah, there have been different attempts being made by
especially when the Farseer Headhunters first came out, humans were trying everything.
Yeah.
Trying expansion, failing. Trying 2-farm tech, failing. Trying Pally, trying MK, lots of things failing. Pally rifles also was sometimes played, but it has mostly fallen by the wayside for many players. But when we saw it, it was oftentimes just the Orc attacking with the Farseer, the Wolves, the Headhunters, and just pummeling down the Paladin over time. And there oftentimes isn't enough healing, not enough clarities and stuff to keep things alive. But I have had a little bit of a sneak peek, in fact. Scars quickly talked to me earlier, and it seems like Scars is also very aware that Pally rifles will be a possibility. And he says what he's intending to do. Wait, should I say that? Well, I'm going to say it quietly.
Yeah,
and that is grunts with a bunch of upgrades. Yeah. So this is probably what he's going to be looking for. I wonder if I should have said that right now, as the game hasn't started yet. But
I think they didn't hear that.
That is, shouldn't be a big surprise. Anyways, yeah. This is a big stage for Lemons as well, playing here in front of the crowd. I wonder if that's going to be affecting his nerves. I always find it fascinating, like how some players are affected by the nerves quite a bit, some others aren't. And you know, we were casting ESL Meisterschaft, of course, in the past when I was still running. We saw Scars there playing as well, and Scars had big highs and big lows. Yeah. You being an Orc player, do you have like a particular feeling about Scars, an opinion as an Orc brother?
Yeah, he's a really good young Orc player, so I think he can grow up. So if he try to play, so not to quit, he has a lot of potential. I really liked his gameplay, and I think Lemons doesn't have chance today. So.
Oh, okay, yeah. No chance.
Yeah.
Yeah, we saw somewhat surprisingly also Side earlier beating Scars.
Yeah, that was an amazing game. Really. First day of the. Amazing game, yeah.
Yeah, Sai just having a killer day here. Seems like he should have abandoned Undead a long time ago. With the humans, it's looking good. But of course now we're going to be focused on the lower bracket soon. There's also still lots of other groups going on. Wondering where we're going to see the other players coming out. Do you have a favorite from the open bracket? Who do you think is going to make it far here?
My favorite is Dr. Bucky, for sure.
Yeah, of course, lots of fans.
Yeah, a lot of fans. I really cheer for him, so I think he's going to make it. Last year he's making online events to open bracket, so today I hope so he's going to make it. But how many people are going in the group stage, in the final stage?
So here in the second phase, in the group stage, we have 16 players total and 8 will make it.
Yeah. Okay. Oh.
8 will make it through today and then play again tomorrow in the group with big boys, with our pros. It's going to be another double elimination bracket, basically, until we get down to the top 4. Yeah, I wonder how many of the players from the Open are going to have a good chance. Starbucks tried to qualify from the close qualifier, couldn't quite make it in the end. Exlord there stood in his way. But yeah, many people recently have seen Starbucks' performances in the TP League, for example.
Yeah,
he was really good.
Amazing.
Seems
he
like
beat a lot of legends, a lot of goats. He beat I didn't believe it.
I think it was wasn't it Lin and was it
Moon?
Yeah,
Moon, of course.
Yeah, Lost Temple. Yeah, that weird game.
Yeah.
We didn't even expand. Yeah, weird stuff. Yeah. This also makes Starbucks very interesting. Has his own play style. We are still trying to resolve the issues, guys. Sorry, it was a bit of a false alarm. We thought we had fixed everything, but not quite yet. We're still working on it. Should be done pretty soon. Yeah. This is the first day of the tournament. We're ironing out the little issues. Yeah. And tomorrow, things should be much better. Tomorrow also, we're going to start a lot earlier. I think it's going to be 1 p.m. tomorrow when things start kicking off. We're going to be showing not quite all of the games of the next part of the group stage. Is it a group stage of the bracket? But we're going to be showing most of the games when, the big boys come to play. We've seen many players here practicing already. I think Dice was one of the first people here. The Koreans have been arriving as well. Focus, Moon, and Lawlight. I don't think I've seen Happy yet. Is
Happy
he did?
He plays all the time, I think. But I saw him. Yeah, I saw him.
He's been practicing.
Yeah.
Turning on the stream. Chat turned off. Subscribers only. Don't ask who he's playing. Yeah. Otherwise...
he has one mission to win it also. Yeah. I'm okay with that. So.
Of course, he is the big favorite.
Yeah, the big favorite.
He came here last year, took first place very convincingly.
Very convincingly, yeah.
Did he drop a single map? I don't even think he did.
I don't know. I think he didn't. Yeah.
He walked through Lawlight.
And seems like, unless we are misinformed again, we should be ready now, finally, for our first map of Scars versus Lemes. Yes, we have made it, ladies and gentlemen.
Let's go.
Thank God, our first real stage game here with our two players. It took a while to get it all set up, but now we are ready. Best of 3, and we are here in the lower bracket. It's elimination time. Now everything is on the line. Who can keep their nerves together better? Scars is somewhat familiar with this stage. He has, not this stage particularly, but playing on stages in general. How will Lemes be able to prove himself? I like that he's doing what we were all expecting. He's playing Pally rifles.
Of course.
Yeah, playing something out of nowhere right now would be weird. This is the strat he has practiced with. This is the strat he's familiar with. And he's going to try to show it to the best of his abilities. And of course, Scars knows what to expect.
I'm really curious what kind of strategy gonna Scars prepare, but I think he's prepared enough for this kind of strategy because he knows Lemes and he knows who is his opponent. He knows that he plays Pally rifles, like we said so many times. So let's see, Farseer, yeah, okay.
Yeah, Pally rifles in many different matchups can be countered by boldness in the early game, for example. As you can see, the Farseer is out already. He was produced at the normal speed with a Paladin rifle build because you want to have the rifles early. The Paladin is a lot later.
Yeah.
And the hero being late here is a big deal. This means that even if Lemes wanted to be aggressive early, he couldn't do so before 3 minutes, which in some scenarios can mean that you can do risky stuff early, like fast expanding, like creeping a big camp. But Scars isn't really doing that. He's creeping very conservatively so far, trying to get safely up to level 2 and also take very little damage. I don't think he built a shop actually, so he's not going to have heal salves for quite some time.
Yeah, I think in the first couple of minutes he doesn't need shop because with Farseer you can creep a lot faster and now taking damage, but he takes quite a damage, but it's okay, he can heal up, so never mind.
And it's the ring meta again, of course. Lots of rings of protection for the Farseer, for the Pally. Good for the Pally especially. And also might be good for a TC second later. TC just being a good hero overall and also so good against rifles. I guess that has to be the hero choice later on, right?
Yeah, but with Blood Mage later on, so he can drain so much mana, so you need to be careful. Okay, first engage. Focusing the rifle. Kill is ready, of course.
It's a bit of an interplay here between Holy Light and Chain Lightning. The level 1 Chain Lightning spell by the Farseer does 85 damage. The Holy Light, of course, with 200 heal. Much more efficient that way, but the mana may run out sooner on the human side. You can see everything's a bit bruised already. Pally is a bit low mana already. A shop might be needed soon.
Yeah. But he keeping busy human. Oh,
he got the kill before the Holy Light.
First kill.
Oh, that's a, and the rifle almost getting blocked up there by the 2 grunts. But Scars doesn't want to get his grunts locked in, and there is actually a way back out of the base. But yeah, losing one of the first rifles, that hurts, man. Every rifle, especially early game, is such a big deal. And that is a mistake that's not supposed to happen, but you know, we're all human. We all make mistakes.
Yeah, Scars continue to creeping and facing his level 3, so okay.
Once again, a bit more experience here. With the rejuvenation, it's oftentimes weird, but you get the creep now, sentry wards as well, and mana is starting to run low on multiple sides. Lots of grunts, by the way. 4 grunts out already, and like mentioned earlier, these might also be upgraded later on. The rifle upgrade's already coming in. The black gunpowder upgrade first. Always amazing how cheap that upgrade is. 100 gold only.
Yeah. But Scars gonna play Shamans or Tier 3? We're gonna see it.
It is indeed the TC. Second that we have joining. Brute Strength upgrade for the grunts. And a Bestiary for a couple of Raiders for lockdown could also be quite nice. You mentioned the Blood Mage before, and that's definitely the expected hero to be joining on later. This human hero combo with Pally, Blood Mage, and possibly even a 3rd hero, but unlikely, probably just those 2, if it gets the levels, is really, really strong.
Yeah, I agree. Okay.
Oh, playing for the last hits.
No, very nice. Played by Lemes.
Farseer almost level 3, almost got enough there to get the level 2 wolves, but not quite, needs a bit more. Maybe the grunts can do him that favor. As the TC is joining, and we finally have the long rifles upgrade, improving much these riflemen indeed. And the grunts now a little hurt. Some heal salves will certainly be needed. Now on tier 2, you know, in the standard meta especially, orcs like to tier 2 expand a lot. But it seems like against rifles, with a Pally getting a strong timing here, this probably wouldn't be the best idea, would it?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh.
And here comes the pin. Very nice guess, very nice guess.
Well, I guess I was rather saying the opposite. So that's my first Caster Curse of the tournament. Peon gonna start setting up the expansion. And even more rings, is it? Yeah. 3 rings of protection already. Paladin creeps up more at the shop. That's level 3 from Scroll. The Beast for Rifle can actually be quite nice. As finally Blood Mage is joining with the Siphon Mana, the Mana Battery. And Lemez didn't actually go for a shop. He was trying to save as many resources as possible, just going for rifles and priests only. But this resulted in him being a bit low HP and especially low mana. But here the Blood Mage is ready to help out.
Yeah. Scars is creeping his TC and scouting with Farseer, right? Yeah, scouting with Farseer.
But this timing for Lemez could be quite good. He's got a decent number of rifles here.
Okay.
But also grunts ready to face them. Upgrade-wise, we have 1-0 on the Rifleman and 0-0 on the grunts, but they're gonna have an upgrade coming soon as well. There's a Stomp hitting for the first time. Only a single rifle, not that amazing. But May wanted to start off with a few kills here at the beginning. Nice flank from the Farseer. Chain Lightning comes in as well. The Siphon Mana doesn't really do much. He's out of mana already. Oh, and
the
Blood Mage is stuck. No way out for him. Holy Light though. Can that save him? One of mana stealing being used as well. Everything to save the Blood Mage, but he will fall. Oh, the Holy Light was already in the air. Hit the arm high up in the air, but he was a bit too late. Blood Mage very squishy on level 1. He falls, and now the mana is gone. No heat wave anymore. The speed scroll chase is still on. And Scar's having a terrific fight here in the middle. But looking at the supply, we do in fact see Lemez ahead. But big level up there, level 3 for the TC as well. And of course, Lemez knows if he falls back, this expansion is just going to be so valuable over time. With Scars picking up the kills one by one.
Very, very good played by Scars. Without Blood Mage, he can just run to the rifles and kill one to another. And this is what is happening.
Yeah, TC back at home, probably gonna get some healing as well. He can nicely supply. Oh, there he is. Healing up already. 1 Stomp's ready. Pops it here. This should be the next victim found. We can see when there's mana for Holy Light, it's still really good. But the low mana count here is the big problem. Pally gets to 4. That's 1 more Holy Light. But the Wolves here being summoned sporadically, also being a terrific addition of damage. And while the Raiders don't do that much DPS, the Ensnare is certainly nice. And now mana is truly gone everywhere. Farseer gonna find 1 more kill. He's close to level 4 as well, by the way. And since there's no slow in this human army, it's always easy to retreat for Scars.
Yeah, I agree, but he made an expansion, so this fight was very good for him, I think. And now if he defends the expansion, I think he can finish the game very soon.
Yeah, this very much looks like a last-ditch effort by Lemez. Supply is even, but mana is low. And Scars has time here to react. He doesn't have to fight instantly. He could still heal up. He could still wait. He could still make use of clarities. But Scars is also looking quite confident. Running in with the Raiders. Almost no grunts anymore, by the way. The damage not so high on Scars, in fact. Oh, but also, of course, the Ensnare against the Siphon. This is something I completely forgot to think about. Because now the Ensnare can be used to cancel the Siphon. At the moment, not. But now the mana's gone anyways. Blood Mage again finds himself surrounded. Mana once more low. Mana being passed over to the Paladin, but he can't heal himself. Almost surrounded there. Barely gets out though. Good Holy Light. That was perfectly timed. Saving the Rifleman from the damage, but the Blood Mage is again stuck down there. But there's at least 1 more Holy Light. But what are you going to use it on? Is there going to be enough heal to keep everything alive? Supply lead still with Lemez. It's not quite over yet, folks. Now also we have Sorks. We have a bit of slow coming in every now and then. And a bit of Siphon mana still being used at times. Level 4. There should be new wolves, perhaps. Enough mana is there. Yes, and these wolves will be bringing relevant additional normal damage. But you can see also the Rifleman damage. Focus fire against these grunts. Working out fairly well. Blood Mage, though. Blood Mage needs to save himself. Banish will do that. Freeze him from the Ensnare as well. TP out. And Lemez does hold on to the heroes, but Scars holds on to the expansion, and now he can make use of all that gold.
Yes, he just going home, clear, use some clarity, heal up, and I think he can start scripting again. And when he see human, he can fight one more time. And I think it's tough time for Lemes for sure.
I like the one priest here. That little bit of healing actually goes quite a long way. Call in the boys, creeping the natural. Maybe Lemes thinking about expanding here himself, but this will be expensive. The power build, of course, costing around 600 gold. This will also be time where Scars can easily macro up, getting more items as well. Wouldn't mind seeing something like an invul potion, maybe breaking Siphon and so on. As creeping just continues. Farseer now on strong levels. TC should be level 4 before too long. And the end snares from the Raiders can always find a catch. There goes a Sorceress, easy kill right there. No TP on Scars though. He might be forced into a difficult fight here if Lemes can have another decent engagement.
Oh, very nice play by Scars. Pillage is almost over. He can bank quite a good money. And you know, Remo, what we didn't see? We didn't see Dispel. So I don't know where the Dispel's gone.
Yeah, true. We don't have the Elsprit here, do we? No Adept training yet. Dispel severely lacking. The Wolves are still effective. But so is the slow, as always. Two units caught in the back. Scars wants to run away. But even if he sometimes loses some units, if he can buy time, it still should be worth it for him in the end, with the expansion continuing to mine. Kodo's coming, armor upgrades coming. And a nice deny there as well. Deny. Yes, sir, yes, sir.
Town is under siege.
So this is also where the Orcs sometimes like to play the hit and run playstyle. He could go even perhaps for a Zeppelin and threaten the base attack over and over. And this is the infamous lame style that Orcs with Raiders have been all too familiar with over the years. Another round to the shop. Heal scrolls there now. TC could get off a wonderful Stomp right here. Does
nice
so
stomp, nice stomp.
Right before the Siphon. But speaking of Siphon, it's level 2 Siphon right now, which is really strong. This basically means Scar's gonna have no mana anymore. Can he still win these fights without mana, is the question then. And snares coming in. Pally can always save one Rifleman, but can he save two that are threatened at the same time? I like the use of Banish as well, dispelling a lot of the end snare. And seems like at the moment, Scars is losing more, but of course with the reinforcements coming from the main base, this might be changing. Siphon mana over once more. We have 2 more Holy Lights perhaps, but the Kodos, oh, you see the damage.
Ooh.
Those Kodos do not have a good time at all. TC charging forward again, but the Siphon is looking good. TC dry again, a bit more mana for Lemes. Kiting backwards, trying to make use of the slow, but the slow is so minimal in numbers. We don't have Brilliance Aura. There's hardly any juice for the Sorks to work with. And Scars relentlessly with the end snares. Raider reinforcements I like a lot. To catch the rifles, to force the fight, to find the kills, and also to disable some Siphon here and there. And that's a good level up as well. TC level 4. Now we have the Aura that is not affected by all that mana drain. But still more Siphon, still more Holy Light. Scars has to catch up in healing in other ways. Heal Stroke, for example. Blood Mage is surrounded. But he survives still, level 5. The level 3 Holy Light now, does he have the time? Oh no, just barely didn't have it. The cooldown was almost off. Goes level 3 Aura, by the way. This looks like 2 weeks ago PTR patch. What is this? No level 3 Holy Light.
And the GG.
The game is over.
Very nice play.
Scars brings it across the finish line. That was a close one though, dude. This could have gone the other way with just a few things looking a bit different. And I think back to that early game, man, that one Rifleman going down, that was unfortunately really unnecessary.
Yeah.
He had like 130 mana or something on the Pally. I think he was trying to perhaps entice Scars to go too deep, to overextend, trying to get the Rifleman, but then losing one of the rifles. Like when you have so few units early, only like 2 or 3 units, losing one of them is just such a blow. It messes with your momentum a lot. But considering that, he's had a really close game, and Lemes shows that he knows how to play the rifles, but Scars also has in mind how to counter them. The Grunts with good upgrades, looking good, especially the Raiders, even better. And yeah, it was enough to push that boulder over the hill just in time.
Yeah, he did everything right, and I think the second map is also going to be something like this. Pushing, and maybe tier 2 expo again, so if he hits again 1 or 2 rifles earlier, he can get advantage and he will be good. It will be good.
Yeah, the Farseer here was also looking quite good. He was managing to stay at range oftentimes, away from the Blood Mage just enough to get that 85 mana, just enough to summon the Wolves, and then be dry again for a little bit. The Wolves still oftentimes get sniped quickly by the rifles, but that little bit of extra damage, that damage when landing on the grunts can make a big difference there in the end. But it seemed like once the Blood Mage was level 3, things almost started to turn. If the Pally is level 5 a bit sooner, who knows where that game goes? If the Blood Mage doesn't die when he did the first time, right? Because he got surrounded early, that slowed down his progress. It seemed like the timings for Lemez didn't quite come together because of the losses that he had to suffer at the hands of Scars. And yeah, we're about to get ready for map number 2. It's going to be Lemez's map choice. And I wonder what it's going to be. The map pool in general in this tournament, rather modern. We don't have too many old maps in the pool. Last Refuge and Northern Isles, I think, the 2 oldest maps.
Yes.
Other than that, we have a lot of new ones as well. Do you have some favorites among the new maps?
I think Hammerfall is like really good map, and I think, yeah, the Hammerfall is my favorite for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, I also like Hammerfall quite a bit. It's once again one of the smaller maps, but it has 2 gold mines close to the main, so you can still kind of play 3 bases, sometimes at least. Pretty interesting. And yeah, it's I always follow the development of new maps quite closely. I find it very interesting and enriching also for the game, of course. And we wanted to switch casters with Toxie, I think, which I think he may not be seeing. Toxie? Yep. Toxie's coming. All right, cool.
Thanks.
It was a pleasure, Medic.
Thank you.
We'll see you over the weekend. And now we got Toxie as we're getting ready. All right. And with that, we are ready for map number 2. All right. Hello, Toxie. How are we doing tonight?
Yeah, pretty good, and you?
I'm also doing pretty good. I noticed that I'm not used to standing a lot anymore. My knees are starting to hurt, dude, you know? At home, I'm always lazily sitting in my chair. I don't have a standing desk yet. Do you have a standing desk? I hear it's healthy.
I do have a standing desk.
Damn, okay. You're used to this then. Well, in that case, you can stand here. I'm going to just sit on this table, I suppose. You were helping earlier with Scars' connection. What was the problem there?
I'm not actually sure. I mean, one of the issues might have been that if his account is also connected on a different PC, but I don't know.
Yeah, he said he wasn't logged in, but well, that is something perhaps to discuss more if more problems arrive, which we hope don't. Of course, we have Pally rifles here. Once again, this is what Lemez is known for. This is what he's best at. This is what we saw on map 1 already. Did you have a takeaway of map 1? Did you see map 1?
I mean, I was kind of surprised that Scars deviated from his BM illusion meta that he's playing every single game nowadays. Yeah, but I think he has a decent counter with the Farseer and the radars. I think it's interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, I was kind of surprised that the Tier 2 expansion worked out so well. On paper, it seemed like at that exact point, you should have the Pally level 3 and the Blood Mage timing ready with a decent number of rifles, but it did work. Although I would say it came fairly close. Now we have the Paladin again, trying to creep as much as he can. Pally and rifles very strong with the necessary levels, but creeping is indeed needed. And early harass by Scars, I like the timing here a lot. 2 rifles, a bit under threat already, but the aura helps out, tanking them up. And the Hoylite should be there. We don't want to lose a rifle early game again.
Yeah, it feels a little scary for Scars because he kind of needs to do damage if he engages so early, because the Paladin already has an XP lead, so if somehow he doesn't get kills, it could snowball in Tier 2.
I would love to catch this rifle right here. Mana advantage is on the Farseer. He realizes there's no Hoylite anymore, and he finds the kill again. Like on map 1, gets a rifle early. Now a second rifle would be icing on the cake. And there is more wolves, using the illusion as well to block Hoylite on the peasant. Oh,
that was
greedy. Greedy indeed. Perhaps a mistake about to be punished. But Scars is tentative, doesn't want to overextend.
So what happened to the arcane tower in the build? That's what I was used to seeing in the past.
Hey, did he have one on map 1? He didn't, did he?
No, I mean like in the 1000 days, they were always so scared of getting harassed in the base and they always got a tower. But yeah, I guess you pay the price if you don't have it.
Yeah, I guess I can understand, especially not getting it before the tech starts. You want to get the Blood Mage out quick as you can. You need that Siphon. We can see that earlier, making a big difference. But yeah, Scars got the damage in, I suppose, that he wanted, but you mentioned the experience lead before, and we see that here again. Big Invul Potion, by the way. This could be the perfect item for the Blood Mage. With that Invul, you can be very reckless if you put the item on the hero to place him far forward, ready to siphon everything.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, I don't think the Paladin is really that much in danger of dying, but it really saves you a couple Holy Light timings to have it on the Blood Mage.
And rings again, dude. We see so many rings nowadays.
Yeah, that's really good for the TC because
yeah,
he's always standing there.
Could also even be good for a Blood Mage. He is deceptively a bit of a frontliner oftentimes because he stands there, siphons, you kite back, and the Blood Mage is stuck there sometimes by himself. We do see a tower now. Wasn't it even... I'm trying to remember if there was a tower in game 1, but I'm failing, my memory's failing me as so often. But more creeping still for the Paladin, 3.5 already, level 3 also for the Farseer. But no expansion just yet for Scars, although that could still come.
So this looks like a dangerous timing is lining up right now because he's got the Paladin level 3.5. He got the perfect item to get the Paladin back to full HP. And the Blood Mage is just out. There's going to be level 2 TC when it hits.
Big item for him could also make quite the difference. Big invuln.
Oh, there is no reinforced.
The town is under siege.
Oh yeah, true. Ooh. And there is the rifle army already. Needs to repair quickly, but it's so much damage. First attack upgrade already out. And the burrow goes down, and that's a supply block. Ensnare, not quite yet ready yet. Blood Mage again, you can see it. He's going to be left behind a little bit. Invul needs to be passed quickly. There we go. There's a surround again. Can he transfer the item? Needs to do so fast. Trying to. Holy Light's there first, though. That is still enough for the time being. The damage seems to be minimal, but there is enough. And Lemez, unfortunately, didn't quite manage to get the Invul over in time. And this game is actually looking very similar to the first map. We had the rifle kill early, we had the Blood Mage kill now. But perhaps it killed the Town Hall. But no, he can't get it, right? If he tries to go for the Town Hall cancel, he loses all these rifles.
I think he can get the cancel and TP out, but it's going to cost him.
Yeah, we heard one rifle dying already. The Grunts are up there, is thirsting for more, and the Ensnares should be cooling down. There's one more. Could be 2 more rifle kills. And yeah, a hefty price to be paid indeed. Lemez had the supply lead there for a little while. And I think in the end only lost 1 rifle down south before we cut away. Whoo! Rifleman, near-death experience. If you could save that, that would be tremendous. Pally should be able to do it. And tell you what, this is looking pretty even, isn't it?
Yeah, I think there was a decent chance for Lemez to actually get a big advantage with this push if he had done your play with the Invul Potion. But right now looks about even. I think the Expo kill was very, very important before the TP.
Yeah, definitely. You know, the silver lining here is, because he didn't use the Invul before, he still has it now. And he had the peace and quiet to give it over no problem. And this Pally is strong. Level 4 already, but low mana at the moment. Low mana is the weakness you can try to punish, perhaps.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that the Blood Mage died so early because you benefit so much from this first full mana that you get out of the Blood Mage, and he hadn't even been able to give it to the Paladin in full.
Yeah, absolutely true. But looking at the game state here, with the Orc heroes not looking too impressive, with this human army forming more and more of a cohesive force. We have casters now coming as well, more upgrades, and yeah, that expansion cancel, I think you were exactly right on the money. That changed absolutely everything here. And Scars will have to outplay the human here if he wants to win this fight. Going again for the surround, but I think he didn't look at the items because this time there's going to be the invuln.
It was early usage, but still some good value.
Speed scroll pop. This is where the Orc wants to find some damage and wants to get ahead in this fight. but mana's running out. There's no storms anymore. The Foster's basically dry as well, and the damage is just minimal. There's hardly anything coming through. There's also Holy Light still to be used. Siphon can still be transferred, like we see right there. And there's one rifle dying, but this might be the only kill for Scars, who's getting pretty much butchered in this fight.
Yeah, it's looking really good for the human player right now. If he can... Oh, he got the wolves out before the Blood Mage could do anything about it.
Yeah, but you can see 2 volleys, the wolves are gone. And that is good enough when the fight is very close, but when the fight is this one-sided, it is oftentimes not enough. Scars is trying to get everything he can. He's going to pick off one more rifle here. But even with that kill, he still finds himself 10 supply behind. Scars needs to come up with something special to bring this one back. Lemez's map choice here, map number 2, very much looks like the equalizer.
So he wants to get there right as the expo starts paying off.
And Scar's going for the counterattack. He's got Pillage in the works. There's oftentimes the sign for a player when he doesn't play like this. He feels like he can't win a fight anymore. And so he has to go for the buildings, has to go for the base lane. And yeah, this certainly seems to be the right call here. His army is just so much weaker in comparison. This level 4 Paladin is just such a powerful help to this rifle army, to any army, really.
So do you think he has to TP, or can he defend without it?
You mean Lemez?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you can just take out the expansion and then TP on probably. Paladin could sell some items, buy a TP maybe?
He didn't buy a TP.
Oh, okay. Honestly, he could have sold all these items. Not TPing is risky.
Yeah, but he's got 56, and from this point on, it's the same economy. So the fact that he's gonna have map control for the rest of the game, basically. Like, Scars can never take a fight from this point on.
Yeah, Scars could still try to be tricky with something like a Zeppelin. Of course, you don't want to fly it over the rifles, but yeah, if you do some base lame shenanigans. Seems like he definitely needs reinforced, though. He does have reinforced by now. Okay.
Yeah, I would have sold those 2 damage items on the Paladin. They feel like, I don't know, misplaced.
Scars now ran far away from the human base. That perhaps a mistake to not be in counterattack position. Because now with Lemez hitting the burrows, of course with the piercing, that's not so effective against these buildings. Ideally, Scars here should have been in a counterattack position, so he probably fell back a bit too much. But even if he's late to the party, late to the base race, he might still win out here in trading. He's got the siege damage, he's got the normal damage, and only 1 burrow has gone down so far. Oh, but a huge army is actually back at home, which might just be able to hold by itself. Good splitting of the forces here by Lemez.
Yeah, it looks good. Let's see if the wolves can do some damage on the militia on the other side. But this might backfire as well, because if he loses, you know, like 15 supply this way, I think it could put Scars back in the game, and he still cannot TP home. So
it is certainly a slaughter. And Lemez not concerned with getting back home. He can't afford a TP right now. We got towers and burrows being made across the map. Everything for Scars is quite hurt. The heroes are taking very little damage here. And are we finally going to have Lemez buy that TP? I think he's going to the shop now.
even if he sells everything, he might be a bit short on money. Where is he going?
And the pillage, of course. The pillage is ending up being so much gold. All right, let's see. How much can he sell for? Need to sell everything. Pendant, claws. Oh, can keep the gloves. All right, fair enough. That is enough for the TP.
But he will lose the main before he TPs.
Wait, the keep! Oh my god, Scars is gonna lame his way to victory. This is the lower bracket. This is down to the last wire, and he's too late. The Raider damage. Oh, falls back in the chair. No, that doesn't feel good. Oh, can you still kill the army? Can you still destroy Scars?
I think it's really rough for the human, but if there was a chance ever was to force Scars to not mine again, but at the same time he will just get base raced by the Raiders, so looks like checkmate from Scars' position.
Yeah, he can of course repel the Orc forces. His army is still much stronger.
but there's hardly any buildings. I don't think there's any peasants out on the map either to hide some other buildings. That's going to force the TP out right away. One peasant survived. Oh, look at that. Little Billy up there, still ready to work.
Yeah.
But no has to call it GG. Scars gets the win here in a game that seemed lost. The TP perhaps just a bit too late. Too bad for Lemez. He's going to be out with this, but he had a good performance here on the stage and got very close to getting a map win at least. But Scars to live on, fight on in that lower bracket.
So he has to play against Pato from here.
Yeah, indeed. Pato having lost to side. Pato versus Scars. Yeah, that's going to be then the last match of the day. Should be our decider for later on. Exactly.
Looks like a good one.
Yeah, I've been especially impressed with Side, by the way, in this group. What's going on with Side? His human is just tearing everyone to shreds.
Apparently switching to weak race did something good for him.
It's 2023, dude. 2023, a new day and age for the humans, a new day and age for Side as well. And pressure on Scars has not quite dissolved just yet. Getting the first win was a step in the right direction, but there is one more obstacle. And of course also for South America here, the pride is flying high with Pato. It was, by the way, amazing to hear Forks casting. He was losing his mind when Pato was playing. The passions are running high. And yeah, excited for that game as well. There could be some more mirror image stuff maybe. Both these guys perhaps up for a surprise.
I mean, I would expect them to be familiar with each other's playstyle quite a bit from being on the same team. So we could see some strange, I don't know, meta playing against the opponent, like trying to trick him with different things.
Yeah, it's not going to be as predictable, I suppose, as the Pally rifles. This is where Scars exactly knew what was coming. But that second map, it got real close. Seems like with just a bit faster reactions, with a bit of a faster TP, could have been a very different story. But yeah, we're done with this series. We have one more in the bag for you guys. But for now, back to the couch as we're getting ready.
Giannis, what a series we just witnessed, bro. Dude, Scars netted so much, he looked like Kobe. Like, all these nets left and right. Dude, I love the image of like this paladin trying to get to his men to give them the holy light, just to be, you know, thrown under a net and be like, guys, I'd like to help you, but you know.
Yeah. Dude, what a series. Both players were playing their heart out. You can see this is the lower bracket, it's about survival. And this is the freaking tournament you really want to go for. You want to survive till Saturday and maybe even Championship Sunday. Poor Lemez, dude. Can't help but feel bad for him. His first match on the stage ever, and then it's like something like this. What was this match, Jim? Like this base race, he looked so frustrated at the end. When do we ever see Warcraft players as emotional as Lemez was right now? So awesome, like awesome, but in a bad way, but in a good way. You know
yeah, even though there was no microphone on the player cams, you could hear the heartbreak. It was so frustrating. Yeah. He went in there with like, you know, 5 riflemen trying to base race 5 raiders. I don't think that works, you know. I think it kind of looked like he forgot about the possibility of his main hall falling, what's called town hall, keep falling, but there was just enough raiders, and you know, you saw Scars microing the raiders just outside tower range. So he had like 2 raiders that survived on like, I don't know, like 1 and 5% HP or something, and then the militia, he called the militia, but then, you know, he had to micro in Scars' space, Lemez did, and so he didn't take the opportunity to take the militia over to those 2 very, very ripe for the picking raiders there. And I think that's the mistake that lost him the game, just not paying attention to the smallest of details, the micro, if you will. And in that department, I feel like, you know, Scars made one very, very crucial play that, you know, worked out for him in the end and netted him the 2-0. And now he, like Lemez, finishing in 25th place, very, very good performance considering how many people have been here and how many really solid players plays below him as well. He made it to the top 32, but couldn't prevail. But Scars now has another shot to make it into the playoff phase of the tournament, just like he did last year. And he was the last match of the day as well, I think, on the... Oh no, Armin was. It was another org. Armin was the last match of day 1. And yeah, Scars up against Pato now.
Dude, this is so spicy. This is so juicy. I love it. Obviously, these guys know each other. Everybody knows. And now... these are teammates. This is heating up, man, and I can't wait to see it unfold. So I'm just going to cast it myself.
Oh, you are?
Yes, I am.
Let's go.
So for that, we need a little bit of a break because I have to run to my casting desk, and then we got some more games here.
All right, then have fun, and I'm glad to watch the series. You guys stay tuned. Jannis is going to dash over there. Not too much of a break. Order some Kuchenmeister and some Lead Desk products while you're at it, and see you later. Hello, Remo. How
well,
you
hi
doing?
there.
Hi there.
How
my
you
man.
doing? West side, best side.
X, my man.
Represent.
So,
well, they're more south side though, right? Koalas being from Australia?
I think so, yeah.
Hold on, are we ignorant? Are there only koalas in Australia?
I think so, yeah. True south side OGs, if you will.
I don't think there's any Australians here to correct us. That's always good news, that means I'm right.
And that's a W for all of us.
I agree. I see that precisely the same way. Scars just got away with a W out of nowhere, right? I was getting ready. Yeah. I was stretching out a bit. I was like, all right, we're going to go to map 3. Yeah. Gonna wave over another co-caster, but suddenly got that win in the end. You know, when you can't win the fight, just lane to all eternity with the Raiders, with the pillage. They're kind of made for that. I feel a bit bad for Lemez, dude. Oh, I've been in his shoes so many times, dude. Mm-hmm. You have the game won. You know you can't lose the fight anymore. But then you have that one slip up and you kind of forget to buy the TP. You went to the shop already, but something else happened. He was microing at home, panic, you know. Yeah. We're not all as cool, as happy, you know. Ice cubes under pressure. And then it seemed like that slipped away from him. To be fair, perhaps a chance for him to make the top 8 weren't that high, but would have loved to see him get that map win. Yeah. But I suppose you could say getting here to the top 16 is a pretty good achievement already.
Yeah, for sure. He finished in 25th place out of like 150 people or whatever. That's actually an amazing performance.
Yeah. Right. That's in melee terms. That's always these huge brackets, right? So top 50 is like always like pretty damn good.
Yeah. It's like it's the last 8 players already qualified, right? So there were, we got 8 and then we got plus 16, so that is 24. So he finished then 20th place. That's amazing.
It's pretty good.
Pretty good. Well, I would love to see like another round robin between like all the last place finishers and all the like people that just quite didn't make it, so we can have like clear-cut standings. Yeah. I love something like that. But everybody has played like 10 hours today, so you know maybe they need a little bit of a break. Maybe they need some recreational bar crawling afterwards. I don't know.
Yeah. Maybe a little gander to the bar. We have an awesome selection here at Base Stack. Lots of different things. We also have obviously the koala snacks from Kuchenmeister. They're so good. And tomorrow we're gonna have more challenge games. I wonder who's going to be able to beat the high score. What was the high score from the Americans?
They hit 6.
6?
Yeah.
All right.
6 out of 10,
that's beatable. If they throw better than I did. God damn it.
You got to practice for a whole ass year. And next year, when Koala has us back here, then, you know, we will crush it, I'm sure.
We should do a boot camp before.
Oh, we should.
We're going to meet like one week early. And we're just going to be practicing throws all day. I'm going to have one of those try-hard long sleeves, you know.
Yeah, that's going to be fun.
Did you watch American football? Oftentimes they wear these sleeves, which must have something to do with sports performance.
Yeah, I guess so,
Is it, like, what's the deal? What does it help? Is it just for warmth?
Maybe it helps, like, the blood flow through the arm or something
maybe
like
like compression?
Yeah, I guess something like that.
I guess that does make sense.
Or maybe, like, it keeps the muscles tense because it's, like, super tight or something like that? I don't know.
Oh yeah, I drove up here with Bear. The guy who was casting earlier with Todd, actually, and he was driving us after there was this debacle of all the trains being on strike, so the nice folks drove me up, and he told me a story about David Goggins, who's like the super crazy ultramarathon runner guy, and he's basically, he doesn't have cartilage in his knees anymore, and doctors are like, how are you even still walking, let alone running, dude? This is bone on bone. And he's this guy who always says, stay hard, motherfucker, stay hard. And he's absolute animal. And anyways, since you said compression, like apparently when he's running ultra marathons and he's cramping everywhere, he just takes like super hard duct tape and wraps up his legs and keeps going.
At this point, he's like a cyborg, right? Like he's like, you know, technologically like enhanced human. So maybe that shouldn't count for like marathon records and stuff because you know that's basically another category.
Cyborg running?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. It's like tool assisted, right?
By the way, you know these.
It's tool assisted speed running actually.
It is.
Kind of.
Legit old tools.
Yeah.
I mean, at some point, like also prosthetics. You know those Blade Runner dudes who are amputees and they sprint with prosthetics. At some point, they're going to be better than legs, aren't they? Or am I just talking out of my behind right now?
I mean,
does that not make
maybe
it doesn't make sense?
I don't know.
This is what I've been doing for years, guys. I just talk nonsense.
I mean, that's why you're here. What you're here for, right?
Yeah.
That's why they cast you.
And indeed, in case you guys are wondering what the hell we're doing, we do have to bridge a bit of time because we're setting up the next stage match, which is going to be Scars, of course, again. He survived in the lower bracket. He's facing Pato next. One of the last American hopes.
It's going to be a team kill.
The South American hope, yeah. And they know each other quite a bit, hey? Yeah. So I wonder what's coming into play there. And that also brings us back to last RARALAND, where it was so close between Starbuck and Scars. And the round-robin group stage, it was such a close affair, and there were so many close calls there as well. Just for a quick catch-up for you guys, we're going to have Pato versus Scars, of course, in the decision match. Kevin versus Blast in Group B.
That's actually amazing. They played in the first round in winners still, and they played a 47-minute map. So this took forever. This series took forever. And then Blast made quick work out of Godfather, I think it was.
Darkness, right?
Or Darkness, yeah. Some undead, you know. And then Hippo beat Kevin 2-1, and now it's Blast versus Kevin again.
Yeah. Hippo, by the way. First place finisher.
First place finisher.
Hippo, my man, my dark horse right now. Would love to see Hippo go far.
I earlier today said my dark horse is X-Lord for making it to the top 4.
Yeah, I could see that. X-Lord, like, I'm always impressed with him also offline. Like, there's these players who just, they deliver. Right. They deliver when it counts the most.
Yeah.
This is perhaps where Starbucks sometimes has, let us down is too strong of a word, but hasn't quite delivered on everything that some people were hoping for him. Do you know, by the way, what map it was? 47 minutes, because that's a crazy long map.
Sounds like Twisted Meadows, but I don't know.
Sounds like Twisted, that's true. Edo versus Long Walk is the decider in Group C, with Leon taking first. That was kind of expected.
It's also a ESL Meisterschaft Classic, right? Long Walk used to play in Meisterschaft.
Yes, he did. It was. I'm not sure if it's also only the first season, maybe first and second. I'm not sure if Edo was playing back then.
Oh, that might be true.
If Neo was here, he would know.
Yeah, for sure.
I forget these things always, sorry. Group D was won by Starbuck in first place and Tetster and Razor Moon for the decider. Tetster also ESL Meisterschaft player.
That's right, that's right.
ESL Meisterschaft, strong represent.
Yeah, only somewhat recently, right? He didn't play in the first couple of seasons.
Correct, correct. He played the last 2, I believe it was.
I kind of remember him from, the Warcraft show that Giannis and Florentin Will have, the Creep Jack. They have a league as well, and I think I remember the name Tetster from there, from like way back, like 2-3 years back or something like that. I was like, oh man, that's that guy.
Yeah, it's also really cool how a lot of players actually came up through the Rocket Beans community and started out being grassroots and really small scale, and some of them got really good.
Yeah.
Kevin being the #1 shining example.
Yeah,
and
the
now
Grubby
Kevin
Slayer.
is fighting for his.
It's the Grubby Slayer, you know.
Yeah.
You remember that
I
think it was Northern Isles, that game where he beat him on ladder, and like everybody was so freaking ecstatic, and they even featured like the last couple of seconds, like a clip, like 30-second clip, Twitch clip on the Creep Jack show.
Nice.
And they were like
deserved.
And Grubby said something like on his stream, he said something like, you know, MG can win. and then Kevin was like, that's right, MG, you can win.
Kevin, a great player, and also a great creator of memes.
Oh,
the Grubby Slayer and the MG equals GG.
Yes.
And oiling up the E button for the entangle. Yeah, and I guess on paper he should be the favorite going into the match against Blast, but Knight of Mirror is a little weird sometimes.
Yeah.
Sort of Bear Mirror nowadays, not much room for the keeper. Some elves try to play Potom. I saw Long Walk doing that, but seems like most elves have resorted to Bear Mirror, which, some love, some hate. We haven't seen it yet today, won't see it today. We might see it, of course, tomorrow when the big stage is kicking off. Of course, today was all about getting our 100+ players from the big open bracket to squeeze them down to find the best of the best, the cream of the crop. And we're about to start our last map of the day soon, but I think it's going to take a little bit longer.
Yeah, I think so as well. I think we might throw you guys into a little bit of a break still, or again, thank you, shoutouts so much to Kuchenmeister for delivering here. Backtradition since 1884, which is crazy. Also to Lead Desk, get one of these freaking desks. Like Happy was so happy about it last year. He said, I like it. So you know,
that's the best you're ever going to get from Happy.
That's how you know. And also shoutouts to Basedeck, of course, this amazing venue that hosts us this year. They just opened up. We are basically the first like big esports event that they're hosting, except for like some smaller scale event from the local football club. And shoutouts to all these sponsors. Shoutouts to Back to Warcraft, of course, as well. Shoutouts to you. Yeah, one of the people who made all of this possible when you started 10 years ago, casting the top 100 replays. And I think we throw you guys into a little bit of a break. Shoutouts to Being Esports organizing all of this, and see you in a couple of minutes.
Oh no.
Welcome to RARALAND.
And we are back with the
yes, sir.
With the final match of the day. Two teammates from the Phantom Aces, Scars and Pato, meeting each other. We got Orc versus Night Elf. Historically, a pretty rough matchup. At the moment, I talked to Scars a little bit. He said, you know, don't want to sound like a whiner, but all the matchups are not really good. Night Elf might be the best.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
All right, yeah.
That's what he thinks, so, you know.
There's definitely changes being made in the past and adjustments being made in the past. Yeah, I was just over there at the stage and I saw Forks, the Brazilian caster, standing there as well. And of course now his boy, Pato's going to be playing. And it was pretty cute. He was like, oh dude, I'm so nervous, I'm so afraid. For the last Brazilian to be playing here, Pato having some high hopes of the South American scene on his shoulders. We'll see if he'll be able to prevail. One of the biggest stages he's ever played on. Scars has been in an eerily similar situation before.
That's right.
So close to making the big run. Wait, I wrote it down somewhere. How far did he get? Yeah, 9th and 10th is how far Scars got last time, which is not where he is just yet. Needs to win now to make the top 16 to move on to tomorrow when we're going to be starting quite early, by the way. I think it's going to be like around noon, 12 p.m. If I hear that right. I think they're going to tell us again later. But yeah, it is correct, indeed. I have been confirmed. You're trying to set things up right now. You guys saw the players on the cam already. They are setting up all that there is to do. Need to get the mouse settings just right. Got to make sure that the distance is correct. Did you see those pictures before of like quite a few years ago already of Korean pro gamers, Flash and stuff, who brought a ruler to every tournament he was playing, and he would, to the millimeter, would measure where to put his keyboard.
Oh my god, I had no idea.
Honestly though, maybe I should do that as well. Do you also have that at home, where you have your keyboard laying there, and sometimes I don't know where to put it. I pull it down, I put it up, and I don't know quite where the right spot is sometimes.
I got like all of like, you know, letters and stuff on my desk, so like there's not too much space sometimes. So
I know that, bro. But once a month it's clean.
Yeah, exactly. Usually when I expect visitors to come over, I'm like, oh, gotta clean this up finally.
Yeah. Or just close the door.
Exactly.
This room is off limits.
Don't visit my room.
Yeah.
Visit the kitchen. We have a couch there. Don't you worry.
Kitchen is the place to be anyways.
That's right.
Almost like here, the place to be is the bar and the Kuchenmeister corner, where tomorrow we will have more competitions.
Oh, that's right.
I wonder what the high score is going to be.
Yeah, me too. Do you think there's anyone who's going to hit all 10?
That would be epic. Dude, that would be like, what's it called? When they had in the German football show, when they had this goal with the holes in it.
Oh yeah, the Torwandschießen.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know what it's called in English.
No idea.
But that was like so hard. They had to make 6 scores, right?
Yeah.
3 at the top, 3 at the bottom. That's at least as difficult.
Oh yeah, for sure.
But yeah.
It's like, do you remember? I don't know the English term. Like when the ski jumping, when they go down a ramp and then they jump with their skis on.
Yeah.
There's this like 4-event tour. In German it's called Vier-Schanzenturnier.
Yeah.
And it's 4 events. And for some reason, it has been like 60 years of this competition until somebody won all 4.
Really?
Yeah.
Wait.
This German guy, Sven Hannawald,
Exactly.
he won all 4 in like, in like 2005
a long
or something.
time ago, yeah. You know, Neil actually used to be a big fan of ski diving or whatever it's called.
Yeah. My grandma is as well, so you know.
Yeah. It used to be kind of big on TV.
Yeah,
but,
true.
I don't know what they play on TV nowadays.
Me neither. Like ever since we got Netflix and everything, like I think like this, like you know, straight up TV
and Twitch
of course,
Twitch, and Twitch is
to the good people in chat. We're here with you. So yeah, for some reason, like some of those, like you know, perfect scores in some type of competitions, like they seem to be like they shouldn't be as difficult as they are. And then like you know, with the ski diving thing, it took like 80 years or something of competition for somebody to you know win all 4 in a row. And same with the Torwandschießen, whatever that is called in English.
Yeah, the ski diving thing, I feel like it's not the most thrilling sport to watch. But can you imagine doing it, dude? Dude, ski diving, like jumping off a ramp to jump like more than 100 meters, right?
Yeah.
More than 100 meters, like an eagle soaring in the sky.
It's gotta be one of the worst, like you know, actually doing it to spectator like excitement ratios. All right. Anyway, I think after all these tangents here, we finally are about to start our final match of the day. It's for elimination, and winner goes to tomorrow to the top 16. Loser goes to the bar. And it's going to be Scars versus Pato. It's going to be Germany versus Brazil. Live on stage right now. You're joined by Neo for the cast.
I also got company, but man, it feels so good. 12 hours after I set foot in this building, I can finally cast. So, my guest at this time, as there was with all the balance talks recently, Mr. Dondolada, how you doing, man?
I'm doing fine. I actually had a balance talk with Moon of all people earlier. Ooh. So I gotten some proper feedback, yeah.
So, what do you say, human Imba?
Under Imba.
Moon doesn't know what's going on, okay? I can tell you. The humans are dominating, but there's no humans here. Pato versus Scars, the Phantom Aces match. Who's your money on, Dondo?
I think Pato is a slight favorite, but not a huge favorite. That's my money.
That's your money, okay. I would say the same, but the performance of Scars I've seen, he's a fighter. He wants these playoffs more than anything. He stays in the game for as long as it's humanly possible, and if it has to be a laming strategy, he plays that laming strategy, and I expect a lot of that now.
Yeah, and I expect some shenanigans from Scars in general. I think Orc Night Elf currently is like people don't know exactly what's the current meta, so you have a room to do like more surprising strategies than you used to in the past, for sure.
Yeah, and also both players can play outside the box a lot, like Scars with his weird mirror image build that he is very confident in, apparently. Pato has been displaying a lot of Pit Lord recently as well, so some cheeses, some shenanigans, I'm with you.
Yeah, I do expect, I think the thing is, I think it's more likely that Pato will play pretty standard. And maybe we'll see some surprises from Scars.
Now we see the game, everybody. Last series of the day, and my first cast of my own event feels good. Let's get in-game, everybody, to see who joins us in the Being Esports World Series. In the bottom left-hand side, representing Phantom Aces, is Scars, and in the upper right-hand side for... Okay, you want to cheer, all right. Who is cheering for the upper right-hand side Night Elf player? Pato! There we go, it took some time, then we do the first one again. Who is cheering for a former German bronze medalist, Scars? Fan favorite, pretty clear.
Yeah, local lad, basically. I mean, we already have a surprise. We have a Farseer.
That is right. Scars has been playing that before. He was ultra frustrated in this matchup, like a year ago, maybe a year and a half, but he said it himself. Night Elf might be Orc's best matchup now.
Yeah, I actually think that is probably true. I mean, let's be honest, Scars can be frustrated with a lot of matchups at times, but I think he has a point there. This is not the standard, we would say. You usually see Blade Master openings. Farseer Grunts is not totally uncommon, but it's not the standard at all. So I wonder how Pato reacts to this. I don't think it changes his game plan much, to be honest. Still, my guess is Pato is going to go into Dryads and Bears. I think that is equal. I mean, that goes directly into Farseer.
Right on. So, of course, Pato is very experienced in this matchup. In his region, the guy to beat is obviously Hitman. He's been trying for a long time. So his practice is always Berserk to finally beat Hitman. For Scars, maybe not so much, but on the other side, on the ladder, you meet a million of these elves.
That is true, and the thing about Hitman is that Hitman has a lot different playstyle. He has a plan and he executes it very directly every time in the same order. Of course, this is completely different, so that practice doesn't necessarily help you that much. We have the first engagement here, by the way. Good mana burn early.
Yeah, trying to get rid of these wolves as fast as possible. Archer's in a defensive position, so are the Grunts. Not a real big fight, rather a little skirmish, and that might give us the time to tell a little story here. The reason why this game was delayed, actually, guys, ladies and gentlemen, I'm not sure if I can say it, but whatever. Pato forgot the password to his account.
Yes, that is true. Is that nerves, we wonder?
Yeah, exactly. Is this veteran of the game, who's been traveling the world for 20 years, is he getting nervous on his old days?
But on the other hand, he also destroyed his phone the first day at Rara.
Correct.
So this might just be a very unlucky path for him. We hope that it's not nerfs, because that would be bad for the game. I think Scars has been intending to go a super early expo. It just feels like that, because he has that peon going and get to the gold mine every time. I'm not sure if he saw something that made him not do it, or he just forgot about it and just keeps going between the gold mines.
he's trying again now. So Pato is certainly not unlucky when it comes to the items. Circlet, slippers, gloves, that's very good. And he's starting an almost old school push towards the tier 2 buildings, and this beastery is not coming through.
No, that's actually a big win for Pato. The bestiary is the main thing that will help the Orker, because the grunts without lockdown will be bad. Oh, there's going to be a tower push.
Oh my. After Tets that tower pushed Razormoon out of this tournament, we see it again. Maybe.
I think it's no maybe anymore. The thing is, Pato probably has talked with Razor about this, would be my guess, after the games. But what can he do at this moment, I wonder?
We'll see about that. We see a keeper on Pato's side. Repair immediately. Here we go. Good old Taker style. Shout out. The next generation of German Orc players are playing this style apparently as well. So yeah, what's the list of priorities you have to do now against this push?
He did the first thing correctly. He got the mana burn on the FS, so there's no more wolves now. At best, you get one more wolves later. I think, and also focusing on Naga is probably good if you can get it. But you have to be super strict in how you prioritize. Losing archers to this degree is not good though.
What do you think about Thorns or a first? Oh, Naga about to go down. Nice support here. One more swipe. The critter block!
The deer block.
Oh man, little unlucky there with detonator coming in. Fasio also might get chased here. This is okay. Not that great. That keeper with the Thorns aura might just bite the dust, gets the potion. And man, this is a high tension game.
Yeah. Thing is, the towers will get up now. And I guess Pato then has to buy time to get enough damage to keep to burst him down. But it's gonna be difficult with 3 grunts upon you.
Oh, new potion of healing for the keeper. Run, dear, run! So what do you do against the 2 towers now? Granted, there's no reinforced defenses yet.
He just has to buy time. If he can get level 2, get treants, can block some damage, can get them faster. I mean, as long as Scars doesn't have wolves, he has more or less no other damage output than the grunts. And the grunts don't do that much damage. So, but the problem is, what can Pato produce?
True. He's trying to get treants up. Does he even still have an Engine of War? Oh yeah, it's at the shop, unfortunately. He's super far away from production. Reinforcements will trickle in slowly. He's trying to get archers. Not even sure if he has a Hunter's Hall. Oh, he has a Hunter's Hall, so he can go glaives if he wants to, but it will take forever for them to arrive.
Indeed. And I wonder when Pato, if he gets level 2 on his keeper now, will he go treants or will he try to go for the Farseer kill?
Oh! Dude, how many potions of healing are in this shop, man? Shopkeeper making bank tonight.
I mean, the good thing for Pato is since he can't produce, at least he has money for items.
True.
So it will help him, and that's what he has to bank on. Getting 1 kill would be so good here for getting the... Or maybe he needs 2 kills, actually, to get the level 2 keeper.
Next Moonwall is going down. Pato not supply blocked, obviously. No chance for tier 3, no chance for an orb. On the flip side, Scars now laying the siege to this main, or continuing to lay the siege with a Demolisher.
Good, nice mana burn, by the way.
Always, right? Oh, Chain Lightning, another one! That's the keeper buying the dust, and it's only the Demon Hunter remaining for poor Pato. Scars retreating, he got a shop now as well. All eyes on the Demon. Grunts are coming in for the block, mana burn again, but this Demon Hunter might be forced into a TP. No! Saves himself, but man, it's a long time till night falls and the Moon Juice regenerates.
Yeah, now only now keeper starts, actually. No, it doesn't actually. Yeah, now it starts. He was a bit late for reviving as well, so he needs to wait for that. It's kind of hard to see how Pato's going to get out of this. He has no Moon Juice, basically no healing, and no units.
But he has a Demon Hunter level 4,
and a Dream.
And a Dream. And good items, okay? Oh, Demon Hunter's walking in. Focus fire, that's the potion gone.
He really needs to get some damage on. Farseer, no, he needs to cancel his clarity on the Farseer. The wolves are super good for Scars here. They do so much more damage than anything else in this army combined.
Yeah, and you can't really spend too many wisps for detonating.
Nope.
It's finally a kill.
No,
Demon Hunter, Raid Boss, Entangle, finally Chain Lightning on the other side! Gets it in the Naga Fault! Oh my god!
Okay.
All right, man. Where are we at now?
I still think Pato is in big trouble, but every play helps, of course. I see that Scars is now, if he gets reinforced, this will be super difficult to do anything about. Also, he's getting raiders. So every time now Pato is running into the towers, he might get ensnared and take a lot of damage.
Exactly, and the lovely observer pointed it out, there's no potion anymore for Pato, so he has to go to the shop. Demon Hunter, when are the potions restocking? They need the staff of our bar to restock faster.
I think this is over, Mr. Neo.
Oh, is it? Is it though? Is it though? Keeper arrives with the heel scroll and taking on the Farseer. Not going for the town ball. Mana burn again. One Demon Hunter against them all. Angela Protector surviving. Oh my god! There's the answer you were talking about. Raider survives as well. Pato supply stuck at 19, now 24. Surviving Ingo Potion. Going for the Demolisher. Can he get it? 3 seconds left on the clock. Entangle, Mana Burn, Focus, Speed Scroll. Oh, is it saving him? The towers are attacking. Comes around, gets the kill. Pato in shambles. GG, well played. Holy macaroni, dude. What kind of game was that?
I was 100% sure Pato was dead 10 times there. That was actually pretty close.
God damn. Okay, that's the first game I cast this tournament. That feels really good, Dortmund. Oh boy. Okay, do you think there's still some fight left in Pato?
Yeah, I think. But the thing is, like, does he know the counter? Is there like a perfect counter to this?
I don't know. Apparently that's the meta of the tournament now. You just tower rush these elves.
Yeah. And the thing is, there's probably something to do you can do with it that makes it a lot easier to deal with. But can you learn that in 2 minutes?
Yeah, that's the problem now. You got some time to think about it. It's going to be a new map. It's going to be a different setup, of course. But yeah, with the Ancient of War so far outside, of course, your base is wide open.
Yeah. Maybe he just missed time. But I wonder if that peon on the south was actually like a way to trick Pato. I think he saw that peon. Because we saw, I think Tedster did the same with Razor Moon. He did one game, he did Fast Expo, like a very fast Expo for an Orc, and then the other game he did the Tower Rush. So it kind of follows the playbook here.
Damn.
We'll see if the next map
Mind
will be
games.
Fast
Mind games it is. Yeah, man. I wonder if we switch casters or if we have the next game coming up. Okay, we have one more replay here. Those were some hype moments. No, it's not an instant replay. It is the next game. Dondo, thank you very much for joining us. We need to replace you. Maybe we see you back. Give it up for Dondo Lare! Or not. Also fine. There we go. And now, ladies and gentlemen, a dear friend, a person I talk to pretty much every single day in Gym Discord, Disengage from Disengage TV.
How's it going?
How's it going? I'm feeling very good next to you, my man.
Yes. Just the gym meme incarcerate.
Yeah, that's absolutely correct. We'll talk about your sponsor maybe later tonight.
Maybe later tonight.
All right.
The money hasn't hit the bank account yet, so
I see. Okay.
We have to talk to Angry Korea Man about that.
That is very important. Also very important to know for the people. What race are you playing, good sir?
I am playing Orc.
So, the Orc player is not from your region, but the Night Elf player is. Who are you rooting for in this match?
After this last game, I'm going to have to say the Orc. I'm going to have to say Scars. I'm inspired by the cheese. I'm inspired by the off-meta pushing at odd times.
Yeah, man, you're a fan of the lames yourself, right? Mass Raider, Mass Wyvern, it's your thing?
Mostly the lanes.
Yeah?
Mostly the lanes.
Okay. Get your textbook, write it down. The tower push is all the rage now.
Yeah. I've been told that, no ego gaming. Remove the blade and just lame your way through.
Let's see if Scars removes the blade from his playbook. We're going in. It's match points for Scars and Pato fighting for survival. Whoo, there we go. Disengage. Northern Isles it is. On the bottom left-hand side, we got Pato down a map. You think he can come up with a solution to this tower push now in like 2-3 minutes?
I don't know. I think that he's going to probably play it a little bit more reserved. I think he's going to keep scouting, making sure he's got to find those peons moving across map a little bit earlier, try to pick them off, try to stall as much time as he can.
So last game we had Scars on the Farseer, and now he's switching it up. Blade it is.
There are a lot of things you can do against Night Elf with the Blade. I think that this matchup is, as Dondo said, it feels one-sided right now, but I think it's also because Night Elf has a lot of flexibility, and it kind of feels like with Orc, you have to build your way through that, and Blade does allow you to work with that, whether it's Keeper first, Demon first. But it's very interesting that he is going with the mirror image right off the bat.
Yeah. That's the Scar style. He was so frustrated with the matchup like a year ago. He came up with this one when Mirror Image got buffed and finally got the damage. He said, okay, I'm going to use that just like in Dota's Phantom Lancer or what. I'm going to craft a build around that. And man, these slippers are certainly going to help with that.
That is a huge pickup off of the super quick camp. I wasn't a fan of the mirror image for a while, but I was, again, inspired by Koss, the American Koss, playing the jam style of Farseer with Blade mirror image. Now I'm a firm believer that mirror image is, there's some value to it.
Yeah, there is, but in my opinion, it takes a long time to get online. I don't know if Pato is going to give him that time. He's starting off with Immolation, so creeping is super fast, especially against these Murlocs. So he tried to go into Scar's base in the previous map already to get rid of a Beastery, and he might just do that again.
Yeah, I mean, that is, it's funny, I feel like this matchup is so dependent on who can cancel whose tier 2 buildings first. If you can cancel those lures or the winds first right off, or if you can cancel the Bestiary, Spirit Lodge, it really, who's the aggressor, who's on their back foot.
And given that Pato is soon to be level 3 and Scar's just hit level 2, the Night Elf might just be the aggressor here.
Oh yes, he will be able to move across the map. I don't know if he has a War Mill yet, because with him coming across the map, I know that Dark did it earlier to me today with Night Elf. You come across the map with a demon and 4 or 5 archers, and no matter how much you repair burrows, they're going to fall. You need to get the reinforced defenses.
I think we can safely say that this is going to be a very, very different game than the one before. We have Pato building an expansion.
I love it. I think that, you know, he's sending the mirror image down, trying to scout for it. He sees the demon. I mean, again, it's a little bit different in the fact that Keeper, you had the Keeper meta where you would be expecting the Expo right off, but with seeing Demon, he might not be expecting that Expo going down there.
There was a scout, I saw it. I don't know if it was in time, so we'll see if he puts some pressure on the north or not. But yeah, we will have a two-base situation. Maybe they're just totally fine with that and leave each other alone.
Totally, and it is. It's one of those things where Orc is still, it feels like it's the last race that really thinks about expoing at this time, especially at this time of the game, 5 minutes in. But I like it. I like the mistiming of it. I like the fact that, neither player is really expecting this, the other to be expoing right now.
So who tricks who the best?
Yes.
We got the dust on Scar's side, so he can continue hunting the archers. On the other side, we got Watcher Wards, and now he will confirm it at the very, very latest, but he's also here at 50%. Late Master also. Is that enough damage to cancel it?
I want to say it is. If he brings those grunts over to help defend, I don't think so, especially if that demon stays in that spot. If he's got to move out of that corner, and he's trapped. He's trapped in there.
Okay, is it enough damage? Can he dodge some shots? There is evasion. Invo potion, though. Committing hard. There was a little bit of safety here. And then if there's no crit, that must be a cancel. Oh, nothing you can do against it. So
close.
And so frustrating.
Yes.
There's nothing you can do.
No, you can't. And especially especially the fact that it's not daytime yet. He knew it was the big invul. He knew that it was going to wait. That was the longest 15 seconds he's probably played in this tournament so far.
Right on, man. Right on. Just watching when your base goes down. And that, of course, puts him behind. He has no tech advantage or anything. Both are ending up on tier 2. This is looking kind of like we have a solid shot for a game 3.
I want to say yes. I think that it's also interesting that because he went that Expo, he doesn't have the tier 2 buildings up in time, so he's pretty grunt heavy. We see Pato going with the lures right now. If he went winds and had talons on those grunts, those things would melt. But it looks like he's given up on the Expo and he's trying the same strat with a little variation with the blade instead of the Farseer.
Oh man, I don't know if the blade is as good as the FS was. Definitely an expansion, a tower push that comes as a plan B/C, but I love the inventory on the Blade Master. Talisman of Evasion scales with the illusions, and he takes care of the shop that held Pato for such a long time in game 1.
Totally, and the nice thing is that you turn, and this is what I've been working on with Koss, is that you turn the blade almost into a faux those crits, a faux Farseer, in the sense that you provide that buffer with those illusions.
True, they work as your wolves.
They work as your wolves. They allow you to push forward and pull back a little bit. They put distance in between you.
Look at Pato, man. He looks so angry. The Naga falls to the Demon Hunter. There was very little chance for Scars' push to actually survive, but now with the Naga down, that helps Blade Master also. Very little mana to work with.
And those grunts are going to town. That Naga almost walks into a surround, but he's keeping an eye on that blade. Oh, and the blade goes down.
No chance anymore, man. Both heroes double kill for Pato. He's certainly back in this series. First the Expo cancel, now kind of single-handedly defeating this push. What's left for Scars to do?
He can try to surround this Naga, ensnare and surround, and just pray. But yeah, I mean, these grunts with the slow, they're useless at this point. You know, you're diving in, the tree hang is going whack whack, as we would say in gym. Yeah, things are starting to fall apart for Scars.
And there it is, GG! Pato delivers the encore, fights back, 1-1. And now it's really do or die. It's really do or die. We have one map left here on the first day of RARALAND. And this is all it's coming down to. Who will join us in the round of 16, man? Pato, Scars?
Man, it's crazy that Invul, he could have found maybe one other item, Potion of Greater Healing, to save that demon. Because if that Expo goes up, that completely changes the course of this game. That item got the Expo kill, forced Scars into a strategy he really wasn't planning on, and it all just started going downhill from there.
Who do you think will deal with the pressure now better? Scars, Pato?
I want to say Pato, just because I've watched him more. You know, I've seen him up against a lot of people in those NA Cups, those weekly cups. You know, I want to say Pato.
All right, man.
But I have faith in my orc.
We of course know that you Americans have no idea about Warcraft 3, so it's definitely going to be wrong. And my boy Scars is going to take this home now.
I could be completely wrong. This is my inner orc of just like, what do you do at this point? You know, you see, you have mass grunts, you don't see talons. You're like, okay, no magic damage against the heavy armor, and it's still just falls apart.
I think from a psychological standpoint, for Scars, it's kind of good that he can fall back onto his winning strategy. Mm-hmm. So the thing that worked once, he can just use again.
Yeah, but I mean, you know that it came. You know that you can do it. It's just making sure you execute on Plan A and not having to resort to Plan B.
Right on. Let's move in. Game 3, decider, last player to qualify for the Being Esports World Series. Okay, we weren't sure if the camera was off or not, but there we go. Okay, Dortmund, one last time. I want to hear ya. Who wants Pato to advance? All right, solid. But I assume the horde to be a little louder for Scars. There we go. The horde is running. I like it.
It's the orc show. We've sort of stayed on the sidelines when it comes to all the balance talks and watching all of the other races just kind of go at each other.
Because you get all the buffs, dude.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
Facts, disengage, just facts.
So we start off with Farseer Grunt for Scars, and Pato is going right to the Merc camp.
It is the Farseer again, man. It is the winning strategy, just as we predicted. Pato as well with that Merkin. Of course, it's super strong. He gets level 2 immediately, good item. But his base is going to be exposed again, just like on Autumn Leaves.
And that's the scary thing. You know, there's this peon already moving out. He saw it. He saw the peon, but yeah, you know, that's always a thing with those Ancient Wars. You know, the Ancient War creeping, you're leaving that base completely defenseless.
But he has then access to mercenaries again, so that's a plus that he did not have on Autumn leaves. It cannot dispel, it can only heal for the time being, but a little heal takes pressure off of Moon Juice. But first of all, pressure's on the Moon Juice.
Yes, and that's really the goal for when I play Farseer against Night Elf is, getting Wolves on Wisp, forcing Moon Juice use. That way, it's pretty much empty, and then you can really start doing damage. You want to drain those Moonwells. You're not trying to kill anything at this point other than Wisp and just draining those Moonwells.
That worked quite well. What's Scar's doing with this shop in the middle?
Quicker access to the shop. If it doesn't get canceled, he may just try to do the Expo again like he did last game. But yeah, instead of having to run all the way home to pick up a salve, to pick up, speed scroll, now he can go halfway.
Ooh, both first heroes again. Pretty hurt. That will certainly drain some juice, and he has to run back to the shop, who just finished, for some healed selves. But is delaying level 3 Demon Hunter. That is super important.
You got to delay the Demon Hunter to 3 as much as humanly possible. It's that hero that once you get it to 3 or 4, it really starts to go off the rails. And once it hits 5, that's when you just QQ. You're just out.
Would you QQ when you see a Demon Hunter with this inventory? Double claw?
Most likely. That's where you upgrade the brute strength right off, because that thing is going to be doing some massive right-click damage.
Wow, you were right with the call, dude. It is an expansion in the middle of springtime. Of course, no creeps to protect it, but will Pato find out?
He is going to be nothing but pressure. Scars is going to put nothing but pressure on him, and he's going to try to keep him on his side of the map, so that way he just doesn't even know it's there until it's too late. But he's running around it. You gotta throw a Wisp up there, something. And that's what I meant for the last game, between the tower rushes and all of that Scars is doing with the cheese. You gotta suss these things out, because again, it's gonna be too late, and that Expo's almost up.
And Pato's playing pretty standard, I'd say. We don't have a Huntress Hall yet, so there's a slight chance he goes Talons. But man, he seriously needs to come up with something against his Expos at 50%.
And again, he still has no idea it's even there. He, again, is running along the bottom lane of the map. He never even went in the middle. He just got 3, which is really nice. But yeah, I'm very curious to see. Oh, and that looks like the Huntress Hall is down.
Okay, that means Lures again, Dryads again, hopefully Bears at some point. We haven't seen any tier 3 techs just yet. So will Scars lead the Demon Hunter? No, he's not crossing the middle. It's a little downside now, because his shop is obviously in the middle where he doesn't want to go.
No, he's got to run around the back of his base. Maybe he's got the Naga. The Naga picked up some salves. So maybe he can slow the demon down. Although, Boots, I think you forced the demon across the map, completely out of position and away from your Expo. He still has no idea it's there, and it's done. There's no way to cancel it now. And now, the only thing I will say for Pato is he's level 3 on that demon, and 3-1 versus 1-1 is not good, but yeah, he's going to be on a timer here really soon.
Very, very scary situation for Pato. XP, of course, clearly in the favor of the Brazilian with that level up, but Scars can also easily catch up if he has the time. Naga's getting caught, though. Little bit of block. Grunts are helping, though.
And that's the weird situation. If he has the time to creep up, that also means he's giving time to Pato to creep up. And giving time to Pato allows him to move up in the middle of the map and see that Expo. He's just determined to keep him in that bottom lane or on his side of the map.
And he's exactly doing that. Naga is alive, the other one's getting chased, but man, Scars mining from 2 bases, same supply, same tech. Now the Dryads are coming in, seems a bit slow, but of course this was hectic moments. And Scars is building that war mill, getting the reinforced defense, getting the towers up, and then that's it.
And that is my concern, is that that war mill feels a little late. He really wants to fortify that middle area. Towers, burrows, cement towers, get them up so that way, get a couple raiders.
We get the fight here. He's chasing once again. It's another hero kill for Pato. Slowly but steady. It's getting really scary.
It's getting out of hand. 1-1 versus 4-1 is not good. And that demon inventory is terrifying.
It's one demon to rule them all. Like, it's his
really
damage output. Yo, my God. Pato, maybe he knew all along and he knew that this is going to be his timing. Creeps are getting involved as well.
This is why I'm not a fan of this map, because there's 1,000 things going on for both players right now. He just saved it.
These grunts, man, they're all getting slaughtered by the Naga. What the hell? That's a double kill. He's getting close to level 4 in a bit. And what's replacing them?
He's going, and this is the issue now, like, the Raiders pulling the creeps. You're hoping that he ensnares or casts Fairy Fire on the Night Elf units, but yeah, no burrow at the Expo, no fortified tower.
Scars, man, he was with 1 foot in the round of 16, but we saw him shaking his head. He's frustrated, lost his entire army, and it still takes so much time. The Expo advantage is gone, all the peons down.
All the peons are down, and they're going to stay down unless he can push him back even for a half a minute to get some way to fortify that middle Expo. Just getting level 2 now is rough. It's nice that he has the catch with the Raiders, but...
Oh, this might be the end here of the Fazio Fault as well. It's Pato in the round of 16. Double potion. Saves him for a bit, but where's the damage output against the Demon Hunter? How is he supposed to stop him? It's still the question. Naga by Scars is back. Maybe a chain lightning at some point, but mana is also an issue.
Yeah, the Demon would be less scary because he's not... He just went evasion. He's evasion 1, so he's not super tanky, and he doesn't have any mana, but that right-click damage is just... it's too much.
It's too much?
It's too much.
Java says it's too much. I get it. Still trying, though. Fastia, there is a Dryad supposed to block and slow. Wolves are eating away. Fishes on the menu. Maybe no wolf it is. Another hero kill. What is it? Number 4, number 5? I lost track. And the Naga gets away. Pato activated, getting kill after kill.
Demon is halfway to 5. He is just now building that tower. I hope that he is spending his time as wisely as he can, because I really think that, Scars is the one now on the clock. I really thought it was going to be Pato with that Expo, but no, it's Scars.
You were probably right with that prediction here. If Pato is not overextending, the favorite will prevail. Towers are being cancelled as well, maybe a bit too offensive. The Naga is holding a push against some Dryads. Scars, you need some Dota skills here.
The Dryads are dancing. Those grunts are barely making contact with them. It's just dead.
Here we go. The peon is blocking a little bit as well, and that's another kill. GG, well played. Scars is not going into the round of 16 again. Smile on his face, but the Brazilian is celebrating in Dortmund. The travel was worth it after all. Give it up for Pato, everybody. Very, very solid celebration. That was incredibly important for him. We see the handshake between the two teammates, also Scars with a cheeky smile on his face. Good. Phantom Ace is not in trouble after today. GG, Pato. You were right.
Scars tried to cheese his way around, try to force, Pato back in his base so he can get that Expo up. But once you get that demon, that right-click damage, and once it hit 4, it's too much. It's really too much.
It was insane damage output, the Demon Hunter carrying, but Pato maneuvered himself into a position where the Demon Hunter can be that strong, so the early game for him. Nice display of how many strategies are possible in this matchup, and that wasn't even really the meta. So.
No, there is. It's a very, very flexible matchup. There's some players, Mass Raiders, Mass Wind Riders, they still go the old school demon, like Shadow Hunter, Grunt Raider Walker. Then, the Night Elf can go 1,000 different things with Mass Dryads, Bears, Talons. It's a fun matchup because there are 1,000 different possibilities, but it's also very hard to nail down.
All right, you have to nail down another prediction. As Pato is one of your America's representatives, what's the result for Pato at the end? How far can he go?
Top 8.
Top 8 for Pato. All right.
Top 8.
Feels sad for Scars. We see the teammates consolidating him a little. That's nice to see. Team spirit at Phantom Aces is pretty good. And I think we're going to see more of Pato. People probably want to see more of Disengage. Where can we find you, good man?
You can find me in the Discord, the gym Discord voice chat most evenings, US time, on Disengage TV.
There we go, everybody. Disengage from Disengage TV. I'm going to throw it back to the boys to tell you what's going to happen tomorrow.
Man, and I'm joined here for the very last time for the day by Mr. Remo Demo. And what a series we just saw. Scars vs. Pato. A lot of cheese, a lot of cheeky plays here, but in the end, standard play prevailed, and Pato from Brazil makes it to the round of 16. Very heartbreaking for boy Scars. We seen all of his games today, basically. Like, this stream was Scars land, for sure. Scar land, if you will. And now it's over, unfortunately, for the boy. But, you know, Pato, all the way from Brazil, made it through, and he's not alone in this. As we established earlier, Neo calling himself the prophet, yet again, saying all the humans are going to have a great time in this open bracket format. All 4 of them made it through to winners.
Did they?
Yes. Oh. So we got Sight, who played 2 very, very close series versus Scars and Pato. Made it through, winning both of these series. Then we have Hippo, making it through in winners. We have Leon making it through in winners, and also Starbuck making it through in winners.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, a lot of the humans here prevailing where the close qualifiers didn't go their way. Now they're going to have a chance. Still, yeah, Scars, I think he still enjoyed it though. Brought us a great show. Dude, that first map, that tower push, just to come back to it, it was so close. It was so epic. Really cool, really fun series. Exactly what we like to see here. Scars not really improving on his run last time where he got the top 10, but I'm really happy for Pato. Yeah, I'm really happy for Pato. Having some of the longest travel, I think, to get here. Took a lot of effort, took a lot of time, but he now must be feeling overjoyed as the Brazilians, as Forks was as well. We're hearing him from over there. He was,
Forks is sitting right behind us, right behind this very wall, and he's screaming his lungs out, you know, cheering for his boy, commentating the game.
He's bringing the passion.
In Portuguese, making it through for tomorrow in losers, we have Pato, of course, as we saw. Also Blast, who beat Kevin on the run back. Didn't take as long as it did on winner's side, but in losers, Blast won 2-1 against Kevin. Then Edo made it through, beating Long Walk 2-0.
Yep.
And in the 4th group...
God damn it.
It was... Tetster.
Tetster as well.
Tetster upsetting Razor Moon 2-1.
Yes.
So winners, Razor Moon beat Tetster 2-0. And then now, as the day proceeded, and you know, Tetster maybe with some loser bracket momentum, got the better of him, winning 2-1, making it to top 16.
Yeah, we haven't even seen him at all on stream yet in the tournament, but we're familiar with him from the ESA Meisterschaft, where a lot of players here have been doing quite well. I also certainly would have put Kevin down to make it through, but bested today, like you said, in the run back. And that puts Kevin and Scars and Razor Moon to the first higher profile players who were eliminated. Those were some of the guys people were looking out for, seeing the sign-ups beforehand. But yeah, those are out now. We have the 8-4 tomorrow, and I think soon we're going to be able to show it to you as well. Yeah. But yeah, this is only the first taste of our 3-day event.
Yeah, that's right. Because there were 8 players. I think you've heard this many times today if you've been watching the broadcast for longer than the last 15 minutes. But there's 8 players that qualified through online open qualifiers beforehand, which are, of course, our last year's champion, Happy. He's joined by Dice, X-Lord, and who's the 4th European?
Foggy.
Foggy, of course.
For Europe.
Of course.
Then for Americas, we have Hitman, who just arrived.
Right.
I saw him, he did make it. I was legit worried. Like when I heard, bro, I have 1% on my phone, and I missed my train, I was like, oh God. He's going to be lost somewhere in the depths of Germany. He's going to wander into a forest or something. But no, he's here. And of course, our Koreans, Moon, Lawlight, and Focus.
Yes.
Going to be kicking off the dust of the old keyboard tomorrow and be our gladiators. Looking forward to that. Seeing them on stage again, seeing the crowd interact. I got a first taste of it when we had those close encounters with Pato. Tomorrow, much more.
Oh yeah, I'm so looking forward to this. So the format tomorrow is going to be the same as it was today for the 16 players that made it to the second round of the Open qualifier here. It's going to be 4 players per group, divided up in 4 groups, and it's going to be double elim all the way, just like we saw today. So yeah, that's going to be the format, and the top 4. So no, top 8, right? So 2 players of each group prevail. It's going to be like this.
There's going to be, I think there's going to be, first we're going to get down to 8, and then we're going to play again down to 4 in a final elimination in the double elim bracket. Sorry, this sounds confusing. I realize this now as well. But anyways, we're going to get down to the top 4 players in the end, and that's going to be single elim, so to speak. So our top 4 are going to be placed into a semi-final, followed by the grand final.
Man, who do you get for tomorrow? Who do you have making it out of the round of 16? So who's going to be the top 8?
I would love to say Hippo. I just love how Hippo came out of nowhere. Also, like in the tournaments that I've been running for the last couple of months, we haven't heard much from him at all. Although he is a staple in the scene, I would love for him to just to glide through. But the competition is getting fierce.
That's right.
If I may go with my heart, I say Hippo, but odds perhaps not that high. Starbuck is my choice, though. Starbuck, I think he's riding the wave right now. He's been looking really good. He's even been making international strides. And I think tomorrow is the time where he proves himself, perhaps even against none other than X-Lord.
Ooh, all right. That's going to be interesting.
Yeah.
I think one player who is, flying a little bit under the radar, kind of, but has been having a meteoric rise over the last couple of months is Dice. And he, I met him when we grabbed something to eat earlier today, and I was like, how are you doing? How are you preparing for tomorrow? And he's like, I play the Weekly Cup. And now he's sitting back there with his friends and playing the Weekly Cup, the B2W Weekly Cup.
Dude, I totally forgot that was happening.
Yeah, it's happening right now.
Yeah. Sorry, at 7 p.m.
Yeah.
Yeah, might still be going on, true.
Yeah. So maybe, I don't know, maybe he will win this. Last year, Soin won the Weekly Cup on the day of RARALAND. Happy was playing Human, and Soin won against him in grand finals.
True.
And, winning the Weekly Cup, then, maybe spells doom for your run for the next day. Because Soin didn't win in the long run.
Happy won, didn't he?
He did.
Yeah. I mean, thing is, though, Dice has played and lost the Weekly Cup many times.
That's true.
So it might be nice to win it for once. Dice has a lot of experience facing Happy and losing to Happy. But I think also, perhaps the respect and the fear may have worn off a bit, because he has faced the monster so many times that he's used to the anxiety maybe that comes with it.
Is Dice the new Foggy? Is this the new classic Happy versus Dice?
They certainly have many encounters, but with how different those two are also in playstyle, I can't really equate them.
I see.
But yeah, he is definitely one of the hard workers out there who's putting in the time, and would love to see him make it far. We've been seeing Dice a little bit lately also in some Asian tournaments. The Dolby Engine of Wonders Cup we saw him most recently, but there he didn't have the best showing. Not too many maps won, not too many points gathered for him and Team Lin. But he was also playing from Italy at times, so the setup was weird, the connection was bad, not good conditions. But here, we're basically playing on LAN ping, which is also exciting. All the top competition normally nowadays happens between, regions. 70 ping, 80 ping, 100 ping. Tomorrow we're going to have 0 ping, and that is time for these guys to flex.
Yeah, that's going to be sick. I'm really looking forward to seeing Happy tomorrow, because that type of micro you don't see every day. And then even on LAN ping, are you kidding me? That's going to be a show for sure.
Yeah, that's like perfect micro on steroids.
Yeah, exactly.
I wonder what he's going to pull off. He's going to be blocking 2 units at the same time. It's always been my dream, that you block 2 units at the same time, but I think for that you need, I don't know, 800 APM or something.
Do you know that there's a clip out there, I think by Foff, very old school. He, with I think 8 ghouls, blocks 2 grunts at the same time. It looks like a figure 8.
But are the 2 grunts next to each other, or in 2 different spots?
In 2 different spots. But
really?
Yeah, it's super sick. It's I think a very old school clip, but I think it was Foff. It was some Korean undead. I think it was Foff, yeah.
I've never seen that.
That was actually crazy. I think I've seen it in some highlight reel at some point. I was like way back, when we had Giga Esports and whatnot, That's when I... From when I remember this clip.
Good old days.
Yeah.
Did you used to have Giga Premium thingy? Giga 2?
No. I watched it on I think Tuesdays at 10 p.m. on NBC Europe.
Yeah, I think that may have been the first thing like that I ever paid for. But anyways, guys, we have the bracket ready. We did the seedings, and we can take a look. Do we see them? Oh, we do see them.
There we go.
Very good.
Okay, I'm Group B, you're Group A. Take it away.
All right, for Group A, we have Foggy, Tetzer, Xlord, Side, Lawlight, Edo, Dice, and Hippo.
And for Group B, we have Happy, Blast, Focus, Starbuck, Moon, Pato, and Hitman vs. Leon. So it's not four double Olymp brackets after
Little
all.
correction. Sorry, guys. It's 2 groups. 2 groups to have 2 players each come out in the end.
So top 4 make it out in the end. Okay,
All
that's
right.
interesting.
All right.
So, top 2 of each group.
Exactly. Into question is always, which is the more stacked group?
All right, I think they're pretty evenly divided.
Yeah.
We have one of the 8 pre-qualified players, of course, each. Giannis needs a microphone, of course. We have 4 of the pre-qualified players
Always wants to
each,
be
and
in the
then
middle
4
of
of the players that have qualified through the grueling bracket today, each in each group. I think maybe Group A looks a little bit easier from seeding-wise, because I think I'd give Starbuck, Pato, and Leon higher seeds than I would give Tetzer and Side and Edo, for example.
Neil, what are we thinking?
Group B is insane, dude.
That's what I'm saying.
Dude, Group B is just absolutely freaking insane.
Yeah.
Focus Starbuck, are you kidding me? Hitman Leon first round, winner of that against Moon, likely.
Maybe Pato.
Maybe Pato.
Dude, Blast right now thinking, what the hell is this group, dude?
They hate me here.
Are you
They
serious?
hate me here. Merde, je teste, Neo.
Yeah. Group B, super awesome. Only thing, unfortunately, that didn't come to pass, no Starbuck versus Xlord here.
Hey, they're gonna have to make it through all the way in order to play in the semifinals.
That would be super epic then.
Yeah, that would be super epic.
But if they want to play in the semifinals, then one of them has to get first and the other has to get second.
Exactly.
Or imagine if they play grand final. That seems perhaps a bit unlikely.
The thing is, I could see Xlord making a run through this group, winning it. I could kind of see that.
Really?
Kinda. More likely than Starbuck making it out first in Group B.
So Xlord, Lawlight seems very likely for first place decider, right?
I don't know, man. It's human versus undead. It's just A-click.
You mean Xlord versus Side?
Yeah.
You think Side's gonna take it?
Yes, of course. He's playing human versus undead. What's Xlord going to do?
All right.
I'm just memeing.
We can wager if you want.
Oh, no!
The last minute
I gotta go, guys.
Don't you want to open a tab, maybe?
Like last time where I spent like $800 on it?
What was it?
Yeah, it was not a great idea.
Oh yeah, I heard something about that. Oh yeah, that's right. You were like, yeah.
Wait, who was on that tab?
Almost everyone.
Yeah, I got some in there.
Well,
Anyway, what are we thinking, man? I think we have a great day of Warcraft ahead of us. That's what I'm thinking.
Sure.
yeah, this is super cool, dude.
Well,
Yeah, Group B is gonna be killer. Is Group B the second group?
Group B is it comes after A, so yep, that is the second one.
Schedule.
Well,
Let's
we
schedule,
kind of
buddy.
cross. So we show
Yeah.
the first game of Group A, then we show the
Yeah.
first game of Group B, and then we always cross.
Yeah.
Do we get to see every single game?
Unfortunately not. We will have some parallel games, but that can be viewed on Flow TV, of course. But we'll show the bangers. All the bangers.
How can you not show any bangers with both these groups?
That is absolutely correct.
Yeah, super sick.
All right, so that was a great day one of RARALAND 2023, and I'm so looking forward to seeing all of you guys in chat and all of you guys in the venue tomorrow to watch events unfold. I want to say quick shout-outs to the good people at Kuchenmeister, providing us with billions of these little koala bears, some filled with cocoa, some filled with milk.
All of them delicious.
All of them freaking delicious. I like the milk ones a little bit better, but that's only because they're new to me.
I'm Team Milk as well.
That's my goat. That's my goat. Also, shout-outs to the good people at Baystech who house us here for their very first esports event and our very first event in this venue, which has been amazing so far. Shout-outs to the good people at the bar as well. I think we're all going to hit the bar right now to celebrate a great day of Warcraft and to celebrate that we are looking so forward to 2 more great days of Warcraft ahead. Shout-outs to the good people at Lead Desk who provided all the nice desks that we saw on stage. Everybody could, get the desk on the height that they prefer and,
Sitting
have
desk, standing desk, bro. All covered.
They got you desked up. And also, final shout-outs to the good people at Being Esports who are responsible not only for the production of this broadcast, but also for most of the production on site here. Amazing job they've been doing. Shout-outs to Paul. It's his first day as a big-time broadcasting producer. We've been given a lot of shit, but I think he did quite well for his first day, and I'm looking forward to working with these guys for tomorrow as well. And
Shoutouts to you guys. Thank you very much for being with me here on this awesome journey through an amazing day of Warcraft. And I think
shout out to the people in Dortmund showing up, coming from all over the world.
Let's go. Dortmund!
I've seen people from Americas. I've seen people from like Kyrgyzstan coming in.
That's so
freaking insane. So more of that tomorrow and the day after. Love you all. See you tomorrow.
Peace.
Peace.